I'm back in the game. This is my time, faster than ever, hungry and I'm going to come back and take what is mine, bigger and better. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. Some things are different, but nothing has changed. Still got my number, still got my name. Tell everybody I'm back in the game. Saddle, cut to the chase. I ain't somebody who stays in one place. Ready to go, I'm coming to play. You better know I still got something to say. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. Some things are different, but nothing has changed. Still got my number, still got my name. Tell everybody I'm back in the game.
Never
match I couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, cause you know that I was born for this. I was born for this. Never met a match I couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, cause you know I was born. I tell you I was born for this. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. I was born for this.
Hey, good evening. Happy Sunday. We're there, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. It is June 26th. It is time for another edition of the Majors series presented by Majors Garage. The American Sportsman, we cover them every once a month or 2 times a month, especially the last couple of months with exciting races. We just came from Le Mans, the most recent event, and this is one of those ones that we got on the calendar tonight. The battle of virtual man and machine happens every year at Charlotte on Memorial Day, and now tonight it goes down for the Major Series presented by Majors Garage. For the drivers of American Sportsman, we're ready for the World 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway on iRacing on LSRTV and a simulcast on the Community Radio Network. I am Wesley Outland. I will be your anchor along the way with my friend and colleague, Samuel Dyer. Samuel, as much as we emphasized how exciting the Indy 500 race was for us, the 600 is another one of those significant events. Not taking away how much the popularity or the importance is of these events, but there's that extra 100 miles that you've got to find a way to muster through to be there at the end and win this race. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an interesting race. Again, we've had a lot of different oval races ran here this season. This is going to be the 8th race of the this round of 14. So we're now at the halfway marker, but we've had our Daytona 500. Then we were at that of Phoenix with the Lotuses, and the most recent oval race was that at the Indianapolis with the Indy cars. And now tonight, it's going to be the 87 Cup cars going blast in the past. It's going to be here at the modern Charlotte. So drivers going to get a little bit of a taste on how well they're going to handle these cars, but certainly this should be an interesting one for these drivers just because of that length and marathon feeling.
And Samuel, one of the things we talked about is most recently the update to the 87 Cup car models, and this is something we should see watching tonight.
Yeah, damage model has been updated. So it actually was a model that was placed in about a year ago. iRacing had to take it out because there were still some glitches that were affecting it. They placed the model back in the most recent update. So expect to see some bumpers flying off, except for wheels might be going off, and suspension issues going to be one of the biggest things to watch out for these drivers if they hit the wall or other cars just in the right spot.
All right, Samuel. So one of the things I mentioned is this is 600 miles, and this is going to be a grueling race. What do you think's going through these drivers' minds right now as they get ready to take on virtual man and machine here at Charlotte with these 87 Cup cars? We're not running the next-gen cars. We're running the old-timey NASCAR Grand National body machines, and obviously they're going to be a little fit to handle tonight.
Yeah, they are going to be a complete different monster to be handling for these drivers. Going to be running a little bit slower than what modern NASCAR vehicles can be running. But those 87s, it is all about wheelmanship. It is about how much you can hold on because that car wants to break loose on you. It's going to tighten up. It is going to be a handful from the first lap to the 400th lap that these drivers have. So it's going to be interesting on how well they can hold on. Again, this is the Americas region. We've had the international, the European regions already raced so far, and we've had a wide range of how these vehicles and drivers have been able to hold on, but overall, there's been a lot of wrecks being seen.
And by the way, one thing you said before we go to on-track activity, we look at the race analysis, the keys to victory, notable entries, and so much more before tonight's World 600. You point-blank said, Samuel, that the European race finished on a time limit. They couldn't go to the 400 miles. If we get 28 cautions or more, this race will probably end on a time limit.
Yeah, that was something we were talking about. I was watching the European Sportsman division, and they found themselves going over the time limit. So we're either going to finish within the 400 laps. There's no overtime, just like how it was back the 87 cars days. And as well, there is a time limit. Time limit is 5 hours of racing action. If we get over that time limit, the race could end under our 400 laps, but that's if we get over 28 cautions.
So that's something we got to keep an eye on. Strap in. We're ready to go. It's a fun Sunday night here at Virtual Charlotte. iRacing on LSRTV. We'll take a quick break. We get you set up for more analysis leading up to the green in the World 600. Hey, it's broadcast personality Wesley Outland, and for the second year in a row, the Community Radio Network is excited to also be the voice of iRacing on LSRTV every Monday and Thursday night with the Northwest Racing Series for Cup and Truck. Join yours truly, Justin Prince and Samuel Dyer, every week as they race towards a championship. We're also on the radio in the Triangle in the Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina area at 87.5 WCRN and anywhere worldwide at wearecrn.com. Click play. Check out the coverage, the power of radio to the imagination of the listener, esports style. We are the Community Radio Network, the voice of iRacing on LSR-TV. Check it out when you can, and replays are always up too. Hey, it's broadcast personality Wesley Outland up topside at one of the great racetracks of the world, the Caraway Speedway. And I'd like to remind you to join us every Wednesday afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern to 3 p.m. Eastern with coverage of Finish Line, where we talk to everybody from NASCAR to grassroots, like right here at Caraway Speedway. Carolina's Fox Sports Radio affiliates, iHeartRadio, and on the Community Radio Network at 87.5 FM. And remember, thanks to Live Sim Racing Productions, you can actually see the guest panel, ask their questions, get interactive with us with comments and so much more in our chat box. Finish Line every Wednesday. Join us every week. Back here in Charlotte, welcome back to the World 600, the Major Series presented by Majors Garage, the American Sportsman, iRacing on LSR TV and on the Community Radio Network. We're back here, and one of our other members of our broadcast crew, he'll be kind of like our Larry Mack, if you will, giving us driver analysis and updates on the cars, how things are handling for grueling 600 miles. From Charlotte, North Carolina, Brockton Packard, good evening to you, buddy.
Good evening, Wesley. It's good to be here. I'm so excited for this 600-mile race.
All right, so me and Samuel mentioned the updates, and this is a grueling race, the 87 Cup cars. What do you think of some things that these fans, our viewers, listeners are going to have to keep watching tonight for this long 600 race at Charlotte?
For 600 miles, the biggest thing for these drivers are going to be tires. Unlike the next-gen series, these 87 cars are running on bias-ply tires, which means they have a heck of a loose condition. When the bias ply tire goes under load, it tends to warp a little bit in a different way than our normal radial tires, so they'll be loose through 1, 2, 3, and 4. And even in that dog leg that we see sometimes on these cookie cutter tracks, they're going to be having their hands full through that, as well as some of their steering inputs are going to be a little different, seeing how the rack and pinion steering that we see on the next gen cars wasn't part of a NASCAR in 1987. It's all these steering boxes, and they're slow steering boxes at that.
Interesting analysis there. We'll keep an eye on that, and Brockton Packard will be joining us along the way a time or two throughout the broadcast in this 600-mile race, the World 600 in Charlotte. And all right, so let's look at the race analysis. Samuel mentioned we're going back to the 80s, okay? So these cars are the 87 Cup cars that are Chevrolet, Ford. Samuel, the option was to run Buick, but I don't think we've had any takers yet.
Yeah, Buick was the most recent added to that of iRacing for the 87 Cup cars. It was not initially added in right when we got to see that of the Chevys and Fords added. So a lot of drivers didn't purchase the Buick immediately, and there were a couple of Buicks being shown throughout the international and the European divisions and regions. But here on the America Sportsman's, we have 0 Buicks that are going to be run here tonight.
That's something that definitely will be interesting that we will certainly keep an eye on here tonight will be the fact that it's the battles of the Ford Thunderbirds and the Chevrolet Luminas, if you will, tonight here at Charlotte. All right, so here you go. This is 600 miles, 400 laps. Charlotte Motor Speedway is 1.5 miles. There's 24 degrees of banking in the corners, 5 degrees on the straightaways. There will be no green-white checker attempts or overtime. If we have a massive wreck on lap 399, when they come back around to complete that lap, the checker flag falls, the race is over. There are 12 total sets of tires, meaning there could be a lot of pit stops under green or caution, Samuel. That means 11 sets in the pits plus the 4. That is the original set at drop of green. Sim time, May 29th. Remember, the World 600 is normally on Memorial Day weekend, 6 p.m. Pacific sim time, which means that that is at 9 p.m. Eastern time. But again, this is Pacific. Double file restarts in the race tonight. You must maintain the 40-second lap. Must maintain at least a 40-second lap. Samuel, can you elaborate more on that? What does that mean? You got to stay at least 40 seconds in speed or your black flag?
Yeah, if you do not maintain a 40-second lap time, or at least that lap time, or faster, you will be asked to be sitting out the rest of this race, or at least come into pit road and get your damage repaired enough to then get back out on track to run faster than that. It's so that these drivers are not dealing with extremely slow traffic and that the racing surface can be as clean and as fast as possible, so that drivers have a little bit of understanding and they're not running each other over and over again. But Wesley, I think that's going to be the big thing to watch out for, is that because these drivers only have one fast repair. So if you utilize that, safety net in these first 50 to 100 laps, you're going to be stuck with 300 laps or more with a car that can get destroyed immediately.
Let's take a look at the weather conditions on the bottom right as well. Thanks to Live Sim Racing TV, 79 degrees, track temp at 93, wind speed at 8 miles an hour, partly cloudy skies. And remember, this is the race that goes from day in tonight. We're kind of in the mid-afternoon range right now. This race will finish under the lights, and this should be always fun. The World 600 here at Charlotte. So, usually our keys to victory are put up on the screen, but since this is a special race here tonight, there might be 3 keys to victory. I have mine. Samuel, you've got one. And Brockton, we'll throw you in the fold first. What are keys to victory? What is the one you think we're going to have to keep an eye and watch here tonight at Charlotte for these drivers?
My key to victory tonight is keep that nose clean. It doesn't matter how far you get in this race, you're going to need a nose to finish it.
Samuel, what you got for us?
I mean, the big thing for me, Brockton kind of touched on it as well, tires. You've got to be careful on your tires. Make them last. You've only got 12 sets in the pit road to work with, and if you utilize all those tires, you've got to make sure that every one of those sets can at least go 31 to 33 laps or longer. Otherwise, you might run out of tires.
Great points in the keys to victory, and I'll throw another one in there as well, Brockton and Samuel, and that is don't get fatigued. Just like in the real World 600 at Charlotte every year for NASCAR, the same is going to happen to these drivers in these virtual cockpits tonight. You got to settle in. That final 67 laps, once you pass 500 miles, is that true testament to see if your engine, your team, your crew, the moves you make, the strategies that you decide will decide if you are a hero or a zero. And that is our keys to victory. Begin. All right, so notable drivers, Samuel. Who are some notable drivers of the American Sportsman Series from the Major Series that if there's somebody watching or listening for the first time that we should keep an eye on this year?
I mean, if we're looking at how these big ovals have been going, besides that at Phoenix, Mauricio Million in the 044. That is the driver in my eyes to watch out for. He finished second at the Daytona 500. He then was racing for an opportunity to win at the Indy 500 and came up shy. At 044, he wants to get a win in an oval.
So as we go into this race tonight, the second half of the season, as Samuel mentioned, for the Major Series presented by Majors Garage tonight for the World 600. It is also time to look at your point standings. So let's look at the overall standings for the championship in American Sportsman. Now remember, there are 3 different championships that are on the line. But Samuel, right now, can you believe it? We have a tie between Murphy Nichols and Doug Buchanan going in to this grueling 600-miler tonight in Charlotte.
And the big thing that's going to be kicking that of Doug Buchanan, he has one less start than Murphy Nichols. That's the major reason why Murphy Nichols and Doug Buchanan are tied. And the big thing for Buchanan, he's got himself 2 wins so far this season. That one win was at the first duel at Landown, and then also winning at the last round at Le Mans and the GTEs. So Doug Buchanan could be a driver to watch out for, and Murphy Nichols. And what's interesting, Wesley, they are 1 and 2 tied for first in points. They're going to be right next to one another when we get started here, 7th and 8th for this race.
So again, there's that Sportsman, if you will, standings, the Sportsman point standings. There is also the Veteran Series standings for drivers that are seniors, that are veteran racers that compete in this program. And obviously, we also have the team standings. And the team standings, I believe, is what we have right now. So this is the overall Sportsman team point standings. And currently, nice stranglehold, 200-plus points over Mad Sim Racing, Samuel, is Forge PC Racer Sport 1. Now, remember, there's multiple leagues here and multiple teams as well. You see Forge PC Racer Sport 1 at the top, and Forge PC Racer Sport 2, still from the same team, the same affiliation, separate group. They're in the top 10 and 10th.
Yeah, and tonight is going to be a big night for that Mad Sim Racing team. They have a lot of fast runners that are going to be coming into tonight. They're going to have that of Cody Richardson, who got the pole, that of Andrew Kotska, who came second in qualifying, as well back Doug Buchanan and Jerry Isaacs, both qualified inside of our top 10. Those are some big points to grab, as Mauricio Million, Murphy Nichols, they're the only 2 Forge PC Racer Sports 1 drivers that qualified in the top 10.
And finally, Samuel, I believe you got us an update on the third point standings battle. And, of course, that is the Major Series American Sportsman Veteran Series standings right now.
Yeah, that's the Americans Legend Sportsman standings. And just like how it's so close between the drivers for that of the Sportsman's just drivers overall championship that's going on currently, it's close in the Legends. Mauricio Million leading the way by just 6 points over that of our Lotus 79 Phoenix winner of that of Robert Deloach. 2 drivers that have been very close with one another. Then third in points going to be that of Robert Gamble. And for Gamble tonight, not the way that he wanted, not a good qualifying run for that driver. I don't even think Robert Gamble even made it into this race this evening.
Brockton Packard, I bring you in here as our driver race analysis. It could be an opportunity for these drivers to climb or fault in this big race because, again, this is a 600-mile event. There's a lot at stake after tonight here in Charlotte.
Absolutely. With about a 4-hour race here tonight, if you get out early, there's a lot of time that you can fix this car and possibly claw your way back up to some points. But you got to make sure you complete all 600 laps because that's the only way that you're going to have a shot at winning tonight.
I've always used that cliche. To first win, you must first finish, if you will, Samuel. And of course, that is holding true here tonight. I think we got qualifying coming up. Practice is about to wrap up here, and these drivers are working on. Qualifying has actually just been completed. My apologies. And just randomly looked at time and scoring. And a guy we've been mentioning that looks pretty quickly, David Clayman, he has set fast time. And with that being said, we're ready just at the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Eastern, to introduce the starting lineup. This will be 400 laps, 600 miles for the Major Series. And on the pole, the 064, Cody Richardson to the outside, Andrew Kotska in the 047 at Charlotte. Row 2, David Garcaro Jr. in the number 4, Maurice Gomillion, the 044, row 2. Row 3, Ken Tuckloon in the 295 to his outside, Nathan Medina in the 2. He's had some pretty bad races the last couple of events at Le Mans and Indianapolis. He's got to turn it around. Row 4, we'll find Murphy Nichols in 55. Doug Buchanan in the 026. Top 10, ready for the World 600. Jerry Isaacs in 51. And Greg McEnany in 35.
Then in row number 6, we find ourselves with from both two Forge PC racers. But starting off in this row number 6, it's going to be Jason Lottridge in that Sports 2, and Sports 1 going to be that of Robert Deloach. Then going to be in row number 7, it's Chris Idio as well as Alonzo King in the 080. As well as we're going to be seeing in that row number 8, it's Joseph Homan as well as Richard McClare in the 84. Row number 9 is going to be that of Roger Shack as well as going to be seeing that of Bryce Rogers, 723. Row number 10, it's Javier Perez Torres as well as that of Courtney.
Row number 11, we'll find Jeff Cardamone in the 315, Daniel Salim Howard, 74. Row number 12, we'll find Mark Redeker in 462, David Clayman in the 217, fast qualifier to the back, Dan Johnston in the 421, Brian Shrivner in the 70, row 13, row 14, Drew Lalonde in the 8, and Dino Vella in 36. In the final row, we'll find Chris Brents in the 199, Jason McSparron in the 22. 30 drivers, mile and a half at Charlotte, 600 miles, 400 laps. The virtual battle and test of man and machine is about to get underway. The American Sportsman World 600 is underway. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a long, grueling virtual race.
And
right
already
out of the gate, we have caution.
Oh, it's a big calamity. Major drivers, at least 5 to 6, all involved, and we couldn't even get to turn 1.
Not even 400 feet past the start-finish line, and calamity on the go. My. Several cars caught up in this one. The 462, the 723, you see on the monitor now trying to get going. And here is a look at it. Samuel, it just looked like they weren't assembled. They weren't ready. They weren't in formation.
Well, some drivers decided to start just a little bit sooner and then brake check practically the whole entire line, which everyone was not able to react in fast enough. And it just brings out a yellow immediately. And this was kind of the fear for a lot of these drivers, was to start out this race and already have to use a fast repair. You see that 51 just check up, and everyone else just nowhere to go. That was going to be seeing a couple of drivers just piling even later in. This is a struggle, Wesley, and it's been a struggle, I think, for most of this season of drivers on the starts. You just never really get it right at this go.
This gives an opportunity right out of the gate to bring back in Brockton Packard. Brockton, our driver race analysis, not a way to start things here tonight in Charlotte. You don't want to go out of the gate and have calamity like this.
Yeah, after just the green flag dropping, this changes your entire mindset, and everything you just practiced over the past 30 minutes has gone out the window. If you were involved in that wreck, you have a different mindset, different strategy. Everything is just completely turned on its head. You've got to watch out for now about 397 laps.
Yeah.
And make it to the end, because you have no room for error at this point. And sometimes I like to race like this because it makes you stay on your A game, makes you run a perfect race, and sometimes that's all you need.
Hey, and by the way, Samuel, I believe that this is actually the previous version of Charlotte Motor Speedway from back in 2007 to 2010, if I'm thinking correctly, because the new version of Charlotte has the red, white, and blue and the stars around the retaining wall. The yellow retaining wall for Charlotte was back in the mid-2000s. So they are kind of in essence racing on an older version of the Charlotte Motor Speedway tonight for iRacing.
Yeah, and really honestly giving these drivers a little bit of sense of what it's like to be up front in racing, a little bit of an air going on as drivers still having issues getting themselves rolling as David Clayman, one of our fastest drivers there in practice, having issues, but a lot of, I think, early going here, Wesley, it's nice to see these drivers running on the older Charlotte, and honestly, with these older cars, you want to see it as close to that type of racing setting as possible, but like we saw during our race report, these drivers on this restart are going to be double filed, and all the lap cars will be to the back, so still adding some modern to the past racing.
Green flag, and not even 500 feet past the start-finish line, we have calamity on the get-go. Multiple cars involved. Well, again, these cars, the damage model, Samuel, that's something we kind of hinted on a little bit. We spoke about in pre-race, is these cars, if you wad them up, you hit them up pretty good, and even if you bounce off the wall and then you're in a shower of sparks trying to get back to the pits for repairs, you could possibly knock off the fender, the rear bumper, possibly even a tire.
Yeah, and that's if we get fast enough and you hit them in the right spot. The big thing is if you hit them in the tire or a major collision into the front bumper, will be causing a major calamity with the new damage model. But for a lot of these drivers, we got to get up to speed. That was too slow of a reaction for drivers, so no incident's going to be thrown out for themselves.
Yeah, got to reset, got to try this over again here. It's, again, a multi-car accident right on the start. Hey, look at these old cars, these old camera angles. Check that out. See the fan down there? Trying to keep the driver's feet warm. Samuel, they did that back in the day.
Trying to keep it cool as possible so they aren't going to be out of sorts as drivers trying to get in line. This is an extended caution break, just trying to make sure everyone is in their proper spots. Because of the wreck happening so fast like it did, drivers are actually not in the right positioning, so they're trying to get everyone in the right spots. We're getting ready to go green here shortly as the pace car lights are off.
The lights are off on the pace car. Hey, by the way, Samuel, did you know that we're actually being broadcast right now live around the world thanks to iRacing on LSRTV and the Community Radio Network? But right now, at the conclusion of the IMSA race, 6-hour event at Watkins Glen, the Into the Apex podcast team are now watching coverage from Charlotte with the American Sportsman at Watkins Glen. We'll try this again. Green flag goes in the air for a second time. Charlotte, shout out to the Into the Apex podcast team watching from New York. It's pretty cool, Samuel.
It's always amazing to see the far reaches that iRacing and just seeing the virtual side of things grow week in and week out as we are finally able to get at least one lap in potentially here. As up front, it's going to be that of Cody Robinson, and also going to be seeing these drivers in the middle. Driver that's needing a solid day, David Gagaro Jr. in third place. Great run, and we survive a lap, Wesley.
Finally, well, actually, we're now on lap number 6 completed, but yes, finally the first lap in full song with Richardson jumping up. Kotska, Gargaro, Go Million, Lewing, all these drivers currently sitting in position as Lunig and Medina. Vengeance. That's vengeance. That's something he really needs, Samuel, after some bad luck the last couple of races. In the 2, he's on the inside for 4th.
I mean, it's bad luck in some ways. Overall, it's just he's been finishing close up front, but it's just he always is being beaten out by his teammate of David Gagaro Jr. and also seeing that of Doug Buchanan and Murphy Nichols finishing ahead of that too. But I wouldn't say it's been a terrible season, but Doug Buchanan in the 026 you see on screen, he's been a lot more on the consistent side. Last round, finally being the first driver to win 2 different rounds this season. And that's been a big thing for Doug Buchanan, but his strength has been the road courses. It's good to see him up in the top 10 here at Oldham.
It is Richardson, Kotska, Gargaro, Go Million, Medina. There's that battle now continuing for 4th and 5th. Forge versus Vengeance. They send it off. A couple of those 87 Chevrolets down into turn number 2. You got to pace yourself. Remember, this is 600 miles, 400 laps. And again, you want to be there at the end, Samuel.
You really do. And here comes Alonzo King, going to be pressuring Doug Buchanan. And that, going to see the 080. Hard to tell the number with the glare on it, but that machine is looking crisp for that of Alonso King making the pass. Last time we really saw Alonso King look strong was back at that around 2 of the Daytona 500. It's good to see Alonso King making some pushes forward. And then behind, our winner from the Phoenix Lotus race, it's going to be that of Robert Deloche running in 9th place for himself.
You know, hey, Brockett, something that I didn't really even think about. Could it possibly be maybe the nerves of these drivers? What caused maybe that big wreck on the start of things, trying to get settled in?
You know, virtual or not, the World 600 is a big race no matter where you go, and it's very possible it could have been a little bit of some nerves, but it could have also been the transmission of these 1987 Cup cars. They have a 4-speed H pattern with a very long clutch, so you have to be very sure you get that clutch all the way down, put it in gear, and make sure it goes. So it could have been a little bit of nerves and a little bit of quick shifting.
I tell you what, Samuel, he makes a good valid point on that.
It is. Also, I went back and re-looked at it a little bit closer on that first incident. It was actually the 51 you see on screen. 3rd car in line of this group, Jerry Isaac, that was the one that missed his shift. He looked like he was promising and ready to go. He was the one who missed the shift, and everyone on the inside clobbered into him. Updates on other drivers that were involved with that incident. Also, Joseph Holman as well as Jeff Cartman both got penalties, holding penalties for both themselves. 2 laps down is for the 222, as well as 7 laps down, the 315, as the battling getting a little bit closer up here to the battle for 8th.
This is for 8th, 9th, and 10th. Buchanan to the 026, the Forge machine, down to the inside, up on the outside. Flip-flop up now. Here comes Deloche in the 235, and right behind them is Isaacson 51. As they hit the back straightaway, going to turn 3, it's Deloche. He'll clear by Buchanan as they dive in the corner.
Trying to clear if possible, but that Doug Buchanan still holding strong on the outside for that 026. But Robert Deloche certainly needs to get a good run here tonight. One for his team, as they're hoping that they can at least have a strong run for that Forge PC Racer Sports 1 team. As you see here on screen, this is Maurice Gomillion, but Gomillion and Robert Deloche, again, they're battling between one another, not just for the points lead, for that of the driver's standings, but also for the Legends points race. Only 6 points between themselves, and it's the driver of the 044 that's leading the way of that of himself and Robert Deloche, and also in the points by just 6 points.
That was Maurice Gomillion, Nathan Medina, and Lunig there in that spot for 4th, 5th, and 6th, as all the while Richardson has about a 300,000ths of a second lead over Kotska. 3/4 of a second on Gargaro that we just mentioned. And here comes his battle for 4th. Here comes Medina, pinking down to the inside, showing his vengeance here quickly in Charlotte on lap number 15 to the stripe, Samuel.
Yeah, this is going to be a good day for Vengeance Motorsports as well. You've got that of David Gargaro Jr. currently battling for his third place, and then Nathan Medina on screen for 4th. 3rd and 4th for both of these drivers, just trying to get a good average for Vengeance so they could start to try to close in that points gap that they are trying to get to with the Forge PC Racer Sports 1 crew. But want to watch out for Ken here in that of the 295. Newcomer, debut race here, and we've seen a couple of drivers for the oval side of things come in, just come for one race, and they're the ones that come out with the victory at the end of the day. I'm expecting Ken for some good runs here, but the big thing for these drivers is tires, like we've been talking about. And Brockton, I want to bring you in for this. I mean, for these drivers, you talked about the different tire models that they're dealing with between the current Cup car and these 87 Cup cars. What are you expecting on tire wear for tonight?
You know, these bias-ply tires go away quick if you punish them. I've seen a lot of guys actually be a little more cautious coming off the corner as we're riding along here with the 22 of Jason McSpartan here. You see he's hugging this bottom line. That's heating up those right side tires quite quickly. So to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing something like you said around 30, 32 laps is when these tires would want to come off. If you want to be a little more adventurous, push them till 40 and see what you can get.
And I want to keep you here, Brockton, as well, because you know, we've got the 87 Cup cars. They are so different from the next gen cars. Are there any things that are similar, or is this a totally different car from today?
You know, I was doing some research this weekend to kind of find that answer to the question. And the only real thing that's similar is the window neck. Everything else on these cars are totally different to what we see today. The suspension, nothing is their own deal like we have with the next gens. The power is a little different, the weight is a lot different, and then the aerodynamics is completely different as we're looking at this 026 here. These things are bricks compared to what we have today, and you'll see a lot of differences as the night goes on.
And that word brick, Samuel, taken not lightly, because these cars just a completely different animal, and you've got 600 miles to figure it out. If you want to be there at the end, you got about maybe 500 miles to be there for the checkered flag to try to win.
Yeah, I mean, these we usually talk about even the modern day, Cup cars as bricks when you take them to road courses, but here, literally, the 87 cars, they are difficult to get moving. They get loose so easily. It's a handful each and every lap, as we're seeing some of these drivers running throughout the field. Here's the 70 machine out on track, as this is going to be seeing that of Brian. But I do want to give an update here, Wesley, as an on-camera. That is probably the coolest onboard camera I have seen ever for a driver. And I'm loving this.
I love it.
From Shriver in the 70. He's got such a clever, scheme, being a penguin in a suit for the outside of the car. And he's been having that for almost every vehicle he runs. And then a little bit of the trench run, Star Wars style.
Is that R2-D2 after
Yeah, he's doing the trench run from the New Hope.
I love it. All you need is Chewbacca coming after you on the other side. There you go. Wow, that's pretty cool.
But Wesley, do have an update, that of Jeff Carterman, who was involved with an incident with a black flag early, involved with that first wreck. This is 3:15, first official DNF of the day.
All right, thank you for that update. So we already got a car out, a cardboard in the number 315. Again, calling it a night. As all the while there is Medina. Medina after. Oh, here comes Luning down to the inside, trying to make a run on Medina. This is for fifth spot, fourth and fifth, if you will. And just can't seem to shut the door as Luning now's got to run to the bottom as they come to the stripe.
Going to be coming to the inside for that 295, trying to figure out how to get by Nathan Medina. And I got to say, for the 295, really going with the patient route, just waiting to strike, let the race come to themselves. I think Nathan Medina might have been overcooking these tires, but whenever you see a driver get loose out of the corner, they're trying so hard to keep up that speed. But the heart of these drivers battle for fourth place. Maurice Gomillion and Doug Buchanan slowly inch their way into this group of two.
Getting ready to work their way across the start-finish line. About to put 25 laps on the board. 75 laps to go in the first 100 laps. And of course, 400 laps the distance. So, 67 laps is the equivalent of 100 miles here at the 1.5 miles of Charlotte Motor Speedway. Right there, right around that time, we'll knock off 100 miles. And again, Samuel, you got to pace yourself. We got to pace ourselves. This is a grueling race. This is a race that you just got to be ready. You can't go out there and just set the world on fire fast. You've got to save your equipment. You got to save the energy that you got. You can't, and I said this in Keys to Victory, become fatigued. You can't get tired. You got to balance yourself for this race. I know it's not a 24-hour marathon race when you got like other teammates running with you, but this is these cars, this track, this strategy. If you want to be there at the end, Samuel, you can't rush at the beginning.
No, you really can, as we're watching this battle for 9th place, Deloach and King on screen. But, you're talking about that, keeping ourselves as commentators into, so we're not fatiguing ourselves very quickly. I mean, we're us in the booth on a weekly basis on our, weekly league races that we cover here on LSRTV. Most of those races are anywhere from 200 miles to 300 miles. This is a 600-mile race. We're doubling what we usually do, and that is what's going to cause us to not have to, well, for myself, try to calm down on being a spaz whenever something happens on screen. Calm down, and keep ourselves tuned in because it is going to be a long race all the way through. And for these drivers, they're getting about halfway until they're expected to come into pit road. Fuel-wise, should be good for about 70 laps, but the majority of the drivers and all of that, me watching the European and the international regions, it was around 45 to 60. Those were the lap stints that we're expecting to see here tonight.
One yellow flag so far in this race after a multi-car accident just at the start-finish line of the green. And here comes now Richardson, still that leader. But this battle for man, it's fourth on, seventh on back right here in this pack of traffic. And honestly, that's the best battle. Medina, Lewing, Buchanan, Isaacs, Go Million right there in that pack going to turn 3.
Keeping it close between one another. And the big thing to watch out for is the 295 that we see right in front of Doug Buchanan and that 026. That Ken machine has just been bouncing off the apron multiple times on the entry and coming to the exit of the corner. Just getting a little bit too aggressive, it looks like. He's getting a little bit more patient. I think that's when we're going to be all right. But these cars are a handful. Every single corner on entry, on exit, you can find this car wanting to spin out even through the tri-oval like we heard from that Brockton earlier. It is going to be a struggle each and every lap. That's why this race is the longest race and a race that these drivers are going to remember all throughout their racing career of I handle these 87 vehicles to 400 laps.
There's a run for fourth up the track as we also show you now McInerney's car. He's outside the top 10 in the 11th position of the 35 Ford Gentry. By the way, shout out to our buddies in New York, the Into the Apex podcast. Samuel, listen to this. Cloudy sunset at the Glen after the IMSA race. The broadcast is loud on the speakers inside Watkins Glen International, just by the bus stop. And on board now with, I believe, McInerney in 35, who is comfortably in 11th right now, Samuel, but he wants to run down those guys in the top 10 coming off turn 2.
Yeah, you're wanting to just keep yourself here in a good spot. These are the drivers that are being patient with their tires, expecting this race to go long. And for that, this is Greg Percolani. He's certainly going to be a driver that wants to get aggressive at some point, but with being about 10.5 seconds back from our leader, it's okay to pace yourself. Might be deciding to try to go at this slow pace to maybe even cut down on a pit stop. Again, if these drivers are being too aggressive on their tires, they're going to have to pit at lap 40 to 45. If they're being patient, might be able to push to 60 to 65 and almost get to where that fuel window is. But if you continue to be aggressive at all times, you're going to have to pit more than everyone else.
So Brockton, our driver race analyst for tonight in the World 600 for the Major Series at Charlotte. I bring you back to the fold, my friend. We just saw McInerney with, of course, the VR headset on. And then we saw, of course, our buddy there earlier in the 70th, Schreibner. He had the camera. What type of racing differences is that, having the headset on and then, of course, looking straight at an iRacing rig and a monitor?
That's the best thing about iRacing is the fact that you can use whatever setup you have and whatever you need to feel comfortable in the race car, the virtual race car. So some guys really enjoy that virtual reality, being able to look left and right, look at your mirror, look to the side, and actually see the person. Some people have those big, wide monitors that you don't have to have that sim racing headset, as we're seeing a heck of a battle, number 251 and others. But it's really preference. If you feel comfortable with a headset, use the headset. If you want to just have your TV and a computer, do that. That's the best part about this iRacing deal, is you can use whatever you want to do whatever you want. And Sam, it looks like Nathan's tires are a little bit hot.
I would agree with you on that. He certainly was a driver being aggressive for early portions of this race in the first 15 laps, and he's now starting to really feel this pain. Was up to 4th, now has dropped to 7th, and we're starting to see some great movement here up front of some drivers. They're trying to find any type of speed possible for themselves. Doug Buchanan as well as Jerry Isaac. Got to say, for Isaac, the great recovery for himself, but looking at the drivers trying to carry forward, Doug Buchanan, He's 7 seconds off right now of our top 3 drivers. This is crazy to think how much of a gap we're starting to see from our top 3 drivers back to that of 4th and more.
Coming up on 40 laps from now, the first 100 miles of this race will be completed. Still a long way to go. We're just trying to give you, sideways, going around, Deloach, no, saves it. Fishtailed, cocked sideways in the apex of the corner, and somehow kept it going. No harm, no foul, except maybe Samuel losing ground to that pack. Deloach, what a save. He's still in the top 10.
The big thing that's going to hurt him in his tires on that slide, but what a save by that of Robert Deloach. Easily could have backed in that rear end into the outside wall, kept his foot into it, and kept that thing straight. That 235 could have had to use a faster repair. And now we're starting to find drivers that overuse their tires, having to come into pit road. First of those is going to be that of seeing Richard McClare, going to be one of the first drivers to hit pit road for himself. But man, Deloach, what a save for himself.
Brockton, that was just pure driver right there, I believe, in that car. A car that you said you drive like a tank.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking back at it, I had to go back in our broadcast a little bit. It looks like the 080 of King and our buddy here in the 35 might have touched just a little bit entering 3 and 4, and that got that car just a little bit upset. But they both seem to be all right, and whew, that was a heck of a save.
Absolutely impressive. And now we see that car, number 35. He works his way around the racetrack of McEnany. A lot of Forge teammates there. Medina trying to run him down. All this going on the racetrack was Deloach and Medina. And we've got green flag pit stops now beginning to surface as here comes Rob Courtney, car number 64, coming down, and he overshot his pit stall. And Samuel, and one of the things we didn't even talk about between you and I and Brockton, mistakes on pit road. This is a long race. You make mistakes in the pits, especially in a green flag run, you can probably kiss your race goodbye also.
Yeah, you easily can throw away your race opportunity, but if you're going to make a mistake, make it in the first 100 laps. That gives you at least enough time, if there's lots of cautions come out later in this race, to come back with wave around. So luckily for that Courtney, yes, slid through their box, but gonna have to be able to recover, get moving forward in the right direction here shortly, and having fresher tires than those drivers around, we'll see how much faster those 64 can be as the rest of the field, those tires starting to, go a little bit slower, but they're only about a half a second off of what some of these drivers were running for their fastest laps, some being almost a full second. As we take another look at some of these drivers further back, this is going to be McClare with a great save for the 84.
Wow, and there's the 84 you mentioned. McClure 2 laps down now. He lost some ground, but what a save. And I tell you what, Samuel, for these cars to be like tanks, as our colleague, driver analyst, race analysis person Brockton Packard described, somehow they're keeping it from losing, because I would think if you had a tank, you definitely would just have no control over these cars. They're really showing their either prowess or the knowledge they've got to save these cars on the edge of control.
Well, that's the big thing about these cars, is Nathan Medina now going to be able to take off. And with all these drivers coming into pit road here at lap 38 to 45, these are the drivers that really have used their tires up a lot. And the big thing with these cars is there's a lack of downforce, meaning these drivers are just wheeling it. So if you get loose, you do have an opportunity to try to save it. You easily can overcorrect and throw these cars into the outside wall or into the inside wall. But at the same time, these drivers have that, these cars kind of give the drivers the skill to save. If we were in the current Cup car, a lot of these drivers would not be able to make these types of saves. They would have already thrown these machines, just with how much downforce and grip there are in the current Cup cars. It's difficult to try to make the same saves that we're seeing here tonight.
We're 45 laps completed when the leader comes back around this time by, as we now look at this battle going on between Shank, the 950, moving around the 55 of Nichols. This is for 10th and 11th. Loving that wrap job, by the way. Looks like some Jaws teeth coming after you. on the machine shank there off turn 4.
Yeah, Shank is willing to be aggressive and get moving up 7 positions from where that 950 started back in 17th place. Biggest mover, though, we've got 2 of them. Same up 12 positions, 421 of Dan Johnston, as well as that of Theno Avella, going to be up both 12 positions for themselves as pass gets made. Jerry Isaac able to move up to 4th, and the driver that brought out the first incident and wreck of the day with missing a shift, he was the only driver able to keep his position because he didn't get spun around. And this 51 going in the right direction, and right now might be a driver to watch out for to try to crack into our top 3. As looking at the last couple of laps, Andrew Kotska, who's in 2nd place, starting to lose ground. 0:47. He was keeping up with that of Cody Richardson, our leader, keeping with him within a half a second for the majority of these first 35 laps. But it's really started to lose pace and losing a lot of ground now. Expect this 0:47 to try to hit road here in just the next couple of laps.
Lap number 48 of 400, under 20 laps away from the first 100 miles to be completed here in the World 600. You are watching the Major Series, presented by Majors Garage, the American Sportsman Division, the World 600, iRacing on LSRTV. Wesley Outland, Samuel Dyer, our special driver race analysis from, of course, Brockton Packard. Behind the scenes, Jeff Stabnow, Charles Wooten in the Rocket Media Live Sim Racing production truck, and also radio coverage on the Community Radio Network as well. Closing in on lap number 50. Still a long race. And Samuel, here's something that we also, well, actually, I'm going to throw this to Brockton. Brockton, these cars, older model, the 87 Grand National cars, if you will, from back in the day, they're a lot slower than these next-gen cars of today, as well as we see more green flag pit stops as one comes squealing, smoking tires. He might possibly get a penalty for entering on pit road, but definitely, Brockton, these cars a lot slower than the fast ones of today.
Yeah, these cars, by the numbers, are about 100 horsepower less than our high-power, low-downforce cars that we see today. They're all about 150 horsepower with anywhere from 351 cubic inches to 358 cubic inch V8 engines. But they're not necessarily slower because of the power difference. They're slower because of their aerodynamic disadvantage.
Gotcha.
As we said today, we have the rear diffuser and everything that sticks the car to the ground. These things do not have the suspension of today, and it looks like that 295's been in the wall a couple times.
So mind you, Brockton, to elaborate, as here comes the 295 of Lundigan Pit Road. Those saves that those drivers made, that was just pure talent, virtual talent by these guys to keep these cars from going around.
Absolutely. That's the understanding of the race car, understanding of what you have to do. Get off the gas, drag the brakes a little bit. You can't crank the wheel all the way to the right or else it'll snap back and you'll be head on into the wall. That's pure driving talent and understanding of your race car, and that's also your tires telling you maybe it's time to come down and switch them out.
All right, thanks again, Brockton, for that analysis. Samuel, got anything you want to elaborate more to what he said on that?
I don't have anything to add on to that, but I do have some more reports. You were talking about drivers squealing into pit road. That was going to be Daniel, that of Howard, as well as Joseph Homan. Both drivers caught with holding penalties, having to come into pit road. Also, another driver, that of Greg McEnany, had to use a fast repair on the 35 with required damage, as more drivers starting to come into pit road.
More cars pitting now. Oh, overshot your pit box there. 064 getting ready to exit. There's the 55. 3 different angles of activity going on around the speedway. As Murphy Nichols on the top right bottom is Medina. They're on race course. Nichols pitting. The 047 is also Andrew Kotska, who made that penalty mistake, and finally he gets on exit. You saw the number 4 coming to his pit box for vengeance. That's David Gargaro Jr. And a cycle of these green flag pit stops underway here with about 15 or so, under 15 remaining in the first 100 miles at Charlotte. Action everywhere, Samuel.
There really is. You see on that top
Whoa!
right, contact going to be made. Alonzo King having to come into pit road, and that is not the cleanest way to get into pit box, but certainly that's going to be hurting some of these drivers with that type of move. Also going to be in our bottom right, some drivers trying to get back up to speed, but aggressive racing all around this field as we see the four of Gagaro Jr. getting moving. And for Gagaro Jr., he's hoping that he's been able to stay out long enough to get ahead of seeing Kotska in the 047. Kotska's been struggling since coming into pit road to get rolling again.
Alonso will keep on there in King's car, as you mentioned, Samuel. The other guy is Howard. That's the car that hit the outside retaining wall, the safer wall barrier in turn 3, bouncing off of the other machine we mentioned of King. And that is the driver of the 74 of Daniel Celine Howard, who is already 1 lap down. If a caution was to come out by virtue of being a lap down, he could try to get back to the lead lap, but that's the only one lap down. Is right now there you see multiple angles of racing all around the speedway right now. Take your pick. Wow.
Yeah, we got 2 good screens of seeing the number 2 there for a quick second. But, I mean, looking at these drivers all trying to get spaced out, this is what these pit stops going to do. Drivers that make mistakes in the pit road, some are going to be aggressive on their entry, like we've seen some make mistakes, as Howard and Homan have done. Others are going to be a little bit more, passive on how they're going to get into their box. Some are going to be even more aggressive on the exit. That's going to be the big thing to watch out for on the in-betweens of this pit cycle of who's gaining time, who's losing time. I think the biggest loser got to be Andrew Kotska in the 047, who was second in line, second when he came into pit road. Looks like might be 4th once this pit cycle is done.
3 different camera angles. Take your pick of all the action that is going on around you. We're just shy of about 110 remaining to the first 100 miles. Brockton, I bring you in. Big gaggle of traffic going on in turn number 3 on the top right screen there as we watch the 84 try to negotiate through there with McClure around it. But all the while, him and Clayman go at it. First 100 miles, fairly clean after the accident on the front straightaway on lap 1.
Alonzo King off track. Good job, Wesley.
Got a car around again. Samuel, you said he lost it entering the pit area. He's got to go and make an extra lap under speed.
He was actually already made his pit stop. He was trying to make a pass on Vela in the 36, made contact, got loose, spun himself around. Luckily, should be no penalty to the 80 machine, but a lot of time lost for Alonzo King.
Heartbreak, and Brockton, for a lot of maybe drivers on the track, they might have been hoping for a yellow flag for the second time. It just didn't happen.
Yeah, there's a couple guys out here that definitely want this to get a caution and come down pit road, see what they can do with their cars and get back out there. But that car just got off the track a little bit. I saw it happen. Everybody kind of accordioned. He checked up, got on the apron, spun her around, kept it out of Harden's way, and kept it back going. So it could have been a lot worse for these drivers, but definitely some of them wanted to see a caution there.
And Wesley, another driver having mistakes. The 950, that Roger Shank you see on our main screen. Bad entry for himself, came in, locked his brakes, spun around, unsafe pit entry. He's got to get a hold penalty. He's got to be here for another 40 more seconds.
That's heartbreak. That's heartbreak for him right there. So we're closing in on 5 laps to the first 100 miles. Brockton, I want to bring you back to that subject again as we're still seeing more cars enter and exit off the pit lane. Green flag pit stops, mind you. It seems like it's been going on the last 20 laps. What's your take of the first 100 miles being only 1 caution flag, couple of scares, possibilities from some fishtail spins, but no yellow flag except on the start. They really have knocked out 100 miles pretty quickly.
Yeah, these guys are starting to learn their cars, learn the people around them, feel more comfortable with their abilities and kind of their strategy, and get nestled in here for this first 100 laps. But this is where the mental game is going to start playing in. These guys are thinking, oh, we're almost done. It's only 100 miles, but they still have 500 miles left, and this track's going to change a whole lot more within the next hour and a half.
And I would say, to elaborate more on that, Samuel Dyer, as Brockton just said, you got to still pace yourself. You got to remember, okay, yeah, we've knocked off 100 miles, but this is probably the part of the race where it really is where you got to be patient. You got to be patient with yourself, and most of all, you got to be patient with the drivers that are around you.
Yeah, patience is going to be one of the biggest things, especially with the fact that you got some drivers on fresher tires than others. I mean, this pit cycle started all the way back at lap 35, and we're still haven't seen top 3 drivers still have to come to pit road. That of Doug Buchanan, Maurice Gomillion, and that of Jason, that of Lottridge, all still need to come into pit road. So for the drivers that are out there, of Cody Richardson, David Garrow Jr., and Kotska, that are expected to be the next 3 in line, there's still so much more mind games to be played in as well. There's already been strategies being thrown out. Some drivers trying to turn this race in just to an 11 stop. Other drivers trying to turn this race into that of a 12 stop type of a run. Lots of different strategies already on this first pit stop being placed.
And mind you, as I still continue to get ready to close in on these first 100 miles, and we'll give you the full field rundown, you have got cars all around the racetrack, with the exception of a little gap right now between corners 1 and 2 and between 3 and 4. Cars all over the speedway here at Charlotte. We're closing in on 100 miles, 500 to go. Let's give you your full field rundown. Doug Buchanan is the leader. Maurice Gomillion second. You can follow along with the scroller on the top of the screen. Cody Richardson third. David Gargaro Jr. is in fourth. 1 lap down, Samuel. Andrew Kotska, Jerry Isaac, Ken Luning, Chris Yedio, Murphy Nichols, and Rob Deloach, your top 10 here in Charlotte.
Yeah, and here comes Maurice Gomillion into pit road. And like Wesley said, you can follow along on the top bar as drivers continue to come into pit road. The last driver that needs to come in going to be the 026 of Doug Buchanan, trying to stretch out his tires and fuel to the maximum, which is 70 to 72 laps is expected. But these drivers might be able to go a little bit further than on this first run of Long Green Flag Racing. Got to remember, Wesley, that first lap wreck really helped these drivers extend on this stint, as here comes Doug Buchanan into pit road.
The leader, Buchanan, is in. Only 5 cars on the lead lap. Is also pit exit is Maurice Gomillion. This puts Jerry Isaacs now into the top 5. Now 6 cars back as this goes on. This transition of, I'll be honest here, many cars a lap down quickly in the early going, Samuel.
Well, you got to remember, these drivers all trying to get themselves unlapped because of how long that green flag stint was. And Doug Buchanan just coming into pit road. So we're expecting to see at least 23 drivers on the lead lap, if not 22, with some of the drivers having hold penalties, some making mistakes on tracking into the wall or having spins, like Alonzo King did back in 23rd place. But a lot of these drivers trying to make some big runs. And now it's those mind games I was talking about for that of Doug Buchanan, Maurice Gomillion. They stretched out this run 15, 16 laps longer than Cody Richardson. If you keep at this pace that they have been doing and we stay green, right now, Maurice Gomillion and also Doug Buchanan could try to cut out 1 pit stop.
Brockton brings you back into the broadcast. Pretty good strategy. You think being able to stretch out these laps and fuel and tires in the early going of the World 600?
I mean, if you can save enough to cut out a whole pit stop and be comfortable on tires, I'd say do it. The less time on pit road you spend, the more time you spend going 145 miles an hour around this track, and that's time that you're putting people laps down. I mean, we saw Maurice come down pit road 3 laps ago, and he's still in the top 5, so I think that's a pretty good strategy, if you ask me.
And to elaborate more on what Samuel just, Brockton just said, Samuel, if you can cut everything down and take away minus a pit stop, that gives you the opportunity to maybe have a fresh set of tires for a shootout when everyone else might be used up at the end.
Yeah, all these drivers for these 400 laps had 12 extra sets of tires in pit road, and then they had another set that they started the race off. So they've got some options to work with. If they decided to come in and use every single set possible, it was going to be around 31 laps that these drivers have to do on each stint. Every driver so far has done that on this first go around. A lot of these drivers, again, this pit cycle started back at lap 35, ended just 4 laps. I mean, 2 laps ago with Doug Buchanan coming into pit road, just showing this pit cycle of coming into pit road, it is going to be a long window of potential wrecks that could put drivers a lap down or more.
Oh, I hope you don't say that, but it's definitely something that could be in the cards. As here comes the field coming across the start-finish line at Charlotte. Lap 73 of 400 here in the World 600. Charlotte Motor Speedway, the Major Series presented by Majors Garage, the American Sportsman Division. By the way, follow a Majors Garage and Majors Series on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at those platforms, at the Major Series, at Majors Garage on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, at LSRTV, at Sierra Sports, and of course at iRacing as well. All of that going on as here comes a move for position. 51 to 17, getting past off into 1 and 2. These are, that's Jerry Isaacs. Jerry Isaacs getting around the lap car of David Clayman. And honestly, Clayman was one of those drivers, Samuel. Don't count him out. I know he's only 1 lap down, but he looked really, really strong in practice, and he was the fast qualifier.
He was very fast during practice, and a driver that was looking for a little bit of extra speed during qualifying. Now, all these drivers had qualifying throughout this week. They had practice throughout the week and then tried to put on their best qualifying for that acclaim. And he certainly was a driver that, if he had taken the same speed he had during practice, he would have qualified a little bit better. But he qualified back in 24th place. He's got a lot of work to do as he's still in 24th. No movement for the 217. But certainly a driver that, if we can get into a different run, might be a driver to watch out for.
The World 600, one of the historic races across America. And by the way, they also do events for certain charities. And this one is Sarge's Place. And of course, we thank Sarge's Place for being involved as the benefactor of the charity. If you want to do more, SargesVeteranSupport.com. North Olympic Regional Veterans Housing Network, nonprofit program serving Calam and Jefferson counties on the Olympic Peninsula of Washington State. And of course, Sarge's Veteran Support. Welcome home as we approach 4th of July, our nation's birthday, and proudly to have our independence next Monday. This event, all the money proceeds going towards helping that group. We'll mention them again several times, but again, Samuel, we say this, several different charities and organizations that they do. That's just what's so special about what the Major Series does to give back to so many charitable organizations and groups.
Yeah, I mean, each charity that comes around, they try to, keep it around the same area of where the track racing is, or at least the theme of the racetracks that we go to, with the fact that, traditionally the World 600 was a race that's from Memorial's Day. So picking Sarge's Place to help the veterans out for this round, it makes complete sense. And a big thanks to all those that go out, again, to go help out support Sarge's Place, our sponsor, and our donation and charity that we're trying to promote here for the round 8 of the Major Series.
Sarge's Place, since 2011, has helped and housed the following: 218 veterans, 18 partners and spouses, 38 children, 26 cats and dogs, 34 chickens, and yes, Samuel, even 5 guinea pigs.
Just trying to help the veterans as well as the animals, I see.
And they are. And I will say this as we approach the kickoff of the next 200-miler in this event. We're 100 miles in, working now to go into the next 100 miles to go 200 miles. It's pretty cool that not only are they helping house veterans of the military, but even the animals too. Because believe it or not, Samuel, maybe a veteran or a military person has lost their family. Maybe they don't have any family. Maybe they're overseas. Something happened. Sometimes a dog or a cat or even a guinea pig is something that can draw their keep them with something. Allow them to have a companion. You're not alone.
Yeah, and I got to give big props to having these type of charities that try to help veterans out,
Certainly.
Especially those on the homeless side, and trying to give them a permanent home and shelter to go to. So again, big thanks to Sarge's Place that is out in the Washington State area that we'll talk more about in the upcoming laps as these drivers in the middle of this green flag run. One caution we've had, Wesley, that was back on lap number 1 before we even got to turn 1. And now the drivers, I think they've realized we could settle down and make it all the way to the end of this race potentially. But I think looming in everyone's mind is we've seen a couple of wrecks that could have brought out yellows. Yellow flag is always looming, especially in this type of a run.
But you know what, Brockton, we bring you back in here. One caution in this race so far. That's good. They're knocking off laps very quickly, already into the next 100-mile sprint to go into 200.
Absolutely. The quicker you go, the quicker you get done with the race, and the less cautions you have, the more likely you are to finish the race. So, and I just wanted to point out that top 3 we had earlier, they came down at about laps 67 and 68. So according to my calculations, they only really have to make 7 stops, and the rest of the field has to make about 8 or 9 stops. So they're on track to cutting out about 1, maybe 2 stops.
Brockton, to elaborate more on that as we see more green flag pit stops being done as Rob Courtney has just exited back on the racetrack off the pit lane in the 24th position back on course. What has the conversation been like? What has the chat been like for the drivers so far of the Major Series American Sportsman in the opening 85 laps of the race of the World 600?
You know, I'm not in my normal home studio, so I'm not able to be in the racing chat. But I would assume, just based off of some of my own experience, that a lot of it is, at least from driver to crew chief or driver to spotter, it's be patient, you've got plenty of time. And then from driver to driver, it's probably a lot of communication, as I think possibly the 64 had issues down pit road or is just letting everybody by. But a lot of communication is going to be key. Make sure you have friends, and you don't want to make somebody angry by coming out of the pits too early or slamming on your brakes in front of them.
Yeah, Nichols coming off around the racetrack, back on course with more cars mixed in with lead lap cars and lap cars. And Samuel, I would say the same consensus here. Everybody, for the most part, very patient, very calm. Nobody being aggressive. This is a nice kickoff since the opening wreck on the opening go of the green here in the World 600 of 2022 for the American Sportsman Major Series.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good, solid, patient go, and Brockton noted on it, 64 having come back into pit road, caught speeding on the exit of his pit stop, and now has to come in for a holding penalty is the 64. You hate to see that type of an issue as drivers getting extremely racy between one another in the middle half of this field. And you know, for the drivers, talk about don't want to be making any mistakes, but if you're going to make them early. But this field, they are getting put a lap down quickly. That of Cody Richardson, he's on a different level than the rest of the field right now, Wesley.
And literally, Samuel, I just got another tweet from our Into the Apex podcast. There is literally an RV with a campfire beside it at Watkins Glen International, and they have got us blaring over the grandstand or over the RV speakers in the campground, and people are gathered around. They're having adult beverages. They're eating. There's a video. Go to Into the Apex podcast. As a matter of fact, they've already tagged at LSRTV. And if they can send us a picture, that'd be pretty cool. But we see video of it. But that's pretty cool, Samuel. That's pretty awesome at Watkins Glen after the IMSA race. And they're enjoying the World 600 at Charlotte.
I mean, I love to see how different people are going to be able to watch racing. I mean, we've got that of the real side of racing. It's great to see that back to full force, seeing the racetracks at full capacity. And it's also amazing just to see how, on the virtual side of things, people are able to still racing translates from real world to virtual side. It's always fun to be watching how these drivers are reacting and how audience members from all over the place are able to watch and view our coverage of the major series on LSRTV.
Oh, yes. And by the way, let's just go ahead and throw it out there. We've got a lot of people watching. If you care, you must share. Obviously, if you would share the broadcast, that would be great. If you're listening on CRN and 87.9 FM, we welcome you as well. But if you care, you must share. And we want you to send us a tweet, send us a picture, send us a video, preferably a picture. Use at LSRTV, at Majors_series. You can tag Samuel Dyer, myself, Brockton Packard. You can follow me at Wesley Outland. Samuel, what is it again? At Watt Dyer? I can't remember.
It's at Wattwire. WATTWYER. It's my old gamer tag that I've had for years. I need to change my Twitter at some point, so it's an easier thing. But that's how you can go find me again, at WATTWYER.
And Brockton Packard, I just gave you a follow as well, my friend, on Twitter. You're kind of like me, at Brockton Packard, at Wesley Outland on Twitter as well.
Yeah, there's not a lot of Wesley Outlands and Brockton Packards, and I think that's a good thing, Wesley.
That's exactly right. And of course, Mad Sim Racing is the Into the Apex podcast. Oh, and by the way, mentioning Brockton Packard again, you know, you're part of the, if I remember correctly, not only being on the virtual side of things, co-owner and driver with the Shadow Racing team, but you're an intern for Team Hesburgh Racing and Rayon Brothers Racing. How cool is that?
Yeah, it was a great experience. I was up there for 6 months in my second semester of my UNCC career, and they were a blast. They took me to the Texas Motor Speedway race where I was a tire manager for the number 43 and then eventually the 33 crew on the truck series side. I've worked on the number 27 Ford Mustang next-gen race car that Jacques Villeneuve was in for Daytona. They're a great group of guys, and I hope some of them are watching. We had one of my buddies, Chris Hacker, run the Nashville race on Friday night, so big shout out to those guys back at the shop, and hopefully when I get back to North Carolina I'll be able to hang out with a couple of those guys again. But for now, we're sticking on this virtual side, and I'm able to use my real world knowledge to the sim and my sim knowledge to the real world.
Man, I'm loving it. As we're, by the way, coming up on lap 100. So at Wattwire for Samuel Dyer, at Brockton Packard for Brockton Packard, at Wesley Outland for myself, and of course at LSRTV, at iRacing, at Majors_series. Thank you. And yeah, I think at Wattwire they're following you as well, Samuel, so you're good.
Yeah, all over the place. I remember them following me last round. I was like, oh, hey, look, there they are, following me. And it's always great to see new followers coming in, get to see all the different sides of the virtual world. As these drivers, Wesley, as we've been having fun, kind of having a little bit of a podcast time, drivers are starting the pit cycle once again. And right now, been having that of Rob Courtney, was one of the first drivers 8 laps ago, was caught with a holding penalty, but most recently, that of Daniel Howard, Chris Branson, as well as 2 laps ago, it was that of Richard McClare and Nathan Medina, all coming into pit road. And with all these pit stops, these drivers are now finding themselves 3-4 laps down back here, and we only have 9 drivers left on the lead lap.
Looking at lap number 96, they're 144 miles in to the World 600. Lap 100 will be officially 150 miles into this event. That's still a long way to go, as again, Brockton, that is only a quarter of the distance of this race.
Yeah, these guys have such a long way to go, but if you're finding yourself 4 laps down, even a couple laps down, you're going to be struggling to make that back up. These top 3 that stayed out the longest, they trapped a lot of guys 1 or 2 laps down, and then they're forcing themselves to run harder and then eventually pit earlier because they're burning fuel, burning tires. So these guys in the 18th and below positions, they're finding themselves in a pretty rough situation, and they're going to have to find something, possibly a caution maybe, to get themselves back in contention.
There has been only one yellow flag since this race started as they work lap 98 on lap 99 now. There has been one caution in this opening 150 miles that was on the start.
No!
We got Nichols going around. Fishtails, slams into the inside or the outside safer wall barrier. Comes back down to the inside of the racetrack, and the Ford's double nickel puts us under caution for the second time. I should not have even said anything about the first yellow flag. 150 miles in, 99 laps later, Sammy D, and we're under caution here at Charlotte.
And that was right around the window. Murphy Nichols had been on these tires for 45 to 46 laps and just right into turn number 3, trying to figure out how to get by his teammate Appreciatio. And just like that, the rear end kicks out in the center of the corner and in a blink of an eye, overcorrects hard into the outside wall. Is the 55.
Heartbreak for the Ford Racing number 55. But I will say this, Brockton Packard, I think many drivers were wanting to see the Banana Republic flag.
Absolutely. 100 laps into this race with we had a caution flag last. Our restart was at lap 6, so these guys have been running for about 94 laps. This is a great time to take a breath, take a drink of your favorite energy drink or water beverage or adult beverage. It depends upon how you race, but for me, I take a big swig of Gatorade followed up with a bottle of water, come down pit road, pull yourself back together, and kind of reevaluate this first quarter of the race.
Yeah, Mad Sim Racing is looking to come back down to the pit lane. Oh, and by the way, Sam, you see why it's the old Charlotte Motor Speedway? Because Speed Channel, how long have they been around? Like, not been around lately? I mean, it's been a long time.
Yeah, as the drivers get set in ready to get out of running, but interesting call by some of the drivers, that of David Gagaro as well as Maurice Gomillion. Both have not been able to get into pit road. They're trapped behind lap traffic, and I'm curious if they're even going to think about coming into pit road, as they've already made the pass to be in first and second position. But that's a gutsy call, especially for two drivers that are going to be on much older tires. For that of David Gagaro Jr. and the number 4 Vengeance Machine, got a 47 laps on these tires, as he's now making the look that he'll be coming into pit road. So just trapped behind lap traffic, he'll come into pit road, but a driver that might decide to stay out could be the 044 Maurice Gomillion, and as I say that, he'll be coming into pit road as well. So drivers gonna be that of Cody Richardson back to the lead position after pit cycles get cleared.
Lap 100 in, 300 laps to go, 150 miles of the World 600, and there is green flag pit stops as Nichols and others coming in. Couple of more teammates, big cluster of cars, mind you. David Gargaro Jr., Maurice Gomillion, Ken Lunig, Leung is in, Ken Leung is in, so is Deloach, Johnston, Nichols, who brought out the yellow, Therese, McInerney, King Roberts, Shank Lalonde. All these cars, Samuel, for the most part, they're coming in. They're having pit stops.
Yeah, I mean, you have to come in and get that service done. If you've got an opportunity to get back on sequence with everyone else, you take it, come in, and hope that you don't lose any more ground for yourself. But, you know, there's a majority of this field that are going to be a lap down from 12th on back, all going to be at least one lap down. Then it's 19th place, where we find that a Shanksu had issues under his first pit stop. That's 950 machine, going to be 2 laps down until we fall back to 25th place, where Jason McSparron is 3 laps down, and everyone else kind of in the position of, we're going to need a lot of wrecks, and we don't need to be involved with them if we want to get that lucky dog spot.
Your A game makes you run.
Look at this.
A perfect race, and sometimes that's all you need.
Hey, and by the way, Samuel, I believe
I'm hearing 2 of me. That is at the bus stop at Watkins Glen, New York. How about that, Samuel? RV, and they're blaring ours at Watkins Glen. What's up, everybody at the bus stop?
I mean, we love to see how people are watching our races. Usually it's at home. That's probably one of the most unique ways that I've seen anyone watching our coverage. We love the fact that Mad Sim Racing is watching and at least having a fun time at the Glen, as well as having a good time watching one of their drivers up front performing well, as they've had both that of Cody Richardson, Kotska, and as well that of Jerry Isaacs up front. I mean, it's great to see Madsen Racing up front and dominating this race here this evening.
And we actually just got a tweet going out with Brockton Packard contacting my Fox Sports colleague, Larry Mack. So maybe Larry McReynolds will give you some tips there, Brockton. Pace car is in. We're ready to go back to it again. In the World 600, green flag back out at Charlotte. Richardson, Kotska, Isaacs, Buchanan. Send it off, Samuel, back into turn 1. And this is the first time since the opening go of the big wreck where the field is bunched up together on 2.
And it's got to be kind of a demoralizing look because your top 5, all Madsen Racing. It is a complete shutout up front. It's not until you get to the 27 Yedio that we see on screen for the battle for 5th when we see a different scheme and a different team to be trying to fight forward.
To the stripe. Ready now for the, by the way, first quarter of the race. And Brockton, I bring you back in here as we see Yedio going after Leon for that spot for 5th. Drivers that you might have saw at the top of the first 100 miles, first 100 laps, might be a different breed by the time we reach halfway or to the finish.
Absolutely. With about 300 more laps to go, you got a lot of time to make mistakes, as we've seen a bunch of people do on pit road. A lot of time to have a tough break. Maybe you come down pit road, a caution comes out, and you get stuck a lot down that way. Or just some hard racing, as we're seeing the 27 and the 295. 295 almost giving him a little bit of a shove through 1 and 2 there. That could have ended a couple people's days, but you got to be careful of that outside wall. You got to be careful of your front bumper and your rear bumper. And you got to keep yourself clean if you want a shot at this.
Off the corner, down to the inside, that's Johnston's car. Johnston in a pack of traffic, something we've seen for the first time tonight in a while. Samuel back to turn 1.
And in the middle of all this is going to be the 55 of Murphy Nichols, winner from our last round when we were at the Majors 2.4 at Le Mans. And winner of the LMP1s was Murphy Nichols, who felt like he's had many opportunities to win. Bringing out this most recent yellow, he's going to be one of the drivers a lap down and trying to catch up to the 12th position, that of Alonzo King, but he's being pressured heavily by the 47 of Torres, and Torres keeping it close, keeping everyone neat and tidy. And you got to be careful also if you're Roberts behind. One contact could collect many a drivers with everyone being stacked back up, but this group battle is all for 12th to be that first car lap down, just in case a wreck comes out and you get that lucky dog spot.
And meanwhile, while all that happens, they work their way to the back straightaway. There's Torres going after Johnston and some more. A big gaggle of traffic settling into the corner. Torres after Johnston, Johnston after King, and away we go. I think they've been ready to get the race and antsy with one another, and the first 100 laps was, for the most part, kind of peaceful. But now these guys are saying, all right, let's kind of race a little bit. Let's make it fun. We got a long way to go, short time to get there, Sammy D, but let's bump and bang it side by side.
Yeah, I mean, it's more so the fact of how impatient do you want to be up front. I'm not expecting too much of aggressive racing for our top 3. I'm expecting them just to work with one another, pull away. Driver in 4th, Doug Buchanan, most likely is going to be trying to be a defender to allow Madsen Racing to just try to pull away and have a strong run. This is kind of giving me flashbacks, though, Wesley, of back to the Daytona 500 when it was a dominated run by Madsen Racing, and then the big one struck, wiped out the majority of Madsen Racing. Here tonight, it is raw pace and hoping your strategy works out, and the majority of these drivers have been going for the longer run that's been the better one to stay on the lead lap. Wouldn't be surprised if we could see the lead for the points on team-wise get a little bit closer between Madsen Racing and Forge PC Racer Sports 1.
Richardson, Kotska, Isaacs, Buchanan, Gargaro. Here comes the battle now behind them. Yedio trying to get in the top 5. He's right there trying to run down Gargaro as they go to 3.
Yeah, and this pass was just made by David Gargaro Jr. to get by the 026 further back. These are the drivers again racing to get inside of the top 12. Currently, Alonzo King in the 080 is that driver that is in the lucky dog position. But Dan Johnson, as well as Javier Torres, hoping to make some moves, but there goes the 723. It's Bryce Roberts making the move for that of 14th. A little bit further back, teammates going to be on top of one another. It's the 35 of Greg McEnany, as well as Murphy Nichols back at 16th, 17th. Just the lone drivers that need to gain a little bit more pace if they want to be battling up to get that lucky dog spot.
Working off turn 4 through the shades around the trioval, the dog-legged Charlotte. Now making a move for that spot. Johnston, a lap car, battles another lap car. Roberts, though, climbs the scoring pylon to 13th as they soar off turn 2.
As these drivers continue to pick and choose where they want to go, I think everyone's also recognizing with the green flag stint, the way that drivers had to pick and choose, do I want to take an earlier stop? Have I been too aggressive? This is now that lesson of those first 2 pit stops. Am I going to be a little bit more aggressive on my tires, or can I be more patient on them? I think for our top 3, top 4, they're going to continue on their pace of trying to stretch out the fuel and tires to 65 laps into a run. I'm just going to place these drivers around lap 65 to that is 64. Continue to stay green 165 to 64. But the rest of the field, they're going to be looking at around lap 135 to 155. It's going to be their window if they're not able to save their tires for a longer run. Oh no, so we're going to get ourselves another caution with the way that some of these drivers are racing further back in the field.
Little aggressive in the back there. We'll keep an eye on them as now we watch on board. Look at the bottom right. And I believe we're on board now with the driver of Schreibner's car.
This is actually David
Clayman. My apologies. He's in the 21st position. This is Clayman, who was, by the way, fast qualifier. And then other than that, Samuel, he's kind of fell by the wayside, but still a long way to go in this race.
Just a little bit of correction. Fastest practice driver for this session. Qualifying wise, he was not fast at all. He was further back in the field. He was 25th out of our 30 drivers that we've had. And for Clayman, just trying to gain any position possible. He's up to 21st as he's being raced quite hard back here, as he's really just trying to hold off, take every position possible as he's side by side with that of Joseph Homan, in which Homan is the last car running, as Jason McSparron, I believe, has been disconnected. He's trying to get back into this race, but the 22 is going to be 17 laps down as Homan, that 222 is going to be back in 28th, as going to be that of Clayman holding on for now as he's trying to run. I want to bring in Brockton Packard. Brockton, we've talked about how this track is going to evolve. The big thing we haven't really touched on is how the fact that this race is going to end under the lights. Talk about the sun. How is that going to be affecting these drivers here this evening?
Absolutely. iRacing has a great way of kind of showing the sky moving as it would in real life and the sun going down. And the sun will eventually get in a place where it shines straight into this car, and it is hard to see. But when the sun goes down, this track's going to cool off, these tires are going to grip up, and we're going to see a lot more side-by-side racing as the 84 and the 217 going after it right now, guys. But these guys have to be careful. We've been racing for about 18 laps to about 14 laps, and they're already starting to drop about 0.3 of a second a lap. So they got to be careful on their tire wear and their fuel consumption.
And you got to remember, we're closing in on 80 laps to halfway in the World 600. But that's the thing, Samuel. 200 laps in, hey, guess what? You got to go another 300 miles.
Yeah, that's, I think this 200 laps is usually one of our longest stints that we ever see in league races on our week-to-week basis that we cover for the leagues that we watch. And usually that feels like a marathon at times. We got to go 400 laps. But the big thing for these drivers, they know 400 is the goal. We do not have overtime. You just got to figure out a time, place, and figure out your pit stops strategy to that 400 lap marker. And then if yellows come out, change your strategies. Got to be quick on the dime on if you're going to be changing things up or keeping with your old strategies.
Richardson is the leader. And by the way, Samuel, Richardson kind of really wants to redeem himself as well. Didn't have a not too good run at the Circuit de Le Mans, the most recent event for Circuit of the Major Series, but heartbreak as we see the 36 coming down onto the pit lane of Vela. The Forge Racing entry hits a cone on his Chevrolet on pit entrance, locks up the tires coming to pit road. But Samuel, I kind of think of Richardson and Kotska and those drivers battling for the win at Indianapolis. Remember in the 500 where they took each other out with 17 to go?
Yeah, I mean, that aggressive racing, and it was one of those things where Cody Richardson, with that win, could have boosted the 064 into a higher echelon of the point standings. Currently 8th in points, not the worst spot in the world, but a little bit too far out of reach if we don't start to see some of those top-tier drivers. If they don't have any major issues, Cody Richardson is going to need this win and a couple of more to get in the mix, in the fray of going for the Drivers' Championship for the overall for the Sportsman's Americas division. But certainly for Richardson, tonight is that redemption for how Indy went for himself. Only has one top 5 this season, trying to get a second and potentially his first win here this season.
Are you trying to think Brockett Packard will bring you back in as our racing analyst for the drivers as well, that as we approach 125 laps into this event, 75 to halfway, 275 to the finish of the World 600 in laps remaining. Do you think that there's a different mindset by these drivers because they know, obviously, this is a grueling race? We know that. We've emphasized that. But another thing, there's points on the line. So you still got to be able to be a points racer if you want to try to score and climb the scoring pylon for as many points to run towards a championship as well, Brockton. And this is also the kickoff for the second half of the season.
Yeah, you're halfway through the season. This is the longest race of the year in a stock car sense. So you're thinking long-term gain, a short-term loss. If you got to give up a position or two to not get wrecked, give it up. Give that person that room, they go and burn their stuff up, and 5 laps later, they're right back to you, and you're passing them with better tires and a better shot at getting to the end here. So if I'm in the top 5, I'm looking forward to lap 400. If I'm sitting here in the 421, I'm thinking lap 175. Maybe take a pit stop somewhere in there, try and get yourself in a better position to gain some more spots. But other than that, keep your head forward. Don't look behind you that much, but don't get yourself wrecked either.
On board, Dan Johnston, 421, 12th position. And again, Samuel, you think of this car, the Grand National car back in the day of the 80s. You see the sun poking from the sweeps outside of turn number 4. And you see the max speed was about 175. The next gen cars can get up to around 190 miles an hour today. 180, 190 around Charlotte. So again, as you mentioned, there's kind of that little differential on the motor packages, as of course on speed as well with this car to the new car today.
Yeah, I mean, to the car today, the fastest laps these drivers are going to be putting down are kind of known as the slow laps for the current Cup cars that are made for the downforce, figuring out the best aerodynamics to be making the push. And these, seeing these 87 cars, it's so entertaining to watch. I'm so happy iRacing brought back the older Cup cars, give some of the virtual drivers and some of the younger drivers that never got to watch the 87 cars race or never even thought of imagining to race these 87s. Gives them an opportunity here tonight to run the full that of the World 600, and it's been fun to watch how all these drivers are racing. As on screen, it's going to be Alonzo King having himself the lead lap driver of that of Maurice Gomillion, as well as going to have the lap car driver of Roger Shanks going to be behind him. But also, just 2 drivers behind is that of Dan Johnston, who needs to get by the 080 who wants to be the first car lap down.
Coming to the line, lap 129, completed when they were lap 130. It's Richardson still the leader. And there you see Buchanan. And that's one of those things we mentioned, Samuel, at one time. Yeah, Buchanan was up at the top. Now he's still in the top 5, mind you, but new cars showing their momentum and spirit, if you will, in this next 100 miles of the race here at Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, Doug Buchanan certainly has been showing aggressiveness during that first, I'd say, 30, 40 laps, and then started to drop off. Had to go with a little bit of a mixture of deciding to stay out as long as possible to save those tires. David Garro Jr. went with a little bit of an opposite strategy for the 4 of trying to, stay out as long as possible, but was a little bit more at a long run pace, so he was a lot more patient the first 30 laps of these runs. So both drivers still trying to learn and figure out how they can maximize their speed. But both that Doug Buchanan and David Garro Jr. finding themselves about 3 seconds off of our leader of Cody Richardson, and Richardson as well as Kaskatska, Jerry Isaacs, all those drivers within a second of one another. So there's a lot of space to be moving around, a lot of different decisions and changes you can make on these cars throughout the night. Curious on how they're going to change things up as long as this run continues to go on. And if we are going to stay out long enough for another green flag pit stop stint to begin, as some drivers have already started. David Clayman came into pit road, that of Rob Courtney has come in, and Wesley, expect a few more drivers to come into pit road here in the next 10 laps of the drivers that decided to take a wave around under our last yellow.
Mind you, also there is only 10 cars on the lead lap right now. Richardson, Kotska, Isaacs, Buchanan, Gargaro Jr., Leon, Yeti, Gomillion, and Deloach, along with Lotridge. 10 cars, that's it. King on the back end, tail of the lead lap. As there you see, still the 421 of Johnston. Lap car trying to get the King. And all this happening here as we are in the 130 laps of this race at Charlotte. Welcome on board iRacing on LSRTV. If you are listening, you're tuned in the Triangle of North Carolina on 87.9 FM, the new WCRN FM, the community radio network, all worldwide at wearecrn.com. And if you're like the guys there at Watkins Glen, New York, bottoms up, enjoying the race tonight from the bus stop at the Glen and many others, the Major Series, American Sportsman, and still a long way to go. So many scenarios that have happened and that, Samuel, will continue to happen as not only we approach 200 laps in and halfway, but to the end of this World 600 of 2022.
Yeah, this race, a lot of these drivers were mentally trying to prepare, knowing that the halfway marker, round 8, was going to be here at Charlotte for the World 600, the longest race of the whole entire season, just based off of the time in miles that these drivers are going to be running. When we think back, we've had a couple of endurance races, but those were only 2 hours for the first race at the Glen. Last week, the Major 2.4. This race, 4 hours, potentially up to 5 hours if they use up the whole entire time, if we get a ton of wrecks coming out here for the second half of this race. But this is one of the longest races on miles and time, so everyone knew they had to get prepared with stamina as well as focus for this whole entire race.
And don't forget the next event for the Major Series, round number 9, will be Sunday night, July 17th. 3 weeks from tonight, the Austrian Grand Prix from the Red Bull Ring. It'll be with the Mercedes AMG W12E performance cars. The Grand Prix, Samuel, 71 laps on July 17th.
Yeah, it is going to be a blast to see how these drivers react utilizing the 2021 F1 cars. It is going to be a blast to watch how the drivers are going to react going from tonight, a lack of grip, feeling like we're driving a brick out there at Charlotte, to one of the most aerodynamically built vehicles ever and have the most downforce and racing at one of the fastest F1 tracks. It is going to be a blast to watch as into pit road, we went from 10 drivers on the lead lap back to be down to 9 as Jason Lotridge having to come into pit road. One of the drivers that had to take a wave around to get back on the lead lap, well, didn't get that quick caution, and now the 3 could have to go a lap down or more as they're trying to get up to speed. Oh no, contact!
Trouble. We got a little contact. Oh no, Johnston. Caution's out, 3rd time. Johnston turned. He's got collected with Roberts. There's some debris that we mentioned could be smoke-filled and scattered over the racetrack, Samuel. Caution for the third time here in Charlotte on lap number 138.
Just caught it on the tail end of our camera on the entry of turn number 3. It was Johnston as well as Clayman going to get into one another, and other drivers piling in late. As we take a replay of the incident, and Clayman just gets a little aggressive, gives the tap to Johnston, and there's the wreck. And Johnston hated to see that. There's the 70 coming in late, and this is just more drivers piling in. And this was an issue in the European division of drivers not slowing down. Brock didn't want to bring you in for this. These 87 cars, the brakes seem like they're a little bit more difficult to try to slow down with.
Absolutely. These brakes are a bit of a handful compared to the next gen series. They're a bit smaller and they're a lot harder to get working. As we saw, a bunch of these guys were probably hard on the brakes, but if you press them too hard, you lock them up and you go straight instead of being able to turn. So it's really hard for these guys to actually slow down and gather it up to make sure they make it through it. So just some tough brakes there. And we saw some debris coming off. A front bumper came off one of those cars. So lots of stuff going on. It looks like the 723 had his bumper come off, or his front bumper come off. So that crew's got to basically duct tape that car back together.
We're going to go on board now with the 723. And this is, of course, Robert's car. Seeing what happened to him. 723, Bryce Roberts. This all happens right now up in front of him. You see the smoke. You see the calamity. Where do you go? Where do you go? Oh, and then blinded by the sun. Blinded by the light. Nowhere to go but get caught up in a wreck tonight.
And you could hear it also, Wesley. I mean, he was on the brakes. He was squealing. He was trying to work it down low. Thought the track was going to clear itself, and it just didn't. And now going to have to come into pit road, utilize a fast repair, but also a tow, as that is 723 still in pit road. Going to use that fast repair quickly, and most likely going to be even more laps down than he already was. But with the timing of that yellow gifted, I believe it's Jason Lottridge, that is going to be able to take the fast, going to take a
free pass,
taking a wave around, and also going to be seeing a couple of other drivers getting their lap back.
And while these drivers stop, reset, get their laps back, and get back in the game, we're 140 laps in of the World 600. On mileage count, 210 miles, 90 miles to halfway, and 40 laps to the cross flags as well. We'll take a look at your top 5, and we will step away as well to go to commercial break with Richardson, Kotska, Isaacs, Gargaro, and Louis. The World 600, the Major Series, Charlotte. We're back in a moment. Hey, it's broadcast personality Wesley Outland, and for the second year in a row, the Community Radio Network is excited to also be the voice of iRacing on LSRTV every Monday and Thursday night with the Northwest Racing Series for Cup and Truck. Join yours truly, Justin Prince and Samuel Dyer, every week as they race towards a championship. We're also on the radio in the Triangle in the Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina area at 87.5 WCRN and anywhere worldwide at wearecrn.com. Click play. Check out the coverage, the power of radio to the imagination of the listener, esports style. We are the Community Radio Network, the voice of iRacing on LSRTV. Check it out when you can, and replays are always up too. It's broadcast personality Wesley Outlet up topside at one of the great racetracks of the world, the Caraway Speedway. And I'd like to remind you to join us every Wednesday afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern to 3 p.m. Eastern with coverage of Finish Line, where we talk to everybody from NASCAR to grassroots, like right here at Caraway Speedway. Carolina's Fox Sports Radio affiliates, iHeartRadio, and on the Community Radio Network at 87.5 FM. And remember, thanks to Live Sim Racing Productions, you can actually see the guest panel, ask their questions, get interactive with us with comments, and so much more in our chat box. Finish Line every Wednesday. Join us every week. Back at the World 600, and the field is ready to take the green flag here at Charlotte. Richardson, Kotska on the front row, 2x2 behind them, some pitting, some getting their laps back, more cars coming back to speed, and we are back to it again as Richardson and Kotska trying to redeem themselves in another grueling endurance race. Right now, Samuel 1 and 2 as the thundering herd of the 80s roar to the back straightaway at Charlotte.
And these 87 Cup machines thundering down into turn number 3, and it's the majority of Mad Sim Racing up front. But here comes that of C. Buchanan flying a little bit too high, getting too close to the outside yellow, and now going to be seeing him dropping a few positions as 026 got to find a little extra speed. But up front, the driver that's trying to carve his way through and take every position possible, it's going to be that of David Cagaro Jr. trying to find his way to get by that of going to be seeing the 51 of Isaacs, Kotska in the 047, as well as our leader, who's led practically almost every single lap. Cody Richardson dominating so far here tonight.
Well, as we jokingly called him, of course, Brockton Packard. He is our Larry Packard, if you will, of the broadcast booth, informing of Larry McReynolds. But Brockton, what are you thinking of the major series and this race so far and being a part of it?
You know, I've kind of lurked around the majors for a while now. I've been sim racing for about 5 years on iRacing. I've been looking at them here and there, and these guys are some of the better sim racers I've seen. Of course, I've broadcasted with LSRTV on a few different leagues, and these guys sure know how to put on a show. I love the different aspects of racing, the different disciplines of racing. You guys talked about running IMSA style last time the major series was on LSRTV, and now we're running the old version of the Cup Series cars, which is just such a night and day difference from having engineered downforce as the lifeblood of the IMSA series to having downforce being kind of an afterthought on these 87 cars. The ability of these drivers to adapt to the different track temperatures, track changes, and as well as the different cars really shows how good of a driver these people are.
Yeah, I couldn't have said that any better. And of course, as we mentioned, the Austrian Grand Prix at Red Bull Ring Grand Prix, 71 laps with the Formula One Mercedes cars. As Samuel mentioned, that's going to be exciting. And then we go later on into August and September, coming up for the major series. It's the modified mayhem on dirt at Main Sports Speedway. I think that's probably one of the big broadcasts that our producer Charles is looking forward to. Chevy Silverado 250, Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, road course racing. And then Samuel, another one that I would probably say that's the big three, like Indy tonight here in Charlotte for the World 600, for me, is round 12, September 25th. The Virginia 300 with the NASCAR late model Chevrolet Camaros. The Chevrolet Monte Carlos, I meant to say, at Martinsville.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd like to get a very small teaser of what that's going to be like, a much smaller field, but still 150 laps at Martinsville, go back and watch the Crown Jewel event where they ran the late models at Martinsville. They gave us a little bit of a preview of what could potentially be at the end of that race.
50 laps away when they come back to start finish to halfway, 250 to the finish in the World 600. Still a long way. And one of the things we mentioned, Brockton, nightfall is not official yet, but you can literally see the daylight coming to an end.
Yeah, the sun's getting real low. 1 and 2 over by the grandstands is completely shadowed, as we're seeing that view right here. Turns 1 and 2. Turn 1 is completely dark. Turns 2, 3, and 4 are still in the daylight. That's a weird thing to drive through if you're in these cars, from going completely shadowed to completely bright. Along with the changes in the track, these corners 1 and 4 are going to feel different than 2 and 3, so you have to adapt to that too. There's a lot of things going on. Oh, and you have to make sure this 35 or 37,000 pound machine doesn't hit the wall at all.
Bill goes to the back straightaway into that third turn here in Charlotte. By the way, we mentioned the cars, the 87 Cup cars. This is an older version of Charlotte Motor Speedway. Samuel, if I think correctly, isn't this 2007 to 2010?
I believe this is the 2010 version of this track for these drivers.
Yeah, all I know is that, you know, the Charlotte we have now is white with the, and the most recent race we did for a Charlotte race for iRacing on LSRTV with the Northwest and Sim 500 was the red, white, and blue with the stars on the retaining wall. We've not seen the yellow retaining wall since, man, like you mentioned, in the early 2000s. So kind of a throwback to Charlotte Motor Speedway, the racetrack, and watching them work their way around the racetrack too. Brockton, I'm bringing you back into it. The tires are also different on these cars than the regular Cup Next Gen cars of iRacing as well.
Yeah, when I was doing my research, I was trying to make sure this was correct, but these 87 cars in real life ran bias ply tires, bias ply Goodyear, and at sometimes Hoosier tires. But the bias ply tires of yesterday make these cars feel very different, and they react very different to the radial tires of today. When I was doing my research, I found that these radial tires morph in a way that picks up the inside sidewall of the tire and creates less grip, providing more slip angle of these cars and a lot harder drive, or makes them a lot harder to drive compared to the Cup cars of today.
That's something definitely we'll keep an eye on, as our colleague analyst of Brockton giving us that information, Samuel. And again, those tires, you know, they might wear out faster. The tread's different. It's not like the tires that normally the next gen cars are on the cars of the Xfinity or the trucks of today. We're going triple screen again. Take your pick, whether you're on board or you're looking at the race camera shot on the big screen. In turn number 3 and 4, plenty of action, Samuel, here at Charlotte.
Yeah, all these drivers racing on right now. Going to be in the green and black on your bottom right. That's going to be right along with David Garrow Jr., third place runner. Then that top right, it's going to be second place runner of that of Andrew Kotska, as the drivers on your battle cam of how our front four are all racing with one another.
And 43 to go to halfway this time by in the World 600. It is still not over yet. We're glad you're along with us. Cross the line, the 064. Another lap, Cody Richardson at the stripe. Absolute patience right now as they hit the back straightaway. Richardson, big lead, Samuel. As you see that going on, you see also the number 4 car, they'll be bottom right of David Gargaro Jr. And then you see some other traffic going at it. I believe that's the 235 of Rob DeLoach, who has now fell back in the top 10.
And really watching these drivers, I mean, they all certainly are trying their best to hold off every position possible for themselves, as our top right is going to be for the battle for 7th place currently. Then the battle going on for that of 3rd is going to be on our bottom right, and our leader on our big screen, main screen. That's where we find our Cody Richardson, who's going to have Andrew Kotska still keeping within a half a second. And this is what Kotska usually does. He keeps himself within a half a second of our leader. So we get 40 laps into a stint, he usually starts to fall off.
and hits the back stretch now. As the leader goes into 3 with Cody Richardson. That's the big screen. And then you got those other cars going at it for position. Deloach on the outside. Here goes the 4 under attack. Dave Gargaro Jr. Jerry Isaacs behind him. All this going on for position around the racetrack. For the most part, Samuel, all within the confines of one another between turn 2 to the back straightaway.
Yeah, all within a second. You could have put a blanket over these drivers with how close our front 4 have been. And I got to say, this is the closest this long in of a run we've seen our top 4. Usually it's only going to be seen that of Richardson, Kotska, and maybe Isaac keeping themselves this close as we've been green for the past that of 15 laps. Drivers have been able to keep themselves a lot closer this go-around. Big kudos to those, especially to the 4, David Gargaro Jr., that has found that extra pace. But now the question has to lie, how much is this going to be hurting that 4 later on when we're 20, 30 laps into this run? When we get to closer to halfway, will Gargaro still be with this lead group, or will the setup just not be strong enough for the longer run?
Yeah, that's a pretty good question. And for some of that analysis, back to our race analyst, Brockton, you got any insight on that? I'm just going to throw it on you, brother.
Hey, man, that's what I'm here for, because I know these tires and I know these cars, and I know as a driver myself, it's so hard to have that mental mindset of you still have over 200 laps to go. You have to keep the tires on the car. You have to keep moving forward, and finding that balance is so hard. And the further you get into a race, the more comfortable you are with pushing the car, and the less amount of give these tires will give you, because you're pushing it harder and harder every run, trying to get the most out of the car. So I often find myself having worse tire wear at the end of a race instead of some tire wear that I had at the beginning of the race is normally better, because I push it harder towards the end of the race. So these guys have to be focused. I know there's still 20-ish car, 29 or 28 cars still on the track, but you have to be focused on your race. You have to race the track until about lap 390, then you can start racing people.
And there goes more cars racing across the start-finish line, as that is Doug Buchanan, Chris Yedio, Rob DeLoach, all going off of the turn into 1 and 2. Chris Yedio, for the most part, top. Car sideways in the back. He saved it. Chris Yedio, for the most part, Samuel, as I was going to say, kind of had some bad luck at the Circuit de Le Mans. Trying to turn things around here. Good run right now, the 27.
Yeah, 27 really has been looking good. Qualified 13th over the weekend to get prepared for this race. Moved up 5 positions is Chris Yedio. And, you know, for this driver, comes in that of 6th in points. Has 2 top 5 so far this season, and hoping for a better run. As here's a driver that had to go for a waiver round, stayed on older tires. It's going to be that of Roger Schrank, going to be coming into pit road. Coming into pit road to get service done. Yes, he was 1 lap down, but now going to be 2 laps down, and maybe even more with this pit stop.
The Alien Awards.net entry for Mad Sim Racing. Shout to our people up at Watkins Glen. And the 950 dropping the jack, and he's off of pit road. Roger Shank back on course. We'll see what he can do here. All the while, there's the 295 out in Ken Luong. Am I saying that right, Samuel? Luong, right?
Leong, I believe.
Luong, yeah. Couple of Mad Sim Racers, teammates battling there, Luong.
And this is for 6th place that we're seeing on screen. And
295, yeah.
Really decided to back off on this run. He fell almost all the way back to 9th place. And now starting to get that surge as we're punching closer and closer to 30 laps into this run here once we come at that of lap 170, since the last time these drivers went into pit road would be 30 laps ago. So in every inch of tire wear you can. Chris Yedio now pressuring the 295.
Digging these wrap models on these cars. Of course, all those things that have been going on. Just the models of the bodies of these race cars. All this started, if you remember, back in COVID, North Wilkesboro, when they launched that track on iRacing, they debuted these cars, and ever since then, it has been a faucet of entertainment for people on iRacing to enjoy. A throwback, if you will, Samuel, to the annals of the great races of NASCAR history.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these drivers, especially when this car first came out, it was even more of a handful than what we're seeing on screen. A lot more stabilization has come in with all the updates, but gotta say, this pressure that's starting to come in, that's gonna be David Playman. He's got fresher tires, starting to put some pressure on the drivers in the lead lap positioning. As for these drivers for 7th and 8th, Playman just lingering around as he's gonna be currently 4 laps down, but that 217 might be willing to try to fluster up, but it's going to be Eddie trying to get underneath that Leung in that 7th place spot.
170 laps into the World 600 for the drivers of American Sportsman, and right now on mileage, 255 miles, 45 to halfway, 29 here at Charlotte in the Cross Flags lap distance of the World 600, and it is not done yet. Here. All the while, Cody Richardson continuing to be the leader. Look at this now, the 044, the 026, Maurice Gomillion and Doug Buchanan going at it for the top 5 on the backstretch going to 3, Sammy.
And Doug Buchanan really trying to put the pressure on Maurice Gomillion, who Gomillion's just trying to stay stable, not trying to lose any more ground than he has to here in this middle portion of this race, closing in on halfway. But Ayers Buchanan searching for high, low, anywhere they can go, as this is a great opportunity here tonight to try to take the points lead of the overall point standings, as coming inside was going to be that of Doug Buchanan and Murphy Nichols. But Nichols, after being involved with this wreck earlier that brought out a yellow and around that of lap 100, 55's been trapped a lap down, while Doug Buchanan has been staying inside of our top 10.
Across the start-finish line. Back into turn 1. I'll tell you what, I'm liking Brockton the header fire on the back of these cars as well, the sides of the cars.
Yeah, this package of exhaust allows some of the backfire when they lift off the gas to shoot out on that left side and the right side, as they have dual exhausts. But it's interesting to see where these backfires happen, because that's a result of fuel getting dumped into the headers and things like that. As they're lifting, that ignites and then creates those nice flames that we're seeing. So it's a good representation of where someone's lifting, and if you're that 026 and right behind that 044, you can use those flames to determine when he's lifting, and maybe you can go a little bit deeper and get a run on him.
026 up on the outside. Move made. No clearing. As there goes that car back after him. This is that battle we mentioned, the 044, Maurice Gomillion and Doug Buchanan finally getting around him. Not for long, though, as Buchanan and Gomillion fight for that 5th spot. Probably the best battle on the racetrack, as now we also see Chris Yedio climbing into the battle in that Ford Chevrolet in the 3.
Yedio as well as Leung going to be trying to get involved with this race. Big thing for that of Ken Leung in the 295. First race of this season for that driver, trying to see if they, with their debut race, can get a top 5 finish for that 295. But Maurice Gomillion, what a run this could be as well, trying to make sure he stays in front of his teammate of that Robert DeLoach, who's back in 9th. And this battle for 5th continues to rage on, but it looks like Buchanan, after making the pass on Gomillion, starting to pull away, and now Gomillion's got to try to hold off another Matt Sim Racing driver.
Gomillion, and now those drivers run each other down, as there you see Gomillion trying to now get back around to get Buchanan. Leung in there, Yedio also in this pack of traffic. All the while closing in, under 30 to go, halfway approaching in the World 600. American Sportsman. And this is the Major Series tonight. If you'd like to know more about the Major Series, go to Majors Series on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Majors_Series. Majors Garage as well at LSRTV on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, at Sierra Sports on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and of course at iRacing on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram as well. And still a lot of racing left to go in this virtual battle of man and machine. And for the most part, here's the thing, Samuel. 2 multi-car accidents, maybe a couple of single spins, 3 caution flags so far in the World 600 for at least the opening 200 laps. I'll take it.
Yeah, especially on some of the other events that have happened throughout the other regions, I would take this race overall. This has been one of the cleanest of the races so far, especially in the first half. I've heard of other horror stories throughout the other regions of having up to 20 or more cautions in a whole entire race, meaning that they had over 11 wrecks happen in just the first 200 laps, or even more cautions than that. That would have been a real long time, would have doubled up the already amount of time we've had into this race. But this has been going quite quickly with a low caution count, that we've had so far in this first half.
And you know what, Brockton, I'm happy about? We're not missing anything at Nashville with the Cup cars because they're still under a weather delay over there in Tennessee. We're rocking and rolling at virtual Charlotte.
Yeah, iRacing might have these virtual dynamics, guys, but luckily rain delays are a thing of the real life racing. So we can go clean green the rest of the way if these guys want to. But no matter what, we won't have to worry about any sort of weather issues.
Under 20 laps to go now to halfway in the World 600. We do want to remind you, coming up will be our mid-race report as we give our analysis of the event, Samuel and I. Down the back stretch into turn number 3. The leaders are there. It is the driver, Cody Richardson, having about a 5-second lead, if you will, over Andrew Kotska, Jerry Isaacs, David Gargaro Jr., and a battle, Samuel, that we were really following intently as the 36 of Dino Vella is on the pit lane. Maybe starting to see another cycle of green flag pit stops was that battle in the top 5 between Buchanan, Gomillion, and Leung, and Yedio even for that matter.
Yeah, a lot of the drivers have started to trickle in if they were a lap down or more, mainly because they had to take the waiver out. So they had about 20 lap older tires and on fuel. So being forced into pit road was Danavella into pit road, but certainly some other drivers going to be expected to come in pit road here in the next 15 to 20 laps. And certainly for the drivers here.
Again, down to turn 1 in the top 5.
I mean, the big thing for both these drivers is the patience, but in front of that, Doug Buchanan finally able to get by that of David Gargaro Jr., or for a thought, I saw it, but they're going to be still side by side, but battling for 6th place. Maurice Gomillion needs to start moving forward, but here comes that of Rick Buchanan on the inside, making the push and having a much better day than the other winner from last round, as that of Doug Buchanan, winner of the GTE class at the Majors 2.4 at Le Mans last round. And after a dominating run during that series here tonight, looking strong for a top 5 finish. And it's great to see for Mad Sim Racing being 1, 2, 3, 4 currently on track. Talked about it at the top of the broadcast, Wesley. These probably was the best night to try to close in on that gap for the points realm, as Forge PC Racer Sports 1 have not been competing as well as they could. I mean, yes, they've got 2 drivers in the top 10 compared to Mad Sim Racing that's got 4 or 5 in there.
Yeah, this is absolutely amazing where we're seeing this battle between Mad Sim Racing and Forge. Probably those 2 teams, for the most part, I would say, have been the contenders of this event. But mind you, still a long way to go in this event of the World 600. There you see the leader, Doug Buchanan in 4th as the leaders work their way to start-finish. And we got a car on the pit lane, the 74 Team Dog Bear Racing entry coming in for service of Daniel Salim Howard. Samuel, could we start seeing another, well, actually, Brockton, could we start seeing another round of green flag pit stops before halfway, do you think?
It has been. We last went green on lap 143, so it's been about 46 laps since we were all down pit road. It's very possible to see a couple guys kind of mired back in the bottom half of the field come down pit road, but I would say your top 3 to 5 probably won't come down for another 20 laps.
And mind you, Samuel, we mentioned weather in NASCAR in Nashville. Weather has hit Watkins Glen, but the Mad Sim Racing team of the Into the Apex podcast has took the party inside, brother. How about that, Samuel? 10 to go, and they took the party inside the RV at Watkins Glen in the bus stop.
Yeah, that's the big thing. We've been watching. They had the party outside the RV. Now it's inside the RV. But for these drivers, we saw the 74 into pit road held once again. That is the second time under green flag pit stops. The 74 has been caught with the pit entry problem, and once again gets held. As here comes a driver that needed a yellow, never got it. It's Murphy Nichols, winner from that of the last round for the LMP1s. His luck has not been there, and he's been the first car a lap down for the majority of this time. Before that, Forge PC Racer Sports 1 driver, this has not been the way that he wants to go, having to come into pit road earlier than expected, but having to come in because of overusing those tires.
Yeah, this has certainly been not the type of race that he has wanted for the most part. Richardson, Kotska, Isaacs, Buchanan, as here comes Chris Yedio, his teammate on the pit lane. Yedio's had a quiet night so far as he just passed Leclerc.
It's been a very solid night, I would say, for Chris Yedio, a driver that needs every point possible to try to close in the gap of the points leader, and also going to be one of the first drivers to come into pit road on the lead lap on this green flag run. So we'll see how the 27 is going to be able to adapt moving forward from this point and how much time will be gained. And also, will it force any of the other leaders to think about coming into pit road? And probably say no with the way that we've been seeing, especially from that of Mad Sim Racing teams, just deciding we're going to stick to our guns. Whatever strategy we've got, we're doing it together. We're going to try to go for this win.
Closing in on halfway at Charlotte. Lap 193 of 400. And we're also seeing green flag pit stops also chiming in as David Gargaro Jr., Team Vengeance Machine right now. A solid top 10 run is also into the pits.
Want to give an update on the other Vengeance drivers. That of Nathan Medina. You came into pit road about, during our long green flag pit stops back at that of lap 90 before we saw Murphy Nichols get spun around. The two came into pit road a little bit earlier than expected, got caught 2 laps down, hasn't been able to recover, and the 2 is now back into pit road, going to be 3 or more laps down by the time that his service is done. Right now, truly the only good Vengeance Racing team driver is that of David Gargaro Jr., and he's got to try to carry this team here tonight unless a lot more yellows come out and allow some of his other teammates to get unlapped.
More cars battling as they work off the dog leg here at turn number 4. Team Dog Bear entry in the 462. Mark Redeker. All this happening as halfway on the horizon. Redeker trying to get after Roger Shank there in the 950. 70 up the outside. As here comes Cody Richardson, the leader. Excuse me, coming through. And Brian Schreffner, another lap down there, Samuel, at the stripe.
Yeah, and right now starting to have to pick and choose when do you want to come into pit road. A teammate, that of Jerry Isaac, has come into pit road for that of Mad Sim Racing. So now the question is for the other drivers, when will they come in? And also for Cody Richardson and Andrew Kotska, how do you get by traffic? And that's what I want to bring Brockton into as we're getting closer and closer for this top 8 to come to pit road. Excuse me, we're going to take a look here at this replay of these drivers. As it looks like someone having a little bit of an issue here. That's Chris Branson, who we're going to be on board with, back 22nd position, 5 laps down, and that's not helping him get break loose. Great save by the 119, stays low, keeps on drifting in, and I take it back. Hard contact in the inside wall.
And this will draw.
We stay green. That was a replay.
Caution yet. Oh my goodness! Wow.
As these drivers continue to race on, but Brockton, as a driver in that of experience, how do you think these leaders are feeling coming up to more and more traffic as this green flag run continues on? As the leader of that of Richardson, how frustrated would you be if you start to see lap traffic not giving you as much space as you were used to getting?
I mean, especially with these 87s, the steering, and it just kind of floats on you at unexpected times. I'm screaming at my spotter, telling these guys to get out of the way, especially as we're looking at this huge gaggle of cars. One misslip, and it could be game over already, and we're not even halfway through the race as we're about to turn lap 200 and 400. You've got to make sure you get through there carefully and as precise as possible, because they could mess your race up, you could mess someone else's race up, and no matter what, you're probably going to see these guys again before the race is over.
Yeah, down the back stretch is again that number 3 machine works his way into the corner. It's one of those drivers that we've been watching of Jason Lotridge, and all the while the field will exit off of turn number 4. 200 laps go up on the scoreboard of the scoring pylon. 300 miles down, 300 miles to go in the World 600. Samuel, we're halfway home, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, plenty of time still to go, as this is going to be Lotridge, the last driver on the lead lap, as more drivers coming into pit road. Maurice Gilmillion, Doug Buchanan, as well as a couple of other drivers have come into pit road, getting service done. Alonzo King was the other one. But right now, Lotridge is the driver that's ahead of this pack that Cody Richardson has caught up to. So Richardson's trying to figure out how to get through this group to catch up to the 3. But certainly for Lotridge, he's doing a great job staying at the bubble of staying on the lead lap. And that has kind of been his working spot throughout this whole entire run, is how do I stay on the lead lap as the 064 has been closing in each and every stint.
Yeah, watching Lotridge now. Lotridge up on the bottom of the racetrack while all of this goes on. You see now the other car behind them of Lotridge and some more going after Rob DeLoach, now trying to size him up. And we also prepare for the LSRTV mid-race report. We welcome you, Samuel Dyer, down below. I'm Wesley Outlet. Great commentary from our driver analyst and race analysis so far by Brockton Packard. And for everybody watching, settle in. Samuel, it's not over yet, but you're taking the first 300 miles of the World 600 at Charlotte, my friend.
Yeah, it's not over yet by a mile. There's still a lot of racing to go, but I gotta say, kudos to Mad Sim Racing. This group has been dominating up front. A lot of that of the Forge PC Racer crews from that of Sports 1 and Sports 2. They're trying to make their a little bit of a resurgence, and as we say that, we might have to cut away. Yellow flag, caution, contact, and carnage on the backstretch.
We have a caution on the speedway, and there is, I'm understanding they're going to stay with us here for the mid-race report, but they have called for the yellow flag. We're going to let our producers assess what happened here in just a moment as caution falls for the 4th time here in the World 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. But Samuel, again, for the most part, besides this most recent string of cautions, and I hope we don't jinx ourselves with many, many caution flags, as now we go back to on-track acting of what has happened to bring us under yellow at lap 204. 204 of the race here at Charlotte. And Samuel, have you got more of an information on us here, as we were right in the middle of our mid-race update. We were going over news and notes, and the caution came out.
I have zero idea what the heck happened. I know there was a wreck because we were on cams. I wasn't able to go back and check out. So here we go from our producer checking out what happened onto the backstretch.
We told you he'd find it. And here it is. And all the while, Brockton, we bring you in. Nightfall settling in. Probably the first time tonight we've seen darkness around Charlotte besides at nighttime.
Yeah, nightfall setting in, which is making these cars, big hit from the front end of that 723. That broke a lot on that right front. We can see that tire flopping around. That is going to be a tough one to come back from. Looks like he just got in the marbles a little bit, as you can see that in iRacing. They model that, and he's lighting those gears up, trying to get it going here.
Bryce Roberts, front nose of the wall, already a handful of laps down. And the Molasses Racing entry, beaten, battered, banged, wobbly, crab walking, coming to the pit lane. And Samuel, the leaders are pitting as well. Kotska Richardson off pit road, and Kotska got him.
Yeah, the big thing here is we had tons of drivers. This was still in the middle of our pre-flag pit stop, so drivers were going to need a yellow to come out. And the driver that lucks out the most, Jason Lottridge, he was just about to go a lap down, and the caution came out to keep him on the lead lap. Talked about how he's been flirting with staying on the lead lap. He's been a lap down once, he's back on the lead lap, and he's been trying to stay on, and he does it once again with a little bit of luck, as the rest of the drivers had to take a wave around. David Gagaro Jr. going to be on much older tires. That of Isaac's going to be on 10-lap older tires. Yedio on 13-lap older tires. For the 9 drivers that are on the lead lap here, Wesley, this is going to be tough for at least 3 of them.
Mr. Producer, can you put me and Samuel back on camera again, as we can go back to the mid-race report and kind of finish our analysis of what happened here? As we are still under the yellow flag. We got to finish this, Samuel, our mid-race report. And all of a sudden we see the caution come out. I hope we're not setting ourselves for bad luck with the yellow to come out more for the second half of this race. For the most part, a very comfortable, easy running 300 miles here at Charlotte for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it was comfortable until now, I think, for some of these drivers. They felt like they were all on similar places. And you know, that's what the joy and the heartache of these long races is. When you think you're on the best strategy that might get you in a better position of gaining spots, you then get set back. And I think that's exactly what just happened here for that of Isaac, and also for Gagaro Jr. that had to come in early. They were expecting to gain some time on the drivers that were staying out, not able to do so. If anything, they've lost ground, and now they're on the back foot. They're going to need a quick caution to get back on the same set of tires as everyone else.
Do we see anybody, for the most part, Samuel, that you think we need to keep an eye on that might be playing possum, hanging in the back, or maybe had their woes of trouble in the get-go of things, but now slowly starting to climb, maybe somebody to watch at the end?
I mean, trying to go for just a good finish in general. I think to watch out for the drivers of that Robert DeLoach. He certainly is now trapped 1 lap down. There's going to be a good battle of 3 drivers that are going to be in that position. I thought Jason Lottridge was okay. He actually had to come back into pit road and was held there. So the 3 actually going to be a lap down, leaving us with just 8 on the lead lap. But it's going to be that of Lottridge and DeLoach battling to see who is going to be on the lead lap position, get that lucky dog position. I think DeLoach has got a very good chance to get himself into that positioning, but that's if we get any more yellows as that pace car lights are off. We're getting ready to go racing here.
I got to say this. Could we see possibly history repeat itself with Robert DeLoach and Richardson and what happened at Indy here at Charlotte?
I mean, there's always a chance of that, but I would imagine right now there's a lot of race control from the team aspect of, hey, let's just keep it clean, that of Matsim TV Racing, and just make sure that we're good and we're not going to be getting in any more trouble.
And after 2 takes, finally, that has been your World 600 for the Major Series LSRTV mid-race report, as we're ready for the field to come back down to the green flag. And we still got a long way to go. 208 laps on the board, 400 miles, and we got a problem. The 84, somehow, someway, Samuel, he didn't go. Something amiss on the 84, Richard McClure. Now he's up to speed as everybody bypasses him in the corner.
It wasn't really his fault. It was just the amount of drivers that tried to take a wave around on the go. They all were single filed out, so they got massive launches coming out of turn number 4, laying back. So the drivers that took off initially, they were going at the right time. That's why it looked like they were just sitting still, as that of Alonso tried to gain as many positions as possible to move up. And now drivers got to be careful not to get caught up in a wreck with drivers just flying on by.
Samuel, and I'll get also, his other analysis here in just a moment with Brockton, but for the most part, fairly clean. Not many wrecks, not many cautions, not much trouble. This race going by fairly easily.
It's going easy for now, but for how long? You know that we're past the halfway marker. Drivers are going to get a little bit more antsy. They're going to make some bolder moves. They're going to get a lot more reckless, which is always going to give the opportunity for big wrecks to strike. So watch out for drivers getting a little bit too antsy for themselves and could bring out some wrecks. And speaking of which, Trouble's going to be for Torres and others through the middle of 1 and 2.
And the caution out for cars in turns 1 and 2. 2-3 cars involved. Torres involved. The 47 of Torres, Javier Perez Torres, and others. He's down below the bottom of the apron. Yellow flag for the 5th time in the World 600. We only had 3 in the first 200 laps, Samuel. We've had now 2 cautions in the last 12 laps at halfway.
And you're going to watch out. Here is going to be watching Torres just get break loose in the center of the corner. And for the driver we're just talking about, who just kind of laid back and blew by everybody on that restart, Alonso King gets hit in contact. And, you know, sometimes, you know, we talk about basketball references. Ball don't lie after a foul sometimes. Well, sometimes wrecks don't lie on drivers. Getting a little bit of a naughty driving there from Alonso King, and now gets penalized with the wreck of Torres.
Brockton, I was just going to say, buddy, give us your analysis of what you're seeing so far with this this battle.
You know, if we exclude the last wreck, they've been running pretty good, progressively getting less and less cautions. The last stint we had was about 68 laps, so they've been running a very good race so far. And now we're kind of at the latter half of this race. It's now you switch over, you give yourself that Alan Gustafson speech. We've been on fire, we've wrecked, we've had as many penalties as anybody else, but now it's a new 300-mile race, and you still got a whole other race that you have to finish. So you reset, put everything in the back seat, and you roll.
And again, still not done with 213. There you see 5 caution flags in this race so far. 3 in the first 200 laps, and now 2 cautions in the last 12 laps of the World 600. 18 caution laps, 7 lead changes, and that provided by LiveSimRacing.com. And Samuel, I would say for the most part, we're okay on time.
Oh, we are plenty good on time. These drivers were all given about 5 hours in total. If 5 hours was the maximum, if you cannot finish 400 laps in 5 hours, then this race will be done based off of time. And luckily, the European region in the Sportsman's division gave us a good marker. It was 28 cautions for themselves that put them underneath a timed race where they had to cut down 5 laps from their 400 in total. And so that gives us the window. If we get anywhere to 27 to 28 cautions or more, then this race will finish under that of a timed race. We're plenty good. Only 5 cautions. We're finishing this thing out under 400 laps.
Yeah, I'm thinking so as well, and probably under the next 2 hours if everything goes well also. So strap in, hang on, everything looking good down the stretch as we get ready for the continuation of the yellow flag for the 5th time. Andrew Kotska, Cody Richardson, David Garcaro Jr., Doug Buchanan, Chris Yedio, top 5. Maurice Gomillion, Ken Leung, followed by Jerry Isaacs, Jason Lockridge, Rob DeLoach, as we give you a full-filled rundown with Samuel and I at lap 213.
Then it's going to be that of Murphy Nichols. It's going to be 2 laps down with that of Velez in that 12th position. A driver that was caught up in that last accident, Javier Perez Torres, going to be in 13th. Alonso King in 14th, with that of Shanks in 15th, as well as that of Dan Johnston in 16th. Mark that of Rediker going to be in that of 17th, with that of Nathan Medina in 18th. 19th is going to be Leclerc, with also going to be seeing that of London going to be in that of 20th.
Lights off on the pace car as the field works their way back through the dogleg into turn 1. We'll come back for a restart next time by, with Chris Branson in the 21st position, Daniel Salim Howard 22nd, David Clayman 23rd, Rob Courtney in 24th, and Brian Shrivner in the top 25. Some cars wrecked or out of the race, including Joseph Homan, Bryce Roberts, Greg McInerney, Jason McSperrin, 21 laps down, and Jeff Carterman, first driver that went out of the race some 200 laps ago. 215 completed when they come to the green flag. For the most part, Brockton, as we get ready to settle to the restart here, all the cars still in this race.
Yeah, it's been a pretty low, aggressive, kind of low
Attrition, low attrition, what are you going to say?
Low attrition race, thank you. So they've been doing pretty good, Wesley, as they come to the restart zone.
They certainly will. They'll be 215 in, back to the restart zone out of turn number 4 at Charlotte. Pick up speed. Andrew Kotska beat Richardson off pit road to go to the lead, and he beats him on the whole shot back to turn 1.
And this is one of those small incidences where that wreck, also another change in dynamics. We've got drivers that decide to come in for tires and also trying to get repairs done. But Andrew Kotska finally ahead of that of Cody Richardson as on this restart. And it hasn't been like this at all this race. Curious to see how they're going to race, but Doug Buchanan going to be strong in 3rd. But the driver in my eyes to watch out for, that of David Gagaro Jr., having about that of 2 lap fresher tires than our leaders. How much of an advantage will that be? And as well back in 7th, Jerry Isaac, he's going to be having himself that of 6 lap fresher tires than our leaders. Watch out on the 51, who's back in 7th again.
Kotska, Richardson, Buchanan, Gargaro, Yedio, top 5. They roar into turn number 3. There they are. Clean air now after this restart. All the lap cars to the back, and the field comes off 4.
And as they're coming out of 4, see that David Gagaro Jr., no pressure behind. Chris Yedio going to be on the oldest tires for those that are on the lead lap in our top 9. He's been on these tires for 26 laps. Yes, we've had a couple of yellows in between, but that is wear and tear. It's going to hurt that 27. But how well can he hold off the hard charger? That Isaac made the pass over that Million, and now going to be trying to set up to get by Yedio.
Rocking into the night here at Charlotte in the World 600. Field comes back across start finish. Yedio, Isaacs, they go at it for 5th. This is the best battle on track on lap 219 and 1.
And the 51 just got to figure out how to carry that speed with pressure tires, got more grip to work with. And you say more grip, it's just a little bit amount, but here comes the 51. Great launch out of turn number 2 and going to be side by side on the entry of 3. Great move by the 51 of Isaac, and this is a strong run that now is going to be pushing up, and that of Matt Sims Racing, driver of Isaac, who's trying to catch up with his top 3 teammates that are just up front in cruise control. Gagaro has not been able to make any pressure or pass for 3rd place.
And Brockton Packard for the first time tonight. We're starting to see the lights illuminate around Charlotte Motor Speedway down below the inside retaining wall and the light poles here at the Speedway.
Yeah, the lights are starting to come on. The track's going to start cooling down here in the next 20 to 30 laps. These guys might be able to use that outside lane a little bit more than they've been able to, and maybe this pack will tighten up just a little bit more. But this top 5 has been pretty solid throughout the night, so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe the top 3 or 4 here would stretch themselves out, try and get a good gap on the rest of the field and start chugging away.
You know, cars bombing in the back, a little antsy down below the apron. One of the things we talked about was all in our keys to the races: patience, don't make mistakes, be there at the end. Also, as nightfall sets in, Samuel, that changes the handling on the car, the setup on the car. You got to hit it just right. And if you do have any problems, you better figure it out quickly so you don't fall behind. Whoever can do that is going to get a key to the victory as well.
Yeah, when we saw the driver go down low, who had one of the issues we're talking about, the 84 of Richard McClure was going to be the driver that got loose coming out of turn 2 issues, but now the pass for 4th, it's going to be Isaac. Talked about how much fresher tires he's working with, going to be that of 7 over the leaders, going to be only 6 lap fresher tires over David Gagaro Jr. Gagaro moves up out of the way, 51 up the 4th, going to be 1.4 seconds off our leaders, and the driver to watch out. But as he's got fresher tires, I'm curious if Isaac's going to burn these tires off so much that by the time that he catches up to his teammates in the top 3, that he's just not going to have any more rubber to even try to pressure, even with the advantage that he has.
223 laps when they come across start-finish line completed here in the World 600. As there's Isaacs battling with Gargaro Jr. Wouldn't really call it battling. He's carrying, hanging his own as they work off that corner for the most part. Everyone all single file at speed, thundering to the back straightaway, knocking off laps to the home stretch here at the Charlotte World 600.
Yeah, I mean, Duke Gargaro Jr. at this point, it's just sit and hope for a top 5 and hope that no one else can really pressure him. And we look at the raw pace, the driver to watch out that could, you know, potentially, if everyone gets back on to the same set of tires, the 295 of Ken Luang, who's going to be the driver to watch out for. But up front, drivers that are hanging on, I got to give credit to Doug Buchanan. He's on the little bit older tires than his teammates, running in 3rd place, about to challenge that of Cody Richardson, who's been dominating this race. We talked about how some drivers feel more confident when the sun is out, like it was for the first half. Might be seeing a little bit of a change on who's the favorite now with the sun dropping.
That's Richardson and Buchanan there for 2nd and 3rd. Almost about a quarter second behind the leader, Andrew Kotska. As there you see a little view of the L tank, the rear of the car. By the way, working lap 225 of 400. That is in mileage distance of the race, fellas. 338 miles of 600. Still a long way to go.
Still plenty of time to go for these drivers. And as we continue to watch, this is going to be the battle for 7th on screen, where we're going to be seeing that of Mauricio Million in the 044, that of the Forge PC Racer Sports 1 driver, and also the 295, that's Ken Lewin, who's going to be running 8th. Then they're going to have a lap car behind him. That's actually going to be seeing the 950 of Roger Shank, who's going to be just riding along, watching these drivers race as hard as they are. Slightly fresher tires for the 3 laps down driver of that is Shanks, but this battle for 7th, it's going to be seeing the 295 Wesley, slightly fresher tires just by 3 laps.
Hey, Brockton, you're not kind of quiet, but the drivers are kind of quiet right now. They're kind of settling in now for this this grueling part of just trying to get to the final 100 laps, you think?
Oh yeah, these guys are going to be settling in, feeling what the car is going to do through this twilight to dusk to dark transition. You need to be sure in your car because it's a completely different race now. Now it's get to the end of this 600 miles and kind of understand what the car does as it gets darker, as it gets cooler. And if you're in that top 10, you've got to figure out a way to stay in that top 10 and not go a lap or more down, as we got, it looks like a car in pit road.
I believe that's actually going to be a pace car.
Is that Homan on the pit lane? I believe it is.
It looks like it.
Looking like on the pace where that is going to be Homan as well as others, but I think our camera crew might have been hooked onto the pace car for a quick moment there.
Wake up, people, wake up! Then we are going to report that Homan is in the pit area of the 222, but maybe that camera angle just
well, to be fair,
Holman
has been out of the race for quite a while, and as well, the 315 has been out of the race for over 200 laps. Both drivers have called it a night. Again, if you get too much damage, it's worth just sitting this one out for the rest of the night if you feel like, no, I'm not racing for a championship. And honestly, it's just going to be forever for me to get repairs done on my car.
Hey, we've got 2 races this week for iRacing on LSRTV besides tonight in the World 600 for the Major Series. Samuel, we've got the Northwest Racing Series Cup cars at Road America, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin on Monday night tomorrow. And then, of course, on Wednesday night, you've got a finale with Justin Prince of what's been a very fun Crown Jewel late model stock car iRacing series as well.
Yeah,
and that's the Thanksgiving Classic at Southern National.
Going to be at Southern National. Going to be questioning how many drivers show up for that race, but should be a good one to at least see if we see the top tier drivers show up like they did on this last Wednesday.
Thanksgiving Classic is actually the Crown Jewel finale at Southern National. Normally on Thanksgiving weekend in November, I've had the privilege to work that event many times. But this Crown Jewel series has took the best races across tracks to short track and put it into a 10-race series, and it's been fun, and it all culminates at Kinley for iRacing. And by the way, those are the only 2 broadcasts, as we'll take a nice break for 4th of July, celebrate our independence, light up some firecrackers and sparklers. And for me, guys, I'll probably be announcing racing for about 10 days straight, so it'll be fun.
It should be a blast on your part. Not a rest for your vocal cords, but at least still you see some great racing action for yourself here on LSRTV. Like you said, only 2 races this week after this Majors event is over. And hey, even if we're on break, you can always go back and check out some of our other coverages. Again, all of these races you can watch back on LSRTV on our YouTube page. And there's plenty of different classics throughout the years. So don't be scared to go back and check out the beginning of the Majors or even other series that we cover here on LSRTV.
Yeah, really excited watching them here, listening as well. You mentioned the archives, the replays. You can also go back and listen to the replays on the Community Radio Network on all the podcast outlets after the live coverage. As look at this gaggle of traffic fighting for position down in the corner. That's Dino Vella, I know, trying to get after the 215 or the 295.
235.
Yeah, the 235, Rob DeLoach. Yeah, my apologies. All of this going on. And somehow, some way, Samuel, even though he's had bad luck earlier, Murphy Nichols is right back into the top 10 fold.
And he's in 11th, but he's 2 laps down, and he's the first driver 2 laps down. The big issue out of Robert DeLoach is the first car 1 lap down. He's the only one a lap down. So as long as Robert DeLoach doesn't get involved with the wreck, if we do get another one, that 235 would get the lucky dog spot, and Murphy Nichols would need a total of 3 cautions. As long as he's not involved with them, he should be back on the lead lap. But it's a big thing for Murphy Nichols is he's been caught up with a lot of issues, and the timing just has not been there. And for a lot of drivers, the timing has not been there, with 11th on back, all being 2 laps or more down, and they're really needing some assistance. But like I said, the timing of the yellows when drivers come into pit road for their green flag stops just have not been lining up properly.
236 laps here in the World 600 of 400, the distance. You see, it's still dusk, if you will. Dusk upon us, but the lights are really bright around Charlotte right now. We're starting to see Brockton a little glow, if you will, a shiny glow from those must-go virtual LED lights around the racetrack as we get them back into the corner.
Absolutely. We're seeing the tops of these cars get lit up by the beautiful iRacing lights. And look at that sky as we come through the backstretch. Everything just kind of settling down around the track. But I tell you what, guys, the action is just heating up.
And here comes the 4. Working off the corner of David Gargaro Jr., Chris Shedio. Samuel, got to give props to these guys. Both bad luck in the last couple of races, doing what they need to be comfortably in the top 5 and to be there at the finish in that final 100 laps here at the World 600.
I mean, that's the goal. Make it to the end of this race. Still a long way to go. I mean, you think of the league races that we cover here on LSR TV. When they come here to Charlotte, the normal laps is anywhere from 150 laps to 200 is usually the max that drivers are willing to do in league races when it's week to week. Each race it changes. For the majors, we're doing the full length 400 laps, 600 miles, meaning that these drivers are basically doubling what they normally do on a weekly basis at other league races. This is the longest marathon, and now they're past that point of no return, and yellow flag strikes further back in the field.
Caution out for the 6th time on lap 239, and we got cars of the infield grass. Clayman and the 3 machine of Lot Ridge, who we mentioned before the most recent caution, Samuel. Climbing into the top 10, he looked like he might have got involved with a lap car of Clayman. Yellow flag on lap 240.
And for Lot Ridge, he was forced to go to the back of the line with the lucky dog spot. So he had to climb his way through this field of lap traffic, but the exit of turn 4, both looking for the same real estate, wasn't there. Contact hard for the 3 and the 217.
Lot Ridge, Clayman down below start finish, and a shower of sparks down to the into the grass, in the turf, if you will, here at Charlotte. And the yellow flies. Well, Brockton, 240 laps in, you seeing everybody come into the pits. What are you thinking, bud?
I'm thinking 4 tires and fuel. I mean, you got them. Let's burn them. You're not going to pull out much. You're not going to pull out much strategy right now. The strategy is going to come in the later laps, around lap 360 or so. So just come down, get your fresh tires, and make a good pit stop.
We read each other's mind and read all those virtual drivers' minds at the same time. And Samuel Lottridge saw the cavalry coming in to get the heck out of the way to the left.
Yeah, it was all right. Well, you're coming. I'll move out of the way. You go in your directions, and we'll get mine. As the timing of this yellow, that means Robert DeLoach going to be able to get the lucky dog spot as the rest of the field into pit road, 4 tires and fuel. And with this service, the majority of these drivers now have used a total of 5 sets of tires over the 12 that they have into pit road.
And the jacks are down. Forge PC Racer 044 Maurice Million will exit off the pit lane, back on track in 7th. And there's the man that entered first and exited first, Andrew Kotska, Cody Richardson, Doug Buchanan, David Gargaro Jr., and Jerry Isaacs. Your top 5 as they exit off the pit lane. 242 laps here coming up for the World 600. Of course, that is the equivalent of 363 miles completed. Hey, let me tell you about Majors Garage. Do you need an iRacing setup? Majors Garage has over 60 iRacing car setups available, including the 87 Cup car. To sign up, click the link now in chat or in the broadcast description. Majors Garage, proud title sponsor of the Major Series, iRacing on LSRTV, and, of course, the World 600 tonight. And we want to also say thank you to Sarge's Houses, this World 600 event, this portion of the event being done by, again, Sarge's Houses and Sarge's Veteran Support. They have found it's their mission in that service to our country can cause wounds and suffering that last beyond the length of duty. Our mission at Sarge's Houses and Sarge'sVeteranSupport.com is to heal those wounds for veterans, to restore dignity, hope, and self-sufficiency to all homeless veterans in need, and to significantly reduce homelessness and poverty among our local veterans. If you'd like to give and help in doing so, like they've already helped since 2011, house 218 homeless veterans, 18 spouses, partners, 38 children, 26 dogs and cats, 34 chickens, and 5 guinea pigs, do your part by going to Sarge'sVeteranSupport.com. Even one homeless veteran is a shame. The fact that we have 58,000 is a moral outrage. We should all, capital letters ALL, do our part and do something about it. You can do that, Samuel, and our audience by going to Sarge'sVeteranSupport.com and helping the men and women that are homeless but have fought for our country to allow us to have the freedoms we have today.
Big thanks again to Sarge's Place for being the main sponsor and also being that of the charity that we are working with. Again, each round there is a different charity that we connect with for the Major Series. So big thanks to Sarge's Place for being the charity of this round.
And with that being said, ready to come back to green. Lights off the pace car. Here they come to the line. Green flag back out in the air. Kotska Richardson front row. Kotska to the inside. He gets the jump on the field. It's not 1, not 2, not 3, Samuel, but 4 Mad Sim Racing cars over Vengeance and PC Racer off 2.
And their 5th, riding back in 8th place. There is a lot of Mad Sim Racing drivers, but it's the Forge PC Sports 1 group that's still going to be fighting back. That's going to be Chris Yenio as well as Maurice Million. But they've got to figure out how to find that pace, as that 5th driver we were talking about, Long is now going to be up to that as 6. He's coming to the charge. He wants to take 5th to make it a top 5 all that sim racing.
Oh my, it seems like since they
Yellow
dropped the green
strikes.
flag and we got a caution. I was about to say they're getting a little armed and dangerous and fast. And them cars are making contact. And we got a yellow flag. We got cars wrecked on the speedway just as fast as we got back to green. Yellow flag comes out. Wow. We'll find out what happened here.
It looked like the catalyst was going to be Javier Torres in that of the 47. And this is around the drivers that were going to be hoping to get themselves get themselves a lucky dog spot. So this is going to be interesting to see how iRacing likes to deem it. But hard contact for drivers to bring out this most recent yellow. And Wesley, with no surprise, we get past that halfway marker, and things get a little bit more hairy with the aggression. And watch out for this 47. He's going to dive it down low, but breaks loose in the center of the corner.
That's the second or third time we've seen that 47 have problems and just lost it there off the exit of the corner. Javier Perez Torres putting us under yellow flag. And then, oh my goodness, all the McClure, nowhere to go. Collects more cars going to the infield grass. That's where the big problem happened there. Wow.
All reacting because the 47 had gotten that loose sensation, was so slow. Drivers had to figure out how to get by Torres, and it just did not work out for McClure and also for that of Shanks, who are both going to be finding themselves heavily damaged and most likely going to have to come into pit road for the both of them, as that of Richard McClure does have to come into pit road for required damage. But a driver with the black flag, Jason Lotridge, this could be negating himself getting the lucky dog position.
Brockton, suffice to say, that most recent restart, did you probably see some of the most aggressive driving we've seen from the guys in the pack?
Absolutely. As I said a little bit ago, the action's starting to really heat up. These guys are starting to see this lap counter dwindle down. They know they've got about 2 hours still left in these cars, but they know that with only about 9 cars on the lead lap, if you want to even have a chance at getting back up here, you have to be in that 10th position 1 lap down, and you have to do everything you can to stay there.
We are coming up on 372 miles in the World 600 on lap number 248 when they cross the line. So again, even though it seems like it's taking forever, Samuel and Brockton, we are approaching that final. Here's the thing, and we've always said this, we advertise this on the get-go. It's that last, it's 500 miles you got to get through. The question is, Samuel, is can you go that final 67 laps to the final 100-mile stretch? I have seen it happen in reality and even in virtual here tonight, where you have to somehow endure, persevere, and just get through that last 100 miles, and sometimes it takes you to the limit.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about how, the second half of the race, yes, drivers are getting a lot more antsy. They're making bigger moves, but that fatigue that we also were talking about, that is hitting hard for these drivers. Once we're, I'm getting loose, I can try to save this, your reaction time a little bit slower because you're getting a little bit more sluggish with that fatigue starting to kick in. Maybe your judgment calls are getting a little bit, not as crisp as they once were. Each driver now recognizing the way that I was racing for the first 200 laps is not going to be the same way that I race for the final 200 laps. You got to be careful from here on out, especially if you have already used your fast repair. Your race can be done in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, one wrong move, one wrong slip, Brockton Packard, and you're done for, especially as Samuel said, as the lights go off with a pace car, we get ready to go back to green here at lap 250 in the World 600 when we get back underway with 150 laps remaining. You get caught up in an accident, especially if you were maybe one of those cars in that big crash on the start, you tear your car up and it's over for you. That's it. One fast repair in the race and that's all you get.
Yeah, and if it's not irreversible damage, if you didn't blow your engine and the toe's just knocked out of it, it makes a long night even longer. You have to work even harder to keep that car straight. So a lot of times it's just easier to throw your hands up and quit. But if you're looking for a championship and looking for points, you better put your head down and start digging.
Green flag will come out on lap number 250. 375 miles into the World 600 with 225 miles remaining. Lights off on the pace car. Ready to bring them back. Andrew Kotska, Cody Richardson, the front row. Hey, Samuel, you bring us back to green, bud.
I see you've been doing this too many times. We got to get ourselves ready to go. Pace car is off. Who's going to get it done for the World 600? Will we get another yellow? Well, time will see as we're green for the final 150 laps here in Charlotte.
What a jump. Is that now 5? We had 4. Now we got 5 cars that are by Mad Sim Racing. Look at this. Kotska, Richardson, Buchanan, Isaac, Gargaro Jr. for Vengeance. He's out with a Vengeance on Mad Sim Racing. They go on it into turn number 3.
The big thing to watch out for is that 5th Mad Sim Racing driver, Ken Leong, who was the driver that was very aggressive coming to the end of that stint. He's now being absolutely swamped by other drivers that were being more patient before the yellow came out. Now that's just showing if you feel like you can overuse these tires in an early going, it can backfire in a blink of an eye as it's side by side for the battle for 5th place. Gargaro Jr. trying to get the better run out of turn 2.
Amazing Brockton Packard. All 5 Mad Sim Racing teams right there with one another. And taking it to PC, Forge Racer, and Vengeance for the most part.
Yeah, and looking to our social media here, the Mad Sim Racer Twitter page just said that they had weeks of setup, preparations, and practice time for this event, so they are feeling very confident in their drivers, and it shows with 5 out of the top 10 being Mad Sim Racing drivers. So right now they're in a pretty good place, but it's still a long way to go.
Gotta wonder, Samuel, we always talk about teammates and friends becoming foes, foes becoming friends on super speedway races. Well, obviously, I know this isn't Daytona or Talladega, but this is a grueling endurance race. It's good to have your teammates, your friends there, than somebody that's your enemy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is giving me a little bit of flashbacks to the Daytona 500. It was all that of Mad Sim Racing that was dominating the first, 3/4 of the 500. It wasn't until we got to the final 50 laps when they started to get involved in wrecks, and the timing just weren't there. Great save by that of Yedio coming out of turn 4, but gotta say for Mad Sim Racing, they've got to be feeling confident for now, but knowing when we get to those final 100, final 50 laps, one bad pit stop could end your race. And speaking of a bad pit stop, talked about him trying to fight to stay on the lead lap. That of Jason Lottridge had to come into pit road under a green flag penalty, and now is going to be 3 laps down, mired back in 18th place.
So a long way to go as they watch these drivers settle back down here, but I can tell you 9 cars on the lead lap, and for the most part, at least half of those are from Mad Sim Racing. It's Kotska leading them off the corner with Richardson behind them, Buchanan. Here comes now Yedio, Forge, PC Racer, Vengeance, Gargaro, number 4. They battle side by side in Charlotte the 3.
And Chris Yedio trying his best to try to keep as many points as possible. Again, the close battle on the team point aspect was between that of Forge, PC Racer Sports 1 team that has that of Deloach, Go Million, Yedio. That team is trying to figure out how to stop Mad Sim Racing, because those drivers, if all 5 of them finish up in the top 5 or 4 of the 5 finish up in the top 5, that is massive points and gonna make even our battle for the team aspect extremely close, like we've seen for the Legends point standings and for the drivers' overall standings.
And one thing you got to remember, this is a points race. This is not just some all-star free gala, if you will, where you're just, going out there and running to show off. You're locking up point standings at the end of the night. If you have a bad night, it's going to hurt you, especially in a 400-mile race, especially with the way the points are breaking down and how many points you can accumulate in all the points brackets. And so bottom line, if you're there at the end, that's a big plus for not only you on the driving side of things as a driver, Samuel, but also, as you mentioned, the team aspect of looking for the championship.
Yeah, and also you think of the overall Drivers' Championship coming into the night. It was Murphy Nichols and Doug Buchanan tied with points against one another. And then it was that of David Garrow Jr., third in points, 11 points out from those, watching these teams. And then fourth in points with Nathan Medina, who was going to be 15 points out. Our top four, very close to one another. But it's Murphy Nichols as well as Nathan Medina that are having the biggest struggles here tonight. Medina in that 2, back in 14th place, 2 laps down. Murphy Nichols, as long as a caution comes out and he's not involved, he is the only driver 1 lap down and could get back onto the lead lap.
Yeah, we're watching these drivers working their way again, as you just mentioned. Medina, S. Nichols is also there. Medina 2 laps down. Nichols, both of these cars having problems here about midway point of the race. And a couple of laps down. Nichols now 1 lap down. Medina trying to, if you will, Samuel, put himself in a position to try to get one of those laps back. Nichols, if a caution was to come out, he would be the guy, as long as he's not the cause of the caution, that would go back to make 10 cars to the lead lap as we approach the final 140 laps of the World 600.
Yeah, I mean, both drivers on screen with that of Nathan Medina in the number 2 and 14th place. 2 laps down. Same for Murphy Nichols. He's going to be 1 lap down in 10th. But both drivers, they had their same issues at the same time. It was when Medina came into pit road, it was when Murphy Nichols spun out on lap 90 in that 100 marker area. That was when both drivers got set back. It was then Nichols, who was a lap down since that point and has been working all night long trying to get back onto the lead lap, see if it's possible. And then Nathan Medina, on the other hand, he had that issue on that of lap 10, and then around that of lap 60, came into pit road another time and got put down 3 laps down. So a lot of these drivers working all night long, a never give up mentality could get them back on a lead lap and coming up to these final 100 laps or so.
Brockton, what are you thinking, buddy? Closing in on this final 137 to the finish.
Yeah, I'm looking at least 2 more pit stops for these drivers, and that last pit stop is going to be crucial. You're going to have to put those 4 tires on and just add enough fuel to make it to the end. And one thing that these drivers are going to have to adapt to, once again, is having fresh tires and a small fuel load.
Cross the line. As the field works their way back up into the corner, there you see Deloach to the inside. Correction, that's the 295 of, well, watching Leon go at it there. Trying to get around the 217 of Clayman, car most recent yellow involved. U.S. Army, by the way, thanks to the men and women of our troops. By the way, again, as we mentioned, this race in efforts to help Sarge's VeteransSupport.com. And thank you to our military as we get ready for also 4th of July, our nation's independence and our birthday. Coming up on July 4th, and it's next Monday also. Back straight away, and it's still Kotska leading. We still continue to see, obviously, Samuel, lead lap cars mixed in with lap cars, all going down this long green flag run.
Yeah, and this is seeing drivers that had to come into pit road, try to take a wave around. Others were able to come into pit road under that last yellow and take tires and fuel. And that's why we're seeing a little bit of a mix-up here of lap drivers, lead lap drivers, really battling as far as they are. This is going to be the place of Maurice Gomillion in the 044 being hounded by Alonzo King, and also going to be seeing that of Clayman. Clayman 6 laps down, Alonzo King 2 laps down, and then also going to have that of Robert Deloach in the mix of this group, and also that of one of our biggest movers of the night, the 36 of Vela, going to be further back in the 3 of Lopbridge, who once was on the lead lap, now is with the lap down drivers, watching all the madness.
Lap cars trying to somehow get back to the lead lap or get laps back to be able to run for the finish. It's just, are we looking, Samuel, at the top 10 best if we could put Nichols back in the equation? And these are the drivers you think the battle for the win, and if they pretty much stood out the entire almost 370 miles of this race so far.
I mean, if we're looking at the fastest lap in the place all night long, that of fourth place runner Jerry Isaac would be the fastest driver to watch out for. Anyone else further back, I would say Javier Perez would be another driver that's been pretty quick. Also, Alonso King has had some really good short run pace. But if we look at the overall long run that we have been seeing the majority of this night, we've had a couple of quick blips of cautions coming out, but the long runs that we get into, it's all the 0.64 of that of Cody Richardson. And I don't know if there's anyone else besides one of the Mad Sim Racing teammates that can beat the 0.64. We've seen Gagaro try, we've seen Nichols, that of Medina try earlier in the race when the sun was out. But once the lights have come on and the track has cooled off, it's been all Mad Sim Racing.
And it's getting closer to darker and darker and darker. And by the way, we've also passed 400 miles. Lap 268 was 402 miles in this race. So 267, again, it's 400 miles, 200 miles to go. 130 laps this time by to the finish of the World 600.
In West 7, keeping my eye on some of the drivers further back. Our last yellow, it was between that of Clayman and Torres. They almost made the same contact, identical, that brought out the last yellow. I think a lot of these drivers are hoping that they don't see another yellow come out, especially if they want to see how strategy could give you an opportunity to win here tonight. But a lot of these drivers further back still, I think that wear and tear and fatigue starting to kick in a little bit more, as Velas into the wall and other drivers as well having issues in the yellow flag strikes.
Caution out. Oh my goodness, you picked a fine time to leave me loose, Will. Parts, debris, crab walking, car locked up on the right front. That wheel ain't even spinning, and a shower of sparks to boot. And it's another caution and bad luck there for one of the Forge cars. This time it's Dino Vella in 36, Samuel. You saw it break loose. Yellow flag for the 6th time as we're 400 miles into the World 600.
Well, this is going to be happening just in front of the 36. Big thing to watch out for is going to be Richard McClure, who's going to be coming into fray here in the 84. Going to be extremely slow and just got back out on track after being in pit road for over 11 minutes trying to get repairs done. And you can just see the closing rate. That 84, so off the pace and right around that bubble marker of if you are slower than that of 40 seconds on track, you will be asked to exit the racing surface, and it's going to have an issue through the dog leg, lose a lot of time. The draft's so strong, closing rate too big, and the carnage here on the entry of turn 1.
Nowhere to go except into the wall, and then, oh my, did you see? Wow, head first into the wall there, front nose. I believe that was Alonzo King Jr. No, was it Roger Shank, I think it was?
Yeah, it was Shank that was the driver there.
Yeah, nowhere to go for him. And there you see the end result of all the parts and pieces. And Brock, did we bring you back to the fold? Because that's probably the first. Oh, that's not good for him. He should have got back around and pitted, and he didn't. But Brock, did you mention the race off pit road? A lot of squirrel moments here as Kotska just beat Richardson out. But back to what I was trying to say, finally, for the 3rd time. This is the first time in the race that we've actually been able to see the parts and debris and rear ends and tires and sparks, locked up gears and rotors on the cars in this race.
Yeah, and this kind of proves the safety innovations in the past few decades between the 1987 season and the 2022 season. In the next-gen race car, the tires are actually tethered to the rotors. So I know we've seen a lot of loose wheels come off because of the lug nut not being secure. But when these cars hit the wall and the suspension and the A-arms and the control arms break, they're actually tethered to the shocks and to the frame, so they don't fly off like we saw that last wreck, there was a tire rolling down the track. Cars were hitting the tire. That tire could go anywhere, along with a couple things. These cars are steel-bodied, steel-framed, very heavy impacts, and that front end impact straight into the wall, that would have hurt a heck of a lot more than it would have today.
Yeah, to elaborate more on that, actually the Coca-Cola 600 race that I was a part of for NASCAR in Charlotte, announcing that you think of the accident with Chris Buescher when his car got airborne. In the race at the late end, the car got airborne and he went flying through the air, and as you mentioned, that car violently into the turf and barrel rolled, and you seen the plate under the undercarriage of the car, Brockton, and the tethering, if you will, kept the shocks and the tires and the rotors and all the parts and pieces that we just saw fall off of the car here. And back in the day on the real Cup cars, you just don't see that anymore. Kind of keeps everything intact.
Exactly. This whole car is meant to stay together and meant to crush around the driver and not hurt the driver in any way. These 87 cars, there's a lot of empty space. If a hood ever comes off, we'll be able to see it very well. There's a lot of empty space in between the engine, the firewall, the tires. In the 2022 car, there is no space. Everything has a place, so nothing moves, and the driver is hooked in there real tight. So everything stays where it should be. In the case of Chris Buescher, ended up being all right. And I tell you what, if we would have saw that kind of wreck in these days, I don't know if we would have saw the same result.
Samuel, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but I got to ask, which majors race have you liked so far between the Indy 500 and the World 600 so far? And this one's not done yet.
I don't know if I can make a decision on that, especially on the fact that the Indy 500 had the most dramatic flare at the end with a 2-lap shootout there, and also here tonight. You never know what could happen here late in the race. So I'll wait and give you that answer maybe at the end of the race. As do you want to give a note? Murphy Nichols has gotten back onto the lead lap with that last wreck.
There you go. And I was going to say, as we get ready to come back to green on lap 275, 125 to the finish of the World 600. Isn't it ironic that you've got Andrew Kotska, Cody Richardson, David Gargaro Jr., all of these cars that were in contention of the Indy 500 victory up in front of the World 600?
Yeah, trying to get themselves redemption here this evening is going to be the biggest thing for themselves, as Andrew Kotska, after making the pass under pit road, just that about 100 laps ago, done a great job defending over that of Cody Richardson. Richardson has been struggling here since the lights have gone down. Not that dominant run that we saw in the early portions, and I think the big thing to watch out for could be that dirty air on how it's affecting the 064, as that of David Gargaro Jr., third place runner, and pressuring right now, getting a little bit closer than we've seen all night long on Richardson.
Maybe a little history repeating as we work the back straightaway. Mad Sim Racing in the top 4 spots. In the middle is David Gargaro Jr. with a vengeance coming after him as they work off the corner. It's Kotska, Richardson, Gargaro, Isaacs flashing across the start-finish line in this race, this battle of virtual man and machine. The greatest endurance contest in the world of racing, and now in iRacing, is coming to its final latter stages with over 400 miles in. And here comes now Gargaro. Looks like he's trying to size up Richardson for the number 2 spot. And behind them, Samuel Isaacs is ready to pounce like a coiled cobra on those Mad Sim Racing prey into one.
Trying to figure out how to set them up any way possible. Also want to give a note for drivers further back. Alonzo King, same for that of going to see McSparran and also Leclerc, all having to come into pit road. They are having pit stop issues and also caught with penalties on the restart for drivers. All major mistakes. They were already 4 laps down for them coming to pit road. They're going to be even more by the time they finally get out.
Yeah, that's heartbreak for McClure as well as King, and that Brockton will turn a good, mediocre night into worse. And by the way, Here comes Samuel, Forge, PC Racer. They're now in a tandem hookup with each other with a little assist from Torres and Dog Bear. They're trying to somehow get up to the front also, but they're laps down.
Yeah, gonna be
No,
a
they're
lot.
not.
There's gonna be a couple of them a lap down. That's gonna be the 36 of the Vela, who's gonna be a lap down. You're seeing right in front of Torres. These drivers are battling for position. And then you're going to be seeing that of Murphy Nichols trying to close in on this group that has Deloach, Yedio, and Gomillion all in a line.
So, bottom line here, if you could just be a lap down car, still try to help out your teammates, whatever it takes to get it done, as we see Vela losing ground on his teammate. He just got passed by Torres.
Well, the big reason why we're seeing this battle so hard for 12th position, Vela wants to get ahead, but now going to be seeing that of Murphy Nichols, who's climbed his way all the way back from the end of the line. Now going to be right behind Vela as well as Torres, and then he's going to have his teammates. They actually try to battle for position just a second ahead. But driver first one lap down, going to be that of Nathan Medina. Then Torres and Vela are 12th and 13th. They're going to be second and third on the lap down marker, and hoping for more yellows to come out is, oh boy, there's Alonzo King with fresh tires.
Coming up on 425 miles in the World 600. 75 to that final stretch, to that final 100 miles to the finish. And all the while, Kotska leading this battle, though. Behind them, Gomillion holding off his teammate Deloach, and Torres of Team Dog Bear trying to just break up the Forge fight as they cross the line.
Hoping for the best, but they've got to be careful as they continue to race on and be aggressive. Drivers ahead of them, behind them, getting a little bit more frisky than I think they would like. Yellow flags could be coming here shortly with some of the drivers further on back that have brought out cautions after cautions. They could be thinking about bringing out another one with the tire wear issues for further drivers further back that had to take the waiver rounds. Could be something to watch out for, but with all the drivers that are on the lead lap, they're not expected to come into pit road until the very money stop that should be around that, well, about 320 to 340 window for these drivers.
Back straightaway into that third turn, and again a mixture of teammates all around between Mad Sim Racing, Vengeance, PC Racer, Forge, now trying to also climb into the top 10. Yedio there. That goes on back to turn one behind Doug Buchanan.
As drivers continue to race on this upfront battle, I think the driver we got to keep wondering. I'm surprised he's still in third place. David Garo Jr. doing a fabulous job staying in third place. But this is what becomes when it's nighttime and these drivers start to get closer with one another. The temperatures drop, a little bit more grip to work with. And like we talked about when the sun was out, drivers that might have been dominating early in the first half, they're now going to be having a little bit of a different showing of who's quit here in the later stages of this race.
The Thundering Herd working off two to the back straightaway. All in that conga line, single file up on the outside lane. No one jumping out of line, and the fast cars behind Yedio, at least for that moment, the top 7 cars trying to pull away from everyone else on back as that goes on past start finish line. And the question is this, I asked this earlier, Samuel. Obviously, you got teammates up there, they're friends. When do friends become foes? And you got to do what you got to do for yourself to win the World 600.
I mean, that does not start until that final pit stop. I think that final pit stop on whenever you decide to come in, that's when things are going to change up from I'm helping you as a teammate to I want this win badly. And that is the exact time that David Garo Jr. is waiting. Once we see, friends become foes, that's going to be the opportune time for the Vengeance running driver to go for a press. Same can be said for Chris Yedio back in 7th. I mean, he's riding behind this group of 5 of the 7 drivers up front are all Mad Sim Racing drivers. If one of them starts to, show a little bit of, frustration or wanting to go for the win a little bit more than the other, it's going to open its race completely wide open. But Brockton, I want to send this over to you. I threw up my window of when I was expecting these drivers coming to pit road. What are you thinking we could see drivers make that money stop?
I have to refer kind of back to the first green flag pit stop cycle because we really haven't had one since. And drivers were more comfortable going about 61 laps on a tank of gas. And my calculations, everybody came down pit road at about 271, which puts us at about 332. So I'd be looking for him in about 42 laps.
All right. So that strategy we'll keep an eye on as we are approaching, mind you, the final 100 laps of the World 600 on lap number 291. You're keeping up with the mileage of that event. 291 on the mile and a half is almost 435 miles into this event. I think for the most part now, we had a little moment, a little excitement, a little impatience, a little aggression. I think now these guys are just kind of right now, Samuel, holding back, finding that right place to be, whether it's making that green flag pit stop or finding who your teammate is or who you can run with to try to set yourself up for a late rally finish in the World 600 tonight at Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see the patterns that were going on in that first half kind of show once again as Doug Buchanan, being a little bit more patient on his tires, going to move up and pass that of the 295, which now that of Leon going to be a driver to be kind of pressured here shortly by Chris Yedio. And I'm curious for the 295, who has been a lot more of the consistent in those first 15 to 20 laps into a run, starting to see a little bit of fading now as we're 20 laps into the go. But a driver now that I was super impressed on how he's running, third place runner, that is David Gagaro. He is starting to lose some pace. He's been quick at times, then falls off. That inconsistency is giving me a little bit of worrisome for the Ford machine.
Build off a two to the backstretch again, as we mentioned, and that is, of course, David Gargaro Jr., the black and green number 4. Now trying to hold off Isaacs Buchanan behind him, the 51 of the 026, and all the while trying to hold them off on defense. Offensively, they're now trying to go to the front and make a run on the top 2 fast cars for Mad Sim Racing of Andrew Kotska and, of course, second spot Cody Richardson off 2.
I mean, what a dominant run that we're seeing from the top 3 qualifiers. I mean, top 3 runners right now. It was Cody Richardson that was the driver that got the pole award. Then it was Kotska that got second place qualifying. And Gagaro Jr. got third in qualifying. Everywhere else, it's been a lot of shifting around. Leong's qualified 5th. He's now in 6th position. But a lot of consistency that we're seeing up front. But you got to give major credit to that of Isaacs as well as Buchanan. The work with the real momentum throughout the night. And some of our biggest movers up in the top 10.
Back straightaway. Lights beginning to brighten here, glaring off the cars. And that beautiful gleam of what Bruton Smith and so many others at SMI and NASCAR created when they had the first night race in '92. Remember that one? Were you even alive, Samuel, in '92? One hot night?
No, sir. I was not even born. I wasn't even a thought to be born.
May 19th, 1992, or May 16th, actually, 1992, one hot night. First time they ever raced under the lights. Kyle Petty, Earnhardt took each other out. And then it came down to Kyle Petty and Davey Allison crashing under the line in a shower of sparks at night. And it was Davey Allison who won the race. But he had to have help getting out of the race car in a car that's kind of similar to this, if you will, and spent a night in the hospital instead of in victory lane. And we're now settling ourselves in to decide Here's a segue into this. Who's going to be the winner of one hot night in the World 600? Could we set ourselves up for a crazy finish? Mind you, Samuel, you mentioned the other races on the Major Series. Some of them weren't even able to get to the scheduled distance. I got to say mad props to American Sportsman. They've done a great job as we're a couple of laps to a final century grind in the 2022 edition here at Charlotte.
Yeah, these drivers have done a great job of keeping it clean, green, and I believe our longest green flag stint, that over 90 lap run, that is one of the longest stints that have been ran, not including the Americans Pro, as haven't been able to watch them as we've been so concentrated on our own race. But I know throughout the other regions, this is one of the longest green flag runs we had earlier in this race, the first 100 laps from our first caution to the second. That was one of the longer stints. And it was great to see these drivers almost making 2 full green flag cycles through. But here late, after seeing the halfway marker, it's been a little bit more chaotic, a lot more wrecks, carnage, strategies thrown out, new ones having to be created. And now with coming up to the final 100 laps, it's still Katza, it's still that of Richardson up front for the battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It continues to mix and mingle as Gagaro Jr. starts to falter back.
We've made it, if you've been here since the get-go, to lap 300. 100 laps to go in the World 600. And if you're keeping up with the mileage counter like I've kept with you all night long, we're now 450 miles. We bring back in our race and driver analyst, Brockton Packard. This is when it's time to settle in for the pressure cooker.
Absolutely. You see that go from 300 lap, or from out of 400 laps now in your mind, you're counting down 100, 99, 98, and so on. You're trying to find out when you make that last pit stop. Are you going to have to make 2 stops? Is it possible to stretch these tires and fuel out for long enough to have a quick stop at the end? Are you around the people where you want to be? We look at the top 3, and all of them have kind of been there since the start, or at least started up there. The 047, the 064, they started on the front row. They have the most experience up front, and they've been able to change with their car without the effects of dirty air or draft, so they know what their cars can do. And the mindset, you still got about 97 more laps in this race. That's about an hour of racing left. You got to make sure you can make it to the end, not only your car.
Oh, and mind you also, to add to that, lap 334 has not even approached us yet, or actually lap 333. That is finally 500 miles into this race. And Samuel, a lot can happen, good or bad, in that final century grind in the World 600.
And that lap could be the final pit stop for a lot of these drivers, could be where they're aiming to come in, as into pit road, going to the 462 of that of going to be Mark, that of Reddick, going to be coming into pit road from that of Dog Bear Racing. Making the pit stop was one of the drivers that had to take a wave around to try to become 2 laps down, and now going to be down to 3 laps down and more with getting service done. This is too far out to be a final stop for the 462. Gonna have to come in at least one more time to make it to the end, but for some of these other drivers, they have to do a 2-stop. I'm looking at that of Nathan Medina, who's 1 lap down. He's gonna have to be forced into pit road in just about 10 laps. Needing a caution is the 2 if he wants to battle for a chance to be back on the lead lap.
Dotska, Richardson, Isaacs, Buchanan, Gargaro Jr. Your top 5. The Chevrolet to the back straightaway. He's in 5th. As he just cleared by another lap car. And again, you got this mixture, that was McSparron, by the way, who started this race, Samuel, and then I'm understanding that his connection went. And in doing so, he lost ground with everybody, even got involved in an accident. And somehow, some way, is back in it multiple laps down, but just trying to salvage whatever he can, because we mentioned you here. This race is a points race, so you might not have a good chance of winning, but the better you climb in scoring gives you more points in the end.
Yeah, that's the big thing for a lot of these drivers, is you just keep on racing, hope for a good finish at the end. And McSparron, that issue striking around that, I believe, 100 to 150 lap marker. for the 22. It's been an all-night ordeal trying to get as many laps back as possible, but we'll at least get one position as Dan Johnston has been in pit road for quite a long time for the 421 after getting major damage and also had a penalty on top of it. Has decided just to stay in pit road, get repairs done. It will be dropping to 26th here in just a lap. As for this 2 of Medina, still seeing the laps tick away, but now going to be within about 8 laps, being forced into pit road and needing a caution before this 2 comes into pit road to make sure you can get back on the lead lap. Otherwise, it's going to be marched back to 2 laps down or more.
Lap number 3:08.93 laps to go here in the World 600 as the field crosses start-finish. There's the battle for 5th and 6th. Gargaro Jr., Deloach, and Luyang going after him as they work the back straightaway. Man, oh man. Craig, Brockton, I bring you back to the broadcast here as we're in the final 100 laps. And one of the things we mentioned on occasion is the transition from day to night and how that really messes with the race cars on handling. If you are not set for a nighttime run and cool temperatures down in this final, as you see darkness now in the race, your car's in trouble, and you got to make whatever adjustments you've got to do in that money stop.
Absolutely. You have to be ready for it as a driver and as a team. For these changing conditions, the grip is going to start coming to the car. The car's going to get tighter. This draft package is going to be becoming more and more of a factor as we're seeing the 4 and others start to kind of link up a little bit. Maybe some talks about fuel saving in the top 5, getting closer together, using what little draft you can with some of these cars, or what big draft you can get off of these cars, and being able to understand what you need to do. We haven't made a green flag pit stop in these cooler temperatures, where you're going to brake, where you're going to accelerate, all these different things, all while trying to keep these cars going in a straight and center line. It's a lot to think about going 150 miles an hour.
All right, so I'm going to get everyone's opinion here in just a moment. Samuel, we'll start with you. Who has been the driver 312 laps into this race that you've been impressed with in this year's World 600 that stands out?
I mean, taking away from the obvious of how Mad Sim Racing has been running, I'm looking, I gotta say, Chris Yedio, one of our drivers qualified outside of the top 10, running in 7th place, 27. He's probably been the driver in my mind that has been very impressive, keeping himself in a good position within reach of one of the drivers if they start to fall off. Chris Yedio is probably my most, impressive driver besides the whole team from Mad Sim Racing.
Well, that was my pick, so I have to figure something else out. Brockton Packard.
I'm going to break the rules and take the low-hanging fruit. Anybody part of Mad Sim Racing, they have been very impressive as we're looking at a couple of them. Kosha and Richardson have both been up front most of the night, so I think they're a pretty good bet.
And Nathan Medina on pit road for the Vengeance Racing. Look at the brake rotor, glowing red, cherry red on the right front of the 2 car. Just some of the things that they do to make it so similar. Yes, locking up the brakes for sure. All right, so as we see a pit stop with Medina, who did you go with again, Brockton? I can't remember.
Well, I broke the rules and took the low-hanging fruit and picked all of Mad Sim Racing, especially those top 2. So,
you can't do that. You can pick one driver.
I'll pick one driver. I'll go with Richardson. He's had some very strong long runs, some long-run speed. So I'll take the 064 of Richardson.
My apologies. Our producer says legally you're allowed to do that. So, well, guess what? I'm going to call it audible. I'm taking everybody in the top 10. If he can do it, no, I'm playing. I'm playing. So my pick to win this race, or at least that's impressed me so far, 315 laps in, has got to be the 55. He's in 10th. That's Murphy Nichols. Here's the reason why. He's gone through the good, the bad, and the ugly. And right now, just recently, he got back into the top 10. Pit stops in business. Look at the sequence. Look at transition. if he can play his cards right as we're approaching 500 miles, Samuel, I think we could see Murphy Nichols maybe get on the podium or possibly win this race.
Not a bad call at all, as some of the drivers a lap down that had to take wave arounds on our last yellow, now being forced into pit road. And for Nathan Medina, when we saw him come into pit road, that was kind of the white flag being woven for the two, because this could be the done marker for the two if a yellow comes out at this time. But now he's going to be 2 laps down, still needing the rest of the field coming to pit road. And always got to watch out for the yellow to strike, as the pass is going to be made for 3rd place. Isaac's now going to be pressured by that of Buchanan making the pass for 3rd. And here comes Gagaro Jr. for the 4, now going to go for 4th place. That 4's not giving up. I thought for sure he would have faded back to that for the battling for 6th. But Gagaro Jr. and Doug Buchanan keeping identical times and pace these last 10 laps.
Back straightaway into that 3rd turn. Scott Richardson, there's Gargaro trying to go to Buchanan, but he can't, because guess what? He's got the 51 in his tail tank. In the rear view, the 51 of Jerry Isaacs to the back straightaway, or to the front stretch, back to 1. Look at this camera angle. I see you. I'm coming.
Right on the back of that of David Gagaro Jr.'s back bumper, and just seeing how much these setups tilting the cars, trying to get them as much turned into the corner as possible. For some, they get a little bit too much, but then you see the load coming in the center of the corner where it just feels like the car is pushing on the other side. Great to see how you can visually see how the car is constantly in motion from the left to the right with all the G-forces through the center of these corners.
Closing in on 20 miles to 500 miles in 320 laps in the World 600. Scott Richardson, Buchanan, there's Gargaro Jr., and there's Isaacs, and that battle continues as we're probably, what are you thinking, Brockton? 10 laps, open up the pit window, you thinking?
You know, for the top 5, I'd say about 10, maybe if they've been saving 20 laps, that should get them in a good window. But I think for the rest of the field, I'd say start opening up that pit window, put them tires on the wall, and start waving that sign in about 15 laps.
Right before the final 100 miles and 500 miles into the World 600, Samuel, that could be the money stop, as you mentioned, the final 67, 70 lap stretch to the finish.
Yeah, and that final 60, and we were talking before this race, or in our pre-production meeting, and kind of talking about how this race, how it's going to go moving forward. And Wesley, you even brought it up during that meeting. Those final 100 miles is the toughest part for the drivers. You go from what, you know, most NASCAR drivers are used to, of that of 500 miles is the normal, you know, get to mile counter. But 600 miles, that final 100, such a marathon. And for a lot of these drivers, this is different for some. This isn't a normal thing to do 600 miles of racing constantly. And this is when you start to see the drivers who's got the stamina, will the fatigue kick in, and who can make it on those final 100 miles of this race.
Gotta be there at the end. For those that are in the top 10, they have followed that golden rule. To first win the race, you must first finish. And if you're in the World 600 and you're in the top 10 and you're on the lead lap as it's coming to those final 100 miles, you have put yourself in a great shot to win this race.
As the drivers continue to race on, I mean, Wesley, I think that's the big thing, is for these drivers that are up front, they have set themselves up. It's been an all-night deal trying to make sure that you're in the right positioning. And for all these drivers, they've got to think backwards. What is going to be, how far have I been able to push my tires and fuel? That's got to be my marker to hit if I want to make this final stop work. For our leaders, we know that they can make it to the money stop area around that of 335 to 333. Everyone else has kind of been struggling to get past just out of 50 laps, let alone try to get to 65, 67 laps into a run. So this is going to be interesting on those that decide, you know what, I'm going to pit now if it's a 2-stop, and others that are thinking, I'm going to test out how far I can push these cars.
And remember, this is round number 8 tonight, the World 600 for the Major Series, presented by Majors Garage in Charlotte for the American Sportsman. And this race benefiting the Sarges, veteranssupport.com, the Sarges House. As Kotska, Richardson, Buchanan to the inside. Here comes a battle for the lead. Will we see it? He just gave it to him. Richardson to the lead. Crossover. Is it Kotska? No. Maybe it's just not the right time to retaliate and come back for the send-off. Still a long way to go, Samuel, even though we're under 100 miles remaining.
It's
Richardson. Yeah, Richardson and Kotska, I was just going to say, buddy, I mean, he just kind of, I was maybe toying with him, but I mean, they're teammates, so maybe there's kind of a plan here. $327 laps of 400 miles. If you're doing the math as they work the start-finish line, that is right now closing in on the equivalent of 490 miles in the World 600. Closing in on that final 100 laps. Who will be there at the end, and even green flag pit stops. You're not going to miss a thing. We're going side by side. You're watching iRacing on LSRTV, the World 600 with the Major Series. You're listening on the Community Radio Network, and we're settling in for the Century Grind at Charlotte.
This is our series,
So many different pieces that you have to watch out for.
where the stakes are always higher,
$300,000.
where virtual meets reality,
How bad do you want it?
They're wasting no time getting at it.
where the best thrive and the flawless win. This is the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series.
Hey, it's broadcast personality Wesley Outlet up topside at one of the great racetracks of the world, the Caraway Speedway. And I'd like to remind you to join us every Wednesday afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern to 3 p.m. Eastern with coverage of Finish Line, where we talk to everybody from NASCAR to grassroots, like right here at Caraway Speedway. Carolina's Fox Sports Radio affiliates, iHeartRadio, and on the Community Radio Network at 87.5 FM. And remember, thanks to Live Sim Racing Productions, you can actually see the guest panel, ask their questions, get interactive with us with comments, and so much more in our chat box. Finish Line every Wednesday. Join us every week. Broadcast personality Wesley Outlet, and for the second year in a row, the Community Radio Network is excited to also be the voice of iRacing on LSRTV every Monday and Thursday night with the Northwest Racing Series for Cup and Truck. Join yours truly, Justin Prince and Samuel Dyer, every week as they race towards a championship. We're also on the radio in the Triangle in the Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina area at 87.5 WCRN and anywhere worldwide at wearecrn.com. Click play, check out the coverage, the power of radio to the imagination of the listener, esports style. We are the Community Radio Network, the voice of iRacing on LSR TV. Check it out when you can, and replays are always up too. We come back from being side by side. You haven't missed a thing. For the most part, it's been quiet between Richardson and Kotska as they were battling for the lead. And all the while, we are in the final 100 miles. You have made it to the finish. This is where you now have got to give it all you've got to win the World 600, Samuel Dyer. Here we go.
Yeah, this is the big thing for Jerry Isaacs in the 51. He was being swarmed by drivers that have already come into pit road. There's been a good half of the field that have come into pit road outside of the window to make it to the end. Here's one of our first drivers, though, on the lead lap that have come in right around that window. I feel comfortable that you're good if you can save your fuel and tires. Isaac's going to see how well he can carry forward. Another one of the drivers that was up front, one of my picks for most, surprising how well he's been running. Chris Yedio came into pit road right before we went to commercial break for the 27. He'll be back in 10th place. See how these drivers can attack, as Yedio's going to be 1 lap down. Isaac's going to be 1 lap down. Now David Gagaro going to come into pit road for the 4. It's now those pit stops right around this window. How far will our leaders decide to stay out? That's going to be the true question.
Yeah, it's just like limbo. How far can you go? How low can you go? And what lengths will you go to try to win this event here? As we're down to the final 65 laps of the World 600. We're glad you've hung with us. We're 500 miles in. And here's the thing as well, Samuel, as we see these green flag pit stops going on, do you pit with your teammate? Do you have your own strategy in your head? And obviously, do you want to be within a pack of cars racing where you don't get too strung out? We see the brake rotors glowing red on the Forge 044 Maurice Gomillion's car. And again, oh, no, that's another thing, Samuel. Don't want to make those mistakes in the late pit stop either.
Yeah, those brakes are getting a little bit colder because of how this traffic and also seeing the sun go down, as well as you're not using the brakes very often until you come into pit road. So you got to be careful from the transition from that of asphalt to concrete. How well can you hit those brakes and get in your box? And Gomillion made the mistake, but a clean stop for himself. Now going to be seeing his teammate Murphy Nichols hitting pit road for the 55. And for all these drivers that come into pit road, the question is, will there be a caution while you're a lap down, and will you have to take a wave around, or will you be even more? As here comes some of the heavy hitters. Kotska, also Richards, both coming to pit road, and it's Kotska that beats out the 064 into pit road. A little bit of a mistake on the entry, it seems like, from that of Cody Richardson.
And did you see all these cars coming in on pit road? And Samuel, the brake rotors are literally glowing cherry red. We bring in our driver, race analysis partner, Brockton Packard. Why is that? Are these cars about worn out as these drivers are over 500 miles into this race? Hold in, don't fail me now. You still got 100 miles to go.
Yeah, everything's getting on its last leg. You're tired, you're kind of pushing as hard as you physically can. And with the lower track temps, these drivers know they can sling this car into pit lane just a little bit harder because the tires have more grip. So you're going to see them being much more aggressive on the brakes. And man, this is going to get interesting between the two teammates, the 064 and the other teammates. Oh no!
It goes from bad to worse, a terrible entry into pit road, and he continues to lose it. Cody Richardson, you think of the absolute meltdown at the Indianapolis 500. Wesley, it's striking again for the World 600 this time.
And just like that, hero in the hunt to win this event, and now bad luck deals a hand to the driver of the 064 of Cody Richardson. And he didn't even get a caution flag. Here's your replay, Samuel.
This is for pit entry on what started out for the 64's issues. Why I said it goes from bad to worse. He slides, and this is why he lost the lead to Kotska into pit road. Luckily found a little bit of a kink, so didn't hit the wall, but that was the pass for potentially the lead, and then he gets the looseness, saves it, but Cody Richardson is losing this race if we stay green because of those two major mistakes.
If there's anybody now that wants a caution with under 60 laps to go in the World 600, mark my words, it is that driver right there of Cody Richardson. We mentioned this, Samuel, great work there in the production truck by Jeff Stab, now Charles Wooten, to find what happened when we saw Kotska pit ahead there. There was the reason for it on Richardson. And now, but here's the thing though, back to you, Brockton. You make that mistake, Richardson did, now he's just got to shrug it off, try to get back on that high horse and make a run. As here comes down Lockridge under attack. He is driving like a madman, possessed right now, if you will, Samuel.
Lockridge was bullied like crazy, but back to the question you were going to ask that of Brockton.
Yeah, fellas, the red mist of rage has set into the 064's cockpit. He is seeing nothing but red in front of him, and he's trying to get everything he can, because if he loses this race, it's not because somebody wrecked him, it's not because a tire fell off, it's because he made those mistakes. So he's going to do everything he can. As he gets into the wall, he is pushing this car to the absolute limits. And it's going to be interesting to see how close, if close at all, he can get.
If he loses this race, Samuel, no one to blame but himself.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though. Cody Richardson, he's been doing a great job of trying to keep himself up front, not utilizing the tires as much as he could, stretching out the tires and fuel as long as possible as Doug Buchanan comes into pit road. But if you're pushing and being aggressive on these tires can only last 33 laps at most if you're being 100% go from the start. And that's exactly what we're seeing from this 064, meaning he's going to have to make another stop if he continues to race like he is.
Especially if he doesn't get a caution flag. If there's anybody that wants to try to throw their water bottle out on the racetrack right now, it's Cody Richardson or someone else of that caliber, because he wants to get back in the game. But to do that, his interval to the leader is now almost 5 seconds, as here comes cars pitting, more pits going on, and all the while Kotska, Buchanan, and Richardson now moves back to second, as Buchanan, I believe, has come to the pit lane, Samuel. All of this is going on here as we are approaching lap 345.
Yeah, coming into pit road, now exiting pit road is 026, as we're seeing here the battling going on for 7th place. That's Maurice Gomillion and that is Jerry Isaacs. But just to touch on that, Cody Richardson and Kotska, how big those two mistakes were. They were so massive. Richardson had a gap of almost a second coming into pit road, then left pit road still being about a second off, so losing a total of 2 seconds because of that issue on the pit entry, then another 3 seconds with that slide, trying to march on back, but I think he's overcooking these tires. That 064 might be throwing this race away, while Isaacs in this 51 just being slow and patient. We'll see how far he can get up. Currently in 7th place, but a little bit under, 5.5 seconds between himself and the 295 of his teammate of Kevin Luang.
So you gotta wonder, Samuel, as we still see Isaacs in the 7th position, the leader, Andrew Kotska, has about a 4-second lead over Richardson, okay? As there's Gomillion's car currently in the top 10. He's in 8th position on the racetrack. But while this goes on, Kotska, the leader, do you kind of slow down a little bit if you know you got that big of a lead over the rest of the cars, like Richardson, and kind of maybe conserve and save your tires? Or is this when you really just got to give it all you got and wear out your equipment to the finish?
If you're Kotska, you keep at what pace you were running before that was going to get you into victory lane, that was keeping you in 2nd place or covering the lead on that long section that he was leading this race. Because here's the thing, Cody Richardson, he's racing so aggressive and putting so much pressure on these tires, they're not going to last. He's going to have to come into pit road if he continues at this pace. And by the time that Richardson maybe gets within 2 seconds, maybe a second and a half, Kotska is going to have the better tires overall, and he's going to slowly start building up that gap again. But if Kotska does exactly what Richardson's doing, then I'd be a little bit concerned for both drivers. And I would look at the 026 of Doug Buchanan. I'd be trying to go for himself another win.
Oh, and mind you, I think we've had 7 cautions. It has been a while since we had the most recent caution flag, at least over 50 or 60 laps possibly.
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be a possibility of another yellow coming out, especially on the fact that there's about a handful of drivers that are going to have to come to pit road at least one more time before this race is done. But coming up to 50 laps to go, talked about that final 100, miles, Wesley, how crucial it is and how you can mentally fatigue and make mistakes. Thought there from Richardson. The question is, who's going to make the final mistakes with 50 laps to go here at the World 600?
350 miles, or 350 laps completed. The equivalent in miles is 525 miles. So you got 75 more miles. Though it's not triple digits anymore, Brockton Packard, you still have not reached the home stretch just yet.
Oh yeah, you still thinking in your head there's a long way to go. Take care of your equipment. And one thing, looking at timing and scoring here, it looks like those fresh tires and pushing for the number 064 of Richardson is finally starting to bite as he's slowly losing he's been gaining about a tenth a lap every second, and now he ran the exact same lap time as his teammate and the leader, Andrew Kotska, with a 32.68, so his tires have started to fall off.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that he definitely is losing ground on the rest of the field. There's a tough break for Richardson. Cut it to about 3 1/4 on the distance interval to Andrew Kotska. But as we approach under 50 laps to go in the World 600, he has lost ground. Bottom line, Samuel, not going to lie to you, he wants a caution flag. If there's any man on the track right now in virtual Charlotte in this race, it is wanting a yellow flag. It is Cody Richardson to somehow, some way get back in the game.
And he certainly does. And, you know, we're going to take a look at the weather. We looked at it at the start when the sun was out. Let's take a look at it now while the sun is completely gone. The moon is now shining and the track temp fluctuating. 81 to 82 Fahrenheit. When we started this race, it was around 90 to 91 degrees Fahrenheit. It's dropped a full 10 degrees. Brockton, what is that doing to these cars here in the final 47 laps?
Well, we kind of saw it with Richardson. You've been able to push this car as hard as you can, and because of this snap in the weather, it gets cold. You start pushing it harder and harder because you think it has more grip, and then all of a sudden, those tires say, hey man, what are you doing? And you send yourself going sideways like we saw, and then you got a long way to go once again. So this cooler track temp gives you more grip, but you got to be careful not to overstep that boundary and find yourself making a fatal mistake at the end of this race.
Said, here I go again on my own down the stretch as here comes now Go Million. Shank is behind him, a car that is multiple laps down, 4 laps down, if you will. And we still got this mixture, Samuel, of green flag runs after green flag pit stops. Under 50 to go, like several times in this race, where lap cars are just scattered all around with lead lap cars.
And not all drivers are done with their pit stops. Still going to be having top 10 drivers. Still should be good to make it to the end. Nathan Medina, as well as the 12th place runner, 462, Mark Redrick, are going to have to still make a pit stop for themselves, as well as that of Daniel, that of Salom Howard still needs to come into pit road. Those are the 3 drivers that are in a questionable mark of trying to make it to the end. But Wesley, driver you picked, is, you know, fighting and having the best adversity to try to have a good run. Murphy Nichols on the money stop, caught speeding on entry with the holding penalty. He's currently 2 laps down for the 55 and 10th place.
Yeah, that's a heartbreak. As I mentioned, he was my favorite to possibly be there the final 100 miles to win the World 600. However, Brockton Packard, I did forget to mention that you got to be flawless and not make any mistakes to do that at the end.
Absolutely. It's a 600-mile perfection race. If you do one mistake at the beginning or the end, it can ruin your entire night. And I don't know, which is worse in your guys' opinion, knowing your night's over at the beginning or working all this time just seeing it slip away at the end?
I would say it's more heartbreaking at the end there, Samuel.
Oh, well, I 100% agree on that. At the end, I mean, you've spent so much time on track. You've seen and imagined how you're going to get the race win. If you get it done early, you can just brush it to the side and say, well, that's at least I did not waste all of this time. These drivers have been out on track racing for 3 hours and 40 minutes on track racing for this time. They have been out there for so long, but we still got 40 laps to go as we're cracking down on our 4-hour marker of staying green.
And sad reality is, I think I made the comment about the Nashville race would not be over by the time we were done. It's about to the home stretch. Oh, and by the way, congratulations if you're a hockey fan to the Colorado Avalanche. They have just immediately officially locked up Lord Stanley Cup of the World of Ice. And of course, all of that great sports going on, just like here in virtual iRacing, as we are set to decide who will win the 2022 edition of the Major Series presented by Majors Garage, American Sportsman bracket of the World 600. I am Wesley Outland. Samuel Dyer is alongside. We have great guest driver, car analyst Brockton Packard along for the ride here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Our production crew all night long, hanging with us all night long, as you, the fans, have hung with us all night long to this point. And that is, of course, Charles Wooten and Jeff Stabdown. We've had a cycle of green flag pit stops many times in this final 70-lap stretch we saw into the final 100 miles of this race, and all the while, along with some mistakes being made by drivers like Richardson and Nichols, Samuel, it has turned this race over on its backside, and Andrew Kotska is only the man smiling. Richardson, though, made a mistake, as you mentioned, is still in the hunt in second as we see Redeker pit again. Somehow, some way, he wants a caution. If he can get that, he's back in the game. If not, I think Kotska has locked this race up.
Yeah, I mean, Kotska, the big thing, just keep yourself out of trouble. Hope that there's no big pockets of lap cars around you, and that you can just race as clean as you want if you're the 047. But other drivers around, they continue to race as hard as they can. And for this, going to be for position on track, 8th place runner, Maurice Gomillion, that of Robert Deloach. Deloach has been working all night to get back on the lead lap, and now has an opportunity to race the rival and teammate at the same time, friends but enemies. It's going to be Robert Deloach, going to be trying to get by that of Maurice Gomillion. The reason why they're enemies, they're battling for the Legends Championship, and between that of the Sportsman's Legends, only 6 points in differ, and it's Gomillion who has the advantage. That's why Deloach is getting very aggressive here.
And these are teammates, mind you, going at it on the racetrack for position number 8 and 9. 36 to go here in Charlotte. If you're doing the math in this final 100 miles, 37 laps to go, lap 364, and that, of course, is the equivalent of 546 miles.
Drivers trying to make the pass over the 2. That's going to be Nathan Medina. Medina going to be in 11th place, 2 laps down, just trying to survive. A little bit of scrape there from Deloach in the 235. What a night it's been for a lot of these drivers tonight. Biggest mover so far, 36 laps to go in this race. Going to be 14th runner, that of Vela, who's going to be doing a great job up 14 positions, qualified in 28th spot. Done a great job moving forward. And as well, second biggest mover, but biggest mover in the top 10, going to be Chris Yedio in 4th place, up 9 spots. Qualified 13th earlier in the week, and right now running in 4th as the battle we continue to watch for 8th place. Question is for Maurice Gomillion and for Robert Deloach. How aggressive do they truly want to be for these final laps, or do you just think of the team aspect and let's not wreck each other, and let's just try to survive to the end of this race?
Well, as we approach midnight Eastern time, how many people are still with us? This is where it counts down to the end. Who will be there? Who can make it work? As Kotska is leading, we continue to see Gomillion and Deloach continue to play cat and mouse with one another. Oh, and mind you also, Samuel, Deloach got in the wall, as you mentioned a moment ago, on the dog leg. Doesn't look like it hurt his car that badly, but he did lose ground on his teammate, who is currently Gomillion in 8th.
Yeah, and just losing a little bit of speed there for a little graze on the exit of the corner, but at least keeping it close with visually. And I wanted to also talk about some of the drivers further back. We've talked about the woes and the struggles of drivers that are multiple laps down, but Daniel Salam Howard having to come into pit road. Here comes Nathan Medina into pit road. But for Howard, for the 3rd or 4th time tonight, another speeding penalty, and now going to be 9 laps down for the 74. It has been a terrible night. He can't wait to get out of here. But I don't know if it's going to get any easier. Again, the next race on the schedule for the Major Series, it's going to be going to the Red Bull Ring, as they're going to be running the F1 2021 Mercedes vehicle. F1 at the Red Bull Ring, it's going to be one of the fastest cars out there, the most grip. But can you stay on the track? That's going to be the big question.
Yeah, by the way, we see Daniel Salim Howard in the wall. There's a problem on the 74. Could he draw a caution flag? Many need it. He didn't get it yet. He smacks the outside retaining wall to turn 2 to the back straightaway. And here's something you got to remember. All that damage on that car, if he continues to get more damage, it's just going to make that car come apart there, Brockton Packer.
Absolutely. iRacing does a very good job with their damage models, and if you hit that right side enough, it could break a rear control arm or something like that, or an upper control arm, and it could possibly bring out a caution, because once that control arm breaks on that right front, you can't steer that car.
Money stop for Chris Yedio. We mentioned a phenomenal job he's done so far tonight. As there goes another one of those Forge PC Racer entries. Go Million and Deloach continue to battle. Yedio in the pits. He's on pit exit now. 9. Now make it 8 cars on the lead lap. 30 laps to go. Now make it 29 remaining in the 2022 World 600 for the American Sportsman portion of the Major Series, presented by Majors Garage here at Charlotte. Down the stretch, 556 miles of 600 miles, and still nowhere in sight, Samuel. Can anybody run down Kotska in 0:47? There he is in his own world, picking him up, putting him down. Lockridge about to go a lap down again.
I mean, certainly that Cody Richardson giving it his best effort, keeping it within 2.3 seconds. But the thing that's going to hurt that of Kotska is lap traffic in front of him. How hard is Lockridge as well as Howard going to race with one another here through 3 and 4? And will they get out of the way of our leader as soon as possible? Or will it give another opportunity? There's Howard in the outside wall. Plenty of space for that of Kotska to get on by. But I want to talk about that Chris Yedio pit stop. It makes things a little bit more interesting, because you got to remember, it was Isaacs that came in first. Then it was Chris Yedio, as well as that of Gagaro Jr. that came into pit road. And then a few laps later is when we saw Kotska and Richardson come in. Could it be that the 51, the 4, and as well as our front 2, can they make it to the end with how hard they've been pushing?
That's something we'll definitely watch as it's coming down to the final 25 remaining here at Charlotte. Moving on now, 27. As they work the back straightaway, the battle continues here with the Forge PC Racer entry, Go Million Deloach. While that goes on, continuing to the finish of this event. No one still on Kotska, running him down. There you see now also another one of those cars of Roberts, multiple laps down now, being bypassed by Forge PC Racer. And Samuel, bottom line, I gotta say, besides Vengeance, who would get on the podium in 3rd, it has been Forge PC Racer and obviously Mad Sim Racing. If you're looking at team stats and points for tonight in the World 600, that have impressed.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the team aspect, it has been all that of Mad Sim Racing that has been up front. I mean, right now they got 1, 2, 3 drivers that are up in the top 3. Then in 5th place is where you find that of Isaac. 6th place is where you find that of Ken Inlook. And those are where your 5 Mad Sim Racing drivers are. David Gagaro Jr. splitting the middle in 4th place. And then you've got that of Forge PC Racers, Adam Marisco Million, Deloach, Yedio, Murphy Nichols going to be running from 7th back to 10th. It's just you look at the points. It was coming in tonight. 151 points was the deficit between 1st and 2nd. Forge PC Racer Sports 1 was leading that charge, but now Mad Sim Racing, whenever we go to an oval, it's when we see that difference really start to close in between the 2 teams.
Brockton, you got anything for us, buddy? 23 to go, and right now no change in anything.
Well, we might not be seeing a change in the top 3, but I am seeing a change in gap between 1st and 2nd. I don't know if Kotska possibly slowed down just a smidge, but Richardson has been closing that gap, currently just above 2 seconds between the 2. and they're still running fairly similar lap times. So if maybe Cody's figured something out with the tires that he's been able to push them harder for longer, because he's running about 0.2 of a second faster than our leader, and he's been doing that for about 20 laps.
I mean, on that point, just to add on it, Wesley, I think the big thing that we're watching out for is for that of Andrew Kotska. He is being pressured heavily by the Forge PC drivers. They are being relentless on our leader and not letting him go, which is allowing Cody Richardson, who's had a lot of clean air in front of him, to close in on the gap. But at the same time that Kotska's trying to get by these drivers, Cody Richardson's going to have to do the same exact thing. So all this time that's being gained up, as it's less than 2 seconds now between our leaders, and Cody Richardson get a little bit of a cleaner run past the Forge PC drivers.
20 laps to go when they come to the start-finish line, as Andrew Kotska has now caught up to this battle between Yedio and Deloach, all going on along with Go Million for the 6th, 7th, and 8th position. 20 remaining, 570 miles, 30 miles to the finish of the World 600. And yes, your leaders is also running down more cars in the top 10 there, Samuel, in 3.
Well, we might be down to just that of 5 drivers or less on the lead lap, but Chris Yedio is not giving up. He is pressuring our leader and has almost wrecked Kotska multiple times here. This is getting out of hand, and if anything, Doug Buchanan could be sitting in a good spot if he starts to see these drivers up front wreck each other out. I mean, Forge PC Racing, they are not giving up. Now he's Kotska not getting a good run.
Serious.
And it is just making the battle for the lead closer. Chris Yedio once again trying to get underneath our leader.
Can you believe it? It looks like that these Forge PC Racing cars are trying to just gang up and hold up Andrew Kotska, the leader, and in doing so, try to get Richardson into this battle. He is just in a sandwich of Forger traffic as they work out of 2 with 18 in the World 600.
The gap now going to be 1.3 seconds, 18 laps to go for our leader, but the question now lies. Kotska's now gotten by Yedio, who is the constant test. Or has he? He's on the outside now. And this 27 just will not give up on the pressure for our leader. And now it's Maurice Million who's going to be playing blocker as Kotska continues to race on. The gap between first and second still staying equal distance.
You just saw a moment ago from the back straightaway camera shot on our broadcast coverage where you saw Richardson start to poke out off the back straightaway to where that mad traffic dash was going on. It's finally, Kotska clears that Forge PC Racer bunch. Gets around now, Deloach. And Yedio, though, not backing down. 16 to go at Charlotte, and he's still trying to go after the leader. A lap-down car, just trying so hard to give the leader a fit in the World 600.
The main thing why Chris Yedio wants to make sure he's at least 1 lap down, so if a yellow comes out, he can make the wave around to be on the lead lap. That's the only reason why this 27 is racing as hard as he is. But as a leader, you hate to see a lap car be this aggressive, but you know for that of Andrew Kotska, he's seeing the lead. It's dropped now by a 10th. There's still plenty of time for that of seeing Richardson, but he's going to need a clean pass through all the Forge PC racers because all those drivers that the 047 just got by, it's now on to Richardson's turn to get through them.
And I'll be honest with you, Brockton Packard, as we approach 25 miles in the World 600, 15 to go to the finish. If you are wanting to yellow flag, that probably would have been your chance right there to try to get it. And then, of course, they all played nice and respected each other.
Absolutely, but as we're watching Richardson come through this through this lap traffic, we have to remember he put the bumper to the number 3 when he first had those mistakes off of pit road. So I think a lot of these Forge guys are going to be giving him plenty of room because he's not afraid to put the bumper to you if you're messing him up.
Yeah, we mentioned Forge PC Racer all ganging up on Kotska. Kotska and Richardson are from Mad Sim Racing, and they are teammates. And mind you, Samuel, as we're under 15 to go, 14 to go now here, you're seeing the brake rotors on the left front wheel driver left, glowing cherry red on the second place car. That means as we hit 13 to go, he's pushing that car to every maximum potential he can.
Oh, that is exactly what he's doing. I mean, that's what Cody Richardson has to do. He threw this race away, 50 laps go on pit entry, gave Kotka the lead, and then slid, gave up even more time, was at one moment 5 seconds off of our leader. He's carved it down to that of 1.2 at one time. It's starting to grow again as Kotka is getting a little bit more fresh air for that 047. He's gotten by more lap traffic, and the barrier and the wall for that of Richardson, it just grows to an amount that is almost impossible now for the 064 unless a yellow flag comes out. But I want to throw this out for everybody. These drivers have been running so aggressive. They've been pointing down crazy quick times. I'm curious still on the fuel management and tire management. Doug Buchanan, who's just been sitting back, being patient with the 026, 12 seconds back from our leaders. If our leaders run out of fuel or blow up a tire, that 026 is in a prime opportunity.
11 laps to go here in the World 600. Lap 389, 583 and a half miles into this battle. Final 20 miles, under 20 miles to the stretch of this race. Oh, did we just lose somebody? Oh yeah, look at this, Gargaro Jr.'s in trouble.
Having a little bit of internet issues, and there's been a couple of drivers that have been having internet issues, as this is the battle for fourth, and to make sure that you're on the last driver on the lead lap, your driver into the grass. That is going to be Richardson.
And that might have just sealed the fate for Cody Richardson. He might be second, but he just drove through the grass. Wow. In to go at Charlotte in the World 600.
He just got loose through that of the tri-oval, and it just went bad from worse. He continues to try to find any type of speed. And what once was a second and a half now is doubled to 3 seconds. You're going to see trying to get by that of Mauricio Million real high. And then right when he hits the first dog leg, it just kicks out loose coming across the line.
Wow. Ass in the grass with no car, indeed. And he saves it. However, he has lost almost now 3.2 seconds on the leader, Andrew Kotka. All right, 10 to go. Brockton, what are these drivers thinking? You're at the home stretch. This is where you got to give it all you got now.
Absolutely. If you're in this cockpit of anybody that's still in this race, so Kotka and Richardson, basically, you're thinking forward, trying to find the best way to get through this lap traffic, trying to get drivers out of your way. If I'm a crew chief or a pit crew member, my stuff's packed up and I'm sitting on the box eating some ice cream because there is nothing I can do for you to keep you in this race. It's all on the driver's shoulders now. You've worked almost 355 or 375 laps, or however many laps we've done already.
392, my friend. 393 now.
You've worked 392 laps to get here. Give me 7 more, and oh, we got a wreck.
Oh, we got trouble. We got a car in the wall.
I think it was the 64, Richardson.
Richardson and I believe another PC Racer Forge car, possibly 2 out of 2. But they still keep going. Richardson and Go Million, I think, might have got together there.
And as they continue to race on, big thing for these drivers is if we get a yellow, remember, there is no overtime. We get to 5 laps to go. Kotka, if you get a yellow then, this race is all yours.
592 miles in the World 600 and 5 laps to go when they come to the line.
Richardson cannot make it.
Wow.
He has to come into pit road, and now all eyes on the leader. Can he make it to the end?
Heartbreak. Richardson's car will come to a stop. Kotka comes to the line. Open hand from your flagman. 5 remaining in the World 600.
I mean, Wesley, 5 laps to go. Now it's, if you're Doug Buchanan, you need to see the 046 just run out of gas. The gap, 11.5 seconds. And Kotka's still being pressured. Remember, this is Yedio still trying to make sure that he's at least 1 lap down, currently 2. He needs to make this pass, and that's why the pressure is still on our leader.
And how about this? Yedio trying so hard to get at least a lap back. And is timing and scoring correct? We're down to 2 cars on the lead lap with 4 laps to go in the World 600. And it is Kotska about to be in another Ford sandwich as here comes Lotbridge back on the racetrack. He says, have at it, boys. He goes to the top side. Yedeo up high, too high, in the wall. Shower of sparks. And Kotska says, excuse me, coming through, Samuel.
Or let's go, there's the contact. They continue to race forward. Yedeo keeps it straight, but the battling for 3rd position is why they're starting to get so aggressive. Gagaro Jr. as well as the 295 are right on top of one another, right behind our leaders. And that pack of Ford PC drivers, they're now into the mix. Kotska's not been able to get away. He's swarmed again.
Mad Sim Racing in his own little world. He's trying to win the World 600, but he's also trying to hold off the fielded bay of Forge, and now Vengeance. Gargaro Jr. makes it 3 cars on the lead lap. 2 remaining, 3 miles in the World 600. They're in turn 1.
The gap is 10.5 seconds now between 1st and 2nd place. If you're Kotska, you feel comfortable on fuel, you keep being aggressive. You don't give up on letting yourself be swarmed by these Ford PC racers. But if you're that of the 047, all on the line, just get to turn number 4 on that white flag and you got an opportunity to win here tonight.
Here they come out of turn number 4. Kotska sideways as he fishtails around to the start-finish line. The CRN 1 to go. The white flag in the air in the World 600. We've reached the home stretch, final 1.5 miles in Charlotte.
Andrew Kotska is surrounded. He's got to be careful. Don't get spun. You're going to win this race. But if he gets touched at all, Doug Buchanan, 9 seconds back. He'll try to steal this one away, but Wesley, it can coast it from here. As long as he doesn't get touched, the 047 is going to win the World 600.
Andrew Kotska, fuel mileage, green flag strategy, even holding off being sandwiched by many different teams, comes to the line and wins the World 600. Andrew Kotska with almost a 10-second lead over now Doug Buchanan, who crosses the line in 2nd, wins the American Sportsman portion of the Major Series. Greatest dueling battle of virtual man and machine. The World 600 will go to Andrew Kotska for Mad Sim Racing. Party on in the bus stop at Watkins Glen. And for everyone else that supports that team, Samuel, he had to do it. He had a battle at the end, and he pulls it off in fashion.
Starting with 30 drivers for the 600-mile race, we were down to just 4 on the lead lap. And Andrew Kotska probably had one of the most stressful final 25-30 laps of his racing career. At one moment, we saw Cody Richardson right there for an opportunity to go for the win. Throws it away, but it's the consistency, staying focused, and was hounded, but survived, is that of Andrew Kotska.
Brockton Packard, what's your thoughts right now? What is Andrew Kotska thinking as he has completed this 600-mile contest of virtual man and machine here in Charlotte?
Man, there is going to be so much joy in that cockpit, and then there's going to also be just a long sigh of relief. 600 miles is such a long event. He made it all the way there, and he was up there all night for sure. So that's a huge sigh of relief, a huge win for the 047, and I'm sure he's going to have a lot of hype from his team, and both in the race and also on Twitter.
Let's take a look at the unofficial results of the Major Series American Sportsman Bracket presented by Majors Garage and the 2022 edition of the World 600 here in Charlotte. Andrew Kotska picks up the win. Doug Buchanan almost 10 seconds back in the number 2 spot. David Gargaro Jr. fought around Kotska to get back on the lead lap. So did Ken Luong in the 295. Maurice Gomillion and every other car on back are a lap down. Robert Deloach, Jerry Isaacs, Cody Richardson, Chris Yedeo. Yeah, he might have been a lap down, but he tried so hard to put a fight to stay there. And Murphy Nichols, Samuel, the top 10 here at Charlotte.
Then in 11th, 3 laps down, it's going to be Javier Perez. Torres going to be in that 11th place position with that of Nathan Medina in 12th. that going to be seeing the 482 mark, going to take 13th with that of Roger. Shanks going to come away with 14th with all of his woes. Then Vela going to come in 15th with that of Lotridge in 16th. Alonzo King 17th with Chris Branson in 18th. The amount of times he may be held on pit road, but 19th place goes to that Daniel Howard, as well as David Clayman comes away with 20th.
21st will go to Brian Shrivner. Of course, Rob Courtney 22nd. Jason McSparron 23rd. Ironically, 23 laps down. Greg McEnany 24th. 25th, Richard McClure. Bryce Roberts, Dan Johnston, Drew Lalonde, and Joseph Homan and Jeff Cardamon is the rundown of the 30 drivers in this race here tonight in round number 8 at Charlotte. Well, Brockton, we're going to let you go. I want you to give your final thoughts, buddy, before we get ready for post-race, man. Great job being a driver, race analyst with us here at Charlotte in the World 600. Hope you can do it again sometime.
Well, I appreciate y'all bringing me out here as your expert analyst. This was such a cool experience. My first full-length race broadcasting. I couldn't have asked for a better company to broadcast for. LSRTV, your home for sim racing. And I hope everybody comes back for the next couple races this week. And I hope everybody has a great 4th of July weekend.
Seth, definitely. Thank you so much again. And for Samuel and I, we get ready for the finish line post-race wrap-up of the Major Series. The grueling World 600 finally over. All top 3 on the podium are in the box. We'll talk to them next from Charlotte. Welcome back to Charlotte. The World 600 of 2022 is officially in the books. It is time for the finish line post-race wrap-up. Thanks again to Brockton Packard, Samuel Dyer. I'm Wesley Outland. Phenomenal job behind the scenes of our Rocket Media Live Sim Racing broadcast crew. Jeff Stabnow, Charles Wood. We'll wrap it up here in a moment. Finish line, of course, this upcoming week, live for the first time ever. Caraway Speedway on Wednesday, Carteret County Speedway on Sunday. We'll have all details coming up soon. And now we grab a word with the top 3 for Vengeance. David Gargaro Jr., your take of this grueling, long, because there wasn't many cautions. It was a good bit of racing. What's your thoughts on the World 600? You're on the podium in 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a couple full-length 600s before, but, you know, this one I think probably had the least amount of cautions, and I think that was a little bit refreshing. You know, get some green flag runs in, some pit stops, but these tires get real greasy after like 50 or so laps, so that last run we had there, I made sure that I preserved them as much as possible to run the full 60.
I mean, David, an obvious strong run on your part here. You qualified 3rd, you finished 3rd. But man, talk about those final couple of laps. I know our leader was having a chaotic final laps. Same for yourself. How was it trying to hold off Ken in that 295?
Yeah, I seen him coming, and I knew he was pretty consistent this race. So I was waiting for him to catch me a little bit. But again, my goal was to save the tires. And then Andrew got by me, and I was actually a little bit relieved because it's one less lap I had to do at the end here. But he had some chaos going on, and I seen an opportunity to get back on the lead lap the hard way. So that's that was at the end, and that felt good.
David, I want you to segue this into your sponsors for your Vengeance number 4. What do you got to say about just fighting so hard to get back on that lead lap in the end of this race, trying to get around Yetio? You got a guy trying to win the race. You got Kotska trying to win the race. You've got Yetio trying to go and get back at least one lap down. You're trying to get back on the lead lap. There was so many ingredients of plethora of moments going on there in those final 10 laps where if one thing would have went wrong, it could have took everybody out.
Yeah, and I actually almost made the critical error of, well, I did come up on Chris Yetito a little bit there, and I'm just glad that we both kind of held on to it because that was with like 3 to go, so that would have been devastating. But yeah, I knew getting by Andrew wasn't going to be like any points increase or whatever like that because, you know, he was already well in the lead, but it was more like a pride thing at that point, try to get back on the lead lap. And, you know, just want to thank my team because we worked on this setup throughout the week, and we've been working pretty good together, and just looking forward to the F1 race now next week.
Yeah, that's going to be the next one, I believe, coming up on July 17th, the Australian Grand Prix. There you go. That's the thoughts of the driver, David Gargaro Jr. Team Vengeance will finish in the number 3 position. Doug Buchanan, 0:26, 10 seconds back, right there, wild finish. Your take of the 2022 World 600 and on the podium. Are you happy with second?
Oh, I'm very happy with second. I'm definitely not much of an oval guy. This is, I don't do a lot of these full length races, so yeah, I can't really feel my hands at this point, so very happy to be able to bring it home in second there.
I mean, Doug, I gotta say, you know, for a driver that we usually see at the road courses, we know that you're going to perform there. This was so impressive to watch yourself be up front competing. How much of the setup, though, was nice to be running? Because it seemed like all of your teammates were up front just dominating this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, I mean, I'm not usually the strongest oval guy, but I want to shout out to Cody Richardson and Andrew. They put a ton of work into this setup. And all the guys at MAJORS, but especially those two. I wouldn't have been up there without the work they put into the setup and the hours and hours and hundreds of laps that we all put into it. So definitely that's what we set it up for the long runs. We knew we had great long run pace, good tire preservation, so it paid off in the end.
I'll tell you what, you mentioned that you're so tired, your hands are worn, and you're just fatigued. I think the word I'm using is fatigued. That's one of the words I said in our analogies, Keys to Victory. You can't get fatigued until the race is over. So what does the driver do to prepare for this race, especially for somebody like yourself that's not used to oval racing? And in segue that, thank your sponsors in closing.
Yeah, it was just making sure we didn't drink any water in the last few hours before the race, and took care of everything we needed to be as ready as possible. Whole team put in a great effort there. But like you said, the sponsors really make this all possible. You know, the guys at Coach Dave Academy, Great Hire Human Resources, Bad Weather Brewing, Alien Awards, and Power Headset. So big shout out to the sponsors to help us make this possible.
Doug Buchanan for Mad Sim Racing, finishing in that number 2 position in the event. And of course, another big winner is the driver of the 047. All right, so let's kind of hash it out. He pretty much started to show his momentum the final 200 miles of the race. Definitely the last 100 miles of the race. Andrew Kotska, Mad Sim Racing, trying to fight through Vengeance and Forge and everyone coming at you. Somehow, some way, you win the World 600. Congratulations to you, bud.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that was a wild race out there, especially those last 40 laps there. Once we got into traffic, it was crazy trying to get through all that lap traffic, but fun. But yeah, I'm super tired now after all those laps out there for sure.
I would imagine you're tired. I know us up at the booth, we're feeling that little fatigue, but probably not as much as you guys have been. But Andrew, coming into the pit stops, that last stop, I know there's a lot of different questions you could bring up, but that last stop, when you were coming in and then you saw Cody spinning out on the entry of pit road, what was going through your mind at that point?
First thing that popped in my mind was hopefully he's okay. Hopefully he didn't touch anything, because I wanted to have him up there with us at the end, because, I mean, he's worked so hard this week on the setup and getting the pole this week. He deserved to be up there and fighting for that win with me there today. I mean, we had just a fun drive pretty much the first 300 laps there until the end, and then things kind of went sour for him, unfortunately.
It's got to hit differently, too, when it's a teammate that's trying to fight for a win like yourself. But when does that teammate mentality go away and it becomes, I want to win?
You know, with our team, we don't really ever think that way too much. I mean, we were happy to just drive 1, 2, 3 to the finish. We didn't care who was going to be in the lead at the end. We pretty much just drove out there, and I kind of got lucky on a pit stop because Cody's pit stop was just slightly slower because of just iRacing itself. So I got in front there, but if he got back in front, he probably would have won this race as well too. Unfortunate what happened to him at the end, but hey, we'll get him next week again.
Does it surprise you that this race had so many very lengthy green flag runs?
After watching the Euro Sportsman race this morning, I was kind of scared that this was going to end up going all the way into the wee hours of the night, but it turned out pretty well. Good clean race. I mean, we've had some really clean races all season long, so it was good to see that we're able to get these runs in tonight, because that's what our setup needed the most, was those long green runs, because we knew once we were out there 40, 50 laps on the tires, we knew we'd have the speed against everyone else out there.
Well, listen, congratulations to you. Enjoy it. Rest up. Good points night, by the way, also for Mad Sim Racing. And before we do let you go, we want you to thank your sponsors. Congratulations, World 600 winner Andrew Kotska.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I want to first shout out to the whole Mad Sim Racing team. It was a great race this week and great preparation by everyone. Shout out to our sponsors, Into the Apex podcast. Guys just actually got back from the Watkins Glen 6 hours today, so they got a nice fresh podcast up. You guys should check on the website. Also, the other sponsors, Great Hire HR, Coach Dave Academy, thanks to everyone and your support. And yeah, great. Finally got to win the majors. It's awesome. And big points night for the entire team.
I will say this, though, Andrew, but maybe a correction. I don't think they're home yet. I think they're rocking into the night, not only from the IMSA 6 hours at Watkins Glen, but also joining us the last 4.5 hours for you to win the World 600. They were definitely having fun in the bonfire, blaring our broadcast in the bus stop campground area, and then when the weather came, they took it indoors. Yep, I'm sure that camper's rocking right now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They're definitely still partying. I don't think they're going to stop partying until they're forced out of Watkins Glen at this point.
Well, congratulations to you, Andrew Kotska, winner of the World 600. And that will do it, ladies and gentlemen. We're so tired and worn out, we don't even want to be on camera. I know you're worn out and tired, Samuel. I know I am. That's the Finish Line post-race wrap-up. Finish Line live from the racetrack this week before 4th of July. Details coming soon. We'll be at Caraway Speedway Wednesday, Carteret County Speedway on Friday. And Samuel, your take of tonight's World 600. Thanks again to Brockton Packard, but this was an exciting one for sure.
I mean, of course, we would need 8 cautions for round number 8. It was, I think a lot of these drivers were just happy on the fact, like we heard from the interviews, drivers had seen what the European Sportsman race was like. The fact that it went to time-based, a 5-hour-long race. I mean, we talk about endurance races. Those are usually 6 hours or more. We haven't had that Mad Sim Racing at the actual 6 hours of the Glen watching our broadcast. I would imagine a lot of these drivers happy that the race did not go for time-based, instead it was for the 600 miles. But the chaos in those final 14 laps, Wesley, I don't know how Andrew Kotska was able to hold on with that pressure around him. Lap cars not giving up, continuing to hound him, as well as seen on his deficit. That of Cody Richardson closing in, I gotta say, that was some amazing racing action and just mental fortitude on that 047. But overall, Wesley, tonight, crazy long, but I cannot wait for the next race. It's gonna be a good one.
And the next race will be round number 9, July 17th, 3 weeks from tonight. The Austrian Grand Prix from the Red Bull Ring And, of course, the Mercedes Formula One W12 e-Performance cars. It'll be a good one there coming up. As always, follow Major Series at MajorSeries.com on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And, again, big thanks also to Sargers Place, big sponsor for helping out in the charity of this event tonight in the World 600. Sargers Veterans Support, if you want to do your help in helping housing, farm stand, addicts, and so much more. Again, SargesVeteransSupport.com. We appreciate it. And again, a fun night here at Charlotte. We're glad you stayed up with us, hung with us from start to finish. It surely was a good one. Great job by our production team, iRacing on LSRTV and the Community Radio Network and Rocket Media. For Jeff Stabdown and Charles Wooten. For Brockton Packard, our analyst, of course, and driver, race guest partner, along with Samuel Dyer. I am Wesley Outland. We congratulate Andrew Kotska, winner of the World 600 at Charlotte.